A genius scientist accidentally logs out of his life and is reborn in the Joseon era, traveling hundreds of years across time and space. Fortunately, he is reincarnated as the crown prince of the Joseon Dynasty, one of the most famous kingdoms in Korean history. There, he disrupts the established order by using future knowledge to reform his country. While other nations rely on oil lamps, his country uses electric lights. While others use horse-drawn carriages for transportation, his country has trains. While others go to war with swords and arrows, his nation dominates the battlefield with machine guns. This is the premise of Black Corporation, Joseon. The story begins by showing the past of Jinho, our protagonist. From a young age, he demonstrated extraordinary intelligence. At just 5 years old, he could solve a Rubik's Cube, leaving his teachers and parents in awe. Their expectations soared when his IQ test revealed that he was a genius. However, their joy was short-lived because Jinho's brilliance was not in academics. Had he been born in an earlier era, he would have been a legendary inventor, etching his name in history with golden ink. Reality, however, was different. When it came to academics, Jinho's abilities were far below average, frustrating his parents to no end. They couldn't understand why their son, gifted with such a high IQ, refused to use it for studying. Kim Jinho, our protagonist, was a genius inventor. He could create anything with his hands. In high school, he built a model steam engine. In college, he designed a human-powered aircraft that required no fuel. But one day, an earthquake struck, causing him to drop an explosive substance, and just like that, he got his ticket to reincarnation. Jinho woke up in the body of a newborn baby. He quickly realized that his new family was far from ordinary. They were part of the elite. At first, he thought his parents were just wealthy nobles. But they were not only rich, they were powerful. His father was the crown prince, the fourth ruler of the Joseon Dynasty in Korean history. Our protagonist was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Jinho turned 4 years old. The current king decided to abdicate the throne to the crown prince. As a result, Jinho's father became the new king, and Jinho automatically became the crown prince. Like all royal children, he was required to start his education at an early age, but mentally, he was already over 30 years old. He found it infuriating to sit through basic lessons like a child. To escape studying, Jinho devised a plan to use his father to his advantage. In history, King Sejong the Great was known as a wise ruler. He valued knowledge and actively nurtured the talents of his people. Jinho's plan was to gather skilled craftsmen, teach them important future knowledge, and earn his father's trust and respect. He dreamed of living a luxurious life, reaping the rewards without working. However, first, he needed to appear diligent and studious to gain people's trust and manipulate them easily. The first step of his plan was to win over his teachers, as they would hold important positions in court once he reached adulthood. More importantly, he needed to train these individuals to become his loyal subordinates in the future. The next day, while on his way to his study, Jinho suddenly caught a foul stench. He looked around, wondering what was causing such a horrible smell. Then, right in front of him, he spotted a large pile of dung on the grass. He thought, seriously? Did people in ancient times relieve themselves anywhere they wanted? At that moment, a group of court maids passed by, bowing in respect to the crown prince. Jinho was about to continue his walk, but the foul smell hit his nose again. He turned and noticed that the last maid in the group had accidentally stepped on the dung, staining her gown. Jinho was furious. He realized that the culprit behind this mess was a palace maid. As someone from the modern world, he could not tolerate such unhygienic behavior. Determined to prevent this from happening again, Jinho decided to take action. Later, Jinho spoke with his teacher. On my way here today, I saw a maid with dung on her gown. It's natural for people to relieve themselves, but if it gets on their clothes, that's unacceptable. One of the teachers argued that clothing was not only meant to cover the body, but also represented social status. Therefore, some inconveniences should be tolerated. With his modern mindset, Jinho immediately interrupted the teacher. Even if someone wears tattered clothes, their virtue will still shine in this world. Don't you see that judging a person's status based on their attire is outdated? The teachers fell silent, realizing they could not argue with him. They quickly changed the subject. One of them said, "This is not something that can be solved overnight, Your Highness. Do you have any other questions?" Jinho cursed them in his mind, annoyed by their evasiveness. He continued his discussion. Recently, I read a report about the invasion of Tsushima Island. It was said that everyone, from nobles to commoners, had to enlist because the defense forces were severely lacking. Why don't we train a naval fleet? Jinho fired a barrage of questions, leaving the teachers stuttering. It seemed they were completely at a loss. I also want to know, why didn't we evacuate the civilians from the island? If you're worried about Japanese pirates occupying the land, wouldn't it be better to relocate the people to the north? The more Jinho spoke, the more the teachers began to sweat. They never expected the crown prince to be so knowledgeable about national affairs. But no matter how much Jinho pressed them, the old foxes insisted that this was beyond their control. Hearing this only made Jinho angrier, but there was nothing he could do. After that incident, the old scholars began gathering to talk in secret. They were amazed at how intelligent the crown prince was. Even though he was only 5 years old, he was already smarter than his own teachers. They discussed among themselves, saying that if the crown prince was already this brilliant, they should start teaching him more advanced topics. Once he ascended the throne, he would surely become a wise and remarkable emperor. Meanwhile, Jinho in the palace had no idea that he had just made his own life more difficult. In reality, Jinho hated studying, and now they were going to make him study even more. Jinho was still upset with the old scholars for their arrogance. According to history, the original owner of this body would die young due to overwork. Jinho had planned to start taking action when he turned 10, but given the current situation, he realized he needed to act sooner. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and now Jinho was 7 years old. He was officially crowned as the crown prince in front of the entire court. The ancient rituals were too complicated and tedious, making him feel utterly exhausted. However, after years of grueling studies, he had finally secured his rightful position as crown prince. Now, he was allowed to participate in court sessions alongside his father and the ministers. There, he could propose some plans to develop the country, strengthen its wealth, and solidify its power. However, the biggest problem was that the kingdom didn't have enough funds to operate. Even though he had been crowned crown prince, he was still just a 7-year-old child with no real power. No one would listen to him. He couldn't just sit still. He needed to start small. Jinho wrote on a piece of paper, only to smudge ink all over it. "So annoying," he muttered. No matter how many times he used the brush, he just couldn't get used to it. This era. Suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Ah, that's it. Instead of tackling major reforms, I should start with this small inconvenience. Outside, the blacksmith workshop was busy forging hot iron, shaping it into various weapons. This was the military supply division, the imperial facility responsible for weapon production. As Jinho passed by, the sight excited him just from the smell of hot metal. I miss the smell of metal. He planned to come here more often to get to know the people. A supervising officer approached him, bowing deeply to greet the crown prince. Jinho smiled and responded, "It's a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for your hard work. Thanks to your efforts, Joseon's defenses grow stronger every day." The man's name was Lee Chang-ho, the overseer of the military supply division. Humbled by the prince's praise, he replied, "It is an honor, your highness." Jinho cleared his throat and got straight to the point. "I'm here looking for someone. Who is the best craftsman here when it comes to handling metal and gold?" Lee Chang-ho pondered for a moment before replying, "There is someone who might be able to help." Lee Chang-ho quickly summoned the blacksmith in question. As soon as the man saw the crown prince, he knelt and bowed deeply, saying, "This humble servant greets your highness, the crown prince." Jinho humbly replied, "Oh, don't say that. How can someone working in the military supply division, responsible for strengthening Joseon's defense, be considered lowly?" The blacksmith quickly responded, "Your highness is right. Your kindness knows no bounds." Then Jinho took out a scroll and said, "Come closer. I have something I want to ask you." He placed the blueprint on the table and asked, "Can you make this?" The blacksmith examined the sketch with a puzzled expression and asked, "What is this?" Jinho placed the scroll down and explained that it was a replacement for the brush. The blacksmith's face showed clear astonishment. It looked like something that could hold ink inside and release it while writing, but the most crucial part seemed to be controlling the amount of ink that flowed out with each press. Jinho was delighted to see that the blacksmith had grasped his idea perfectly. Additionally, there needs to be a small round bead at the tip to prevent too much ink from soaking into the paper. More importantly, can you make the slit where the ink flows out as narrow as possible? The blacksmith replied honestly, "If I do my best, I think I can make it around 5 mo-yu." Jinho started calculating in his head. 5 mo-yu was about 3 centimeters, so 1/10 of that would be roughly 0.125 centimeters. Jinho was surprised that the blacksmith could estimate it so accurately. However, we need to produce many of these pens, and they must be finished as soon as possible, not within a month. Since the tip of the pen will be in contact with liquid, we should use gold and silver to prevent rusting. These will be made by hammering thin plates, so if we create the mold properly, we can produce about 20 pieces per day. The blacksmith pointed at the drawing and said, "The main issue is this slit." Jinho continued discussing the details with the blacksmith. When writing, the slit needed to be as thin as a strand of hair. Jinho muttered to himself, "About the size of a mechanical pencil tip. Maybe 0.5 millimeters should be enough." After some calculations, the blacksmith decided on a specific size. Jinho asked seriously, "How long will it take to complete?" The blacksmith replied, "If you give me 2 days, I'll give you 3 days, and bring me your best final product." The blacksmith gladly accepted the crown prince's request. 3 days later, the blacksmith presented the finished product. He had made 5 different pen tips, each with a slightly different slit thickness. The blacksmith said, "Please try them and choose the one you prefer." Jinho attached the pen tip to the pen body and nodded. Carefully, he dipped the tip into the ink tray and made a quick stroke on the paper. The pen tip produced an elegant, smooth line, exceeding his expectations. Jinho smiled in satisfaction while the 2 craftsmen stood in awe. "I love it. You did an outstanding job," Jinho praised. "It was all thanks to your guidance, your highness," the blacksmith humbly replied. After testing all the pen nibs provided, Jinho chose one and ordered 100 more in the selected size. He also added a special request for 10 pens to be engraved with a plum blossom design on their golden bodies. Without hesitation, the blacksmith agreed to Jinho's request. After concluding their discussion, Jinho quickly left the workshop. Li Chang-ho remarked, "His Highness is truly mature for his age." Gong nodded in agreement and said, "I heard he just turned 8 this year, but the way he speaks and acts is more like a 30-year-old Li Chang-ho." Li Chang-ho turned to him and said, "Look at yourself. You've received something truly great." In Gong's hands was a piece of paper with the words, "The greatest craftsman of Joseon," written on it, stamped with the handprint of Crown Prince Yi Hyang. This revealed that Jinho's name in this life was Yi Hyang. Gong deeply treasured the gift. He even planned to find the best carpenter to craft a frame for the certificate given by Crown Prince Hyang, intending to keep it as a family heirloom. Finally, the pen nibs requested by Crown Prince Yi Hyang were completed, with intricate plum blossom engravings decorating them. The pen glided gracefully across the paper, producing beautifully smooth lines. When King Sejong tried it, he was utterly amazed by the pen created by Crown Prince Yi Hyang. In the 3rd year of King Sejong's reign, the Crown Prince presented the golden pen to him. After testing it, King Sejong couldn't stop praising it. Writing with this pen made his wrist and arm feel incredibly comfortable. Even when writing quickly, the strokes remained elegant. King Sejong said, "The Crown Prince has created something truly remarkable." With humility, the Crown Prince responded that he was unsure how to react, as he felt unworthy of such praise from King Sejong. King Sejong then ordered the royal historians to record what the Crown Prince had accomplished that day. The historians bowed and acknowledged the command. King Sejong repeatedly admired the pen, then noticed something special. "Is this a plum blossom?" The Crown Prince quickly answered, "Yes, it is a plum blossom engraved on the pen nib, as it is the symbol of the royal family." The more the Crown Prince explained, the prouder King Sejong became. This is truly impressive, but how did the Crown Prince come up with this idea? As expected, the king was curious about the inspiration behind the Crown Prince's creation. The Crown Prince paused for a moment, thinking to himself. "One day, as my father dipped his brush into the ink, I noticed something unusual." The king raised an eyebrow. "Unusual?" the Crown Prince continued. "I saw the ink being absorbed by the brush bristles. Normally, water flows downward, but what I saw was the opposite. How could I not find that fascinating?" He then added, "That's when I started working on this pen." The king was impressed by the Crown Prince's intelligence. "Many people have used brushes, but none have thought like you. Isn't this a perfect example of learning through observation?" said King Sejong. "Thank you for your kind words, father. I have a request," the Crown Prince said. "Go ahead," replied King Sejong. "Eunuch, bring it here," the Crown Prince ordered. The eunuch stepped forward, carrying a mysterious box. Crown Prince Yi Hyang turned to his father and said, "Please distribute these golden pens to the historians and court ministers." The king, intrigued, asked, "All of these pens?" The Crown Prince proposed that ministers and officials who needed to write quickly should use them, and that historians who tirelessly recorded everything could benefit from these pens. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. No one had ever thought about empathizing with the historian's work before. The king then asked for opinions. "I believe the Crown Prince's idea is excellent. What do you all think?" Do the ministers agree with his suggestion? One minister responded, "We believe the Crown Prince is right. For someone so young, he already thinks about the well-being of his officials. It's truly admirable." Finally, the king granted permission to distribute the golden pens to the historians and court officials. Throughout the session, King Sejong smiled with pride, and the ministers shared in his joy. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has a deep and thoughtful mind," they said. The Crown Prince smiled in satisfaction. Not long after, the golden pen he created sparked a new trend in Joseon. In the 3rd year of King Sejong's reign, the Crown Prince introduced the pen to the court, and the reaction was overwhelming. Officials and ministers fell in love with the invention, and soon everyone was talking about it. "Have you tried the golden pen created by the Crown Prince?" "I have. It's truly remarkable." One reason for its immense popularity was that it made writing official documents much easier. In addition, Hyang designed a portable writing pad for generals, allowing them to write comfortably anywhere when issuing urgent commands. It became the perfect companion for the golden-tipped pen. King Sejong was delighted. He ordered the mass production of both items and distributed them to the generals alongside Hyang's golden pens. As a result, these innovations brought significant changes to the kingdom. In the capital, merchants were busy with their booming business. "How much for this pen?" a customer asked. 7 kilograms of rice. But for you, I'll lower it to 6.5, the merchant replied. The customer tried the golden pen before buying it and was amazed by its beauty and ease of use compared to a traditional brush. "So, this is the golden tip pen everyone's talking about?" The shopkeeper responded, "Indeed! It's the pen endorsed by the king himself, with an exquisite plum blossom engraving." The man was impressed. The pen was truly elegant. Smiling, he added, "It's also easy to carry around and very practical when I need to jot something down quickly." Gathering his newly purchased papers, he waved goodbye and walked away. The shopkeeper bowed, reminding him to be careful. As the customer disappeared from view, the shopkeeper couldn't shake the thought of golden-tipped pens, sensing the scent of profit in the air. A few days later, during a court session, a minister reported to the king, "Recently there has been an unpleasant incident in the market." "An unpleasant incident? Tell me," King Sejong commanded. There are rumors that counterfeit golden pens are being sold everywhere, the minister explained. How dare they forge such a valuable item, especially one bearing the royal emblem? This is a serious crime and must be dealt with accordingly. The officials all agreed, urging the king to impose severe punishment. However, the king believed that the crown prince's opinion was crucial, given that he was the pen's creator. He immediately ordered an eunuch to summon the crown prince. Moments later, Hyang arrived. "Father, you called for me?" The king got straight to the point. "The ministers have suggested that those who attempt to profit from counterfeit golden pens should be severely punished. I want to hear your thoughts, my son." Hyang furrowed his brows, deep in thought. All eyes were on him, waiting for the young prince's response, admiring his wisdom. After a few moments, Hyang spoke. "Father, may I handle this matter?" A month passed, and the crown prince began taking action. He arrived at the Ministry of Revenue, where everyone present immediately knelt, bowing deeply in respect. Hyang spoke calmly. "Well then, do you know why I've summoned you here?" He lifted a pen. One of the officials saw it and turned pale. No one dared to raise their heads. A representative from the Merchants Guild spoke hesitantly. "None of us would dare to commit such a disgraceful act. Our guild would never betray the kingdom like that," another representative added, trembling. Hyang glanced at them and said, "I didn't come here to accuse you. Stand up." Sweat dripped from their faces, their bodies trembling so violently that they couldn't bring themselves to rise. Hyang's voice turned sharp and commanding. "Don't make me repeat myself. What are you doing? Stand up now." As the guild representatives regained their composure, Hyang took a seat and spoke with authority. "I'll get straight to the point. I intend to grant production rights for golden-tipped pens and regular pens to one of your guilds. However, those producing golden-tipped pens would be taxed 20% of their profits, and the market price of the pens could not exceed 60% of the production cost." A hesitant official finally spoke up. "Your Highness, I apologize for saying this, but..." He carefully explained that a 60% profit margin sounded excessive. "But if you factor in the wages of sellers and craftsmen, we only make about 30% profit. If the court takes 20% of that, we'll be left with only 10%. Hyang slammed his hand on the table, his face filled with fury. "Are you trying to deceive me?" The official instantly fell silent. Hyang pointed directly at him and shouted, "I specifically said 20% of the profits. Isn't 20% of 30% only about 6%? You fool, blinded by greed and deceit. Get out of my sight and revoke his guild's trading rights." The man's face turned to sheer horror. Stammering, he tried to protest. "Your Highness!" But two guards immediately dragged him away, ignoring his desperate pleas. "Please, Your Highness, I beg you!" Another official glanced at him in terror, and an oppressive silence filled the room. No one dared to speak. Hyang then addressed the room once more. "Very well. His Majesty the King and I believe that merchants and commoners are invaluable to Joseon. No one can accomplish everything alone. Everyone needs help in life." Suddenly, Hyang's voice rose sharply. "But if any of you dare to lie to me as he did, merchants will be regarded as nothing more than scum. Mark my words." Everyone bowed deeply and responded in unison. "We will remember your words well, Your Highness." With that, the discussion regarding the golden pen production was settled without further opposition. After the meeting, Hyang called for Eunuch Zhou to speak with him privately. A slight smirk formed at the corner of his lips. "You handled things very well, Eunuch Zhou," Hyang remarked. "I wouldn't dare, Your Highness, but may I ask, why did you do this?" the eunuch inquired. Hyang let out a quiet sigh. "You know I'm still too young. I had no other choice." Eunuch Zhou nodded in understanding. "That is true. Very well, Your Highness. With your permission, I shall take my leave and rest." As Hyang watched him go, he felt deeply satisfied. Everything had gone exactly as planned. A government official suddenly spoke up. "Your Majesty, I, General Sung have something to say." His voice was firm as he continued. "We cannot proceed with the Crown Prince's plan." With unwavering confidence, he addressed the king directly. This was the first time Hyang had faced such political intrigue since his reincarnation. Until now, he had always been met with endless praise and admiration, especially after the success of the Golden Pen, which had gradually filled the government's treasury. The national budget had never been as large as it was now, and the financial situation was steadily improving. King Sejong and his ministers had begun to recognize the positive impact of commerce. The king himself praised Hyang, saying, "The crown prince has truly accomplished something remarkable." However, those who disapproved of him had started gathering in secret. A group of conspirators met in hushed discussions, expressing their concerns that the court was becoming too accommodating to merchants, potentially lowering its status to that of common traders. They believed the king and his ministers were being overly generous. One minister stroked his beard and said, "The root of all this is the crown prince. We must act quickly and bring this to the king's attention before things spiral out of control." The group agreed. No matter how intelligent the crown prince was, he was still just a child. Allowing a child to make such important decisions was a grave mistake. However, before they could act, the great retired King Taejong passed away on May 10th, in the 4th year of King Sejong's reign. He died at the age of 56. With his passing, the conspirators had no choice but to postpone their plans. It seems we must wait for another opportunity, one of them remarked, and the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Hyang was consumed with work day and night. He buried himself in books imported from China, standing with his hands on his hips and an expression of confidence. He hoped they would help him overcome his challenges and serve as inspiration for his ideas. By using these books as references, no one would question where his ideas originated, but even as he strategized, a dark expression crossed his face. "I need to learn how to lie," he muttered, "so everything goes according to plan." During a formal presentation at the court, Hyang clearly and logically laid out his proposal. "That is why I believe it would be much easier if these Hindu numerals, which the Westerners refer to as Arabic numerals, were used in our country." "What do the ministers think of the Crown Prince's proposal?" King Sejong asked. Minister of Taxation Kim Jong stepped forward. "After careful consideration, I believe Hindu numerals are indeed highly effective for representing numbers." Minister of Personnel Heo Jo nodded in agreement. "I concur with that assessment," he added. The king swiftly made his decision. With the approval of these two key ministries, all officials are permitted to use Hindu numerals starting next month. If the results prove favorable, we will implement them nationwide. "We obey your majesty's command," the ministers responded in unison. As the next petition was read, King Sejong looked toward Hyang. "I believe the crown prince should hear this," he said. Hyang looked puzzled. "Yes, father." The king rubbed his temples, concern evident on his face. "The Ming Empire has sent a letter. Emperor Yongle was very pleased with the golden pens we previously sent, and has now ordered us to send an additional 100,000 as tribute." Hyang knew that the royal treasury was not in good condition, and he quickly began thinking. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned to King Sejong and proposed, "What if the government ran a business itself?" "Run a business?" The court was stunned by the suggestion. "How could that possibly work?" the inspector general protested, but the king motioned for them to be calm and allowed the crown prince to explain. Hyang carefully laid out his reasoning. "Since the Ming emperor is requesting more pens, it's clear they are quite popular in the Ming dynasty. Given their vast territory and large population, the number of literate people in Ming is certainly much higher than in our own country. If we collaborate with the merchants' guilds to handle the production of golden-tipped pens, the number of pens we can sell will far exceed the amount required for tribute." The king and his ministers fell into deep thought, carefully weighing the proposal. Minister Kim Jong silently calculated the numbers in his head. "If we go by these projections, we are certain to make a profit," Hyang continued. "We could also have merchants accompany the Ming Empire's diplomatic envoys. In return, the merchants would only need to cover their lodging expenses." The king and several ministers exchanged understanding glances and smiled. However, Minister Shung Wu growled in protest. "No, we cannot follow the crown prince's plan." He elaborated on his concerns. The crown prince's proposal would undoubtedly bring wealth to the palace. But, as history has shown, when we accumulate great riches, people become consumed by luxury. This leads to tyranny, making it impossible to uphold the true path of a king. Suddenly, another voice cut in. "I, the Minister of Rights, agree with the Inspector General." Minister Sung added, "How can we allow lowly merchants to accompany a diplomatic mission to the emperor? It would disgrace the honor of the Joseon nation." He went on, "It seems the crown prince does not yet fully understand matters of state and diplomacy. I believe it would be best for him to focus on his studies and learn to view the nation's affairs through the eyes of a true king." With respect, Hyang turned to his father. "May I respond, father?" The king gave a nod, granting permission. Hyang then looked straight at Sung "Are you saying that if we become wealthy, people will fall into decadence, ultimately leading to tyranny, and that this is inevitable, based on past events?" Sung began to answer, but before he could finish, Hyang interrupted. "If we look at history, people have had to sweat and bleed to maintain their luxuries." "Are you accusing me of exploiting the people's sweat and blood?" Sung shot back. "Haven't I already said that we are bringing in wealth from outside our borders?" But Hyang was undeterred. Even if the results have been favorable so far, there is no guarantee that will always be the case. And when things turn bad, it's the people who will suffer the most. Standing his ground, he then asked, "Are you only living for today, General Sung Sung furrowed his brows. "What are you implying?" Hyang didn't hesitate. "How can you be so sure that the golden pen is just a one-time success? Merchants don't only sell golden pens, after all." Sung frowned. "Do any high-ranking officials even use these pens?" "At first, many may have bought them out of curiosity," Sung continued. "But in the end, they can never compare to the elegance of a traditional brush. They will remain nothing more than trivial playthings." Minister of Taxation Kim Jong interjected. "General, you are mistaken. Do you know how many golden pens were sold in just 1 month? 400 within the government, and over 1,000 in total." Sung was stunned. "In a single month? How could something so insignificant sell in such numbers?" Hyang smiled faintly. "I apologize. Perhaps it seems trivial because it was created by a mere child." Realizing his mistake, Sung quickly bowed. "Forgive me, Your Highness, for my rudeness." Hyang raised his voice. "That is why, for the prosperity of our people, our relationship with merchants is crucial." Hyang then called for a eunuch. "Bring me the book from my study titled Geography of the World." Moments later, the book was placed in King Sejong's hands. This is one of the books I collected thanks to the envoys we sent to the Ming Dynasty. It details the geography and regional products of Ming and its neighboring countries. It also records that both the Ming Dynasty and the Dai Viet Dynasty harvest more wheat than our Joseon Kingdom. They have abundant food reserves. Piang continued. Many of our impoverished people suffer from hunger because our harvests are scarce due to droughts and spring famines. That is why we must use the profits from these envoys to buy wheat and provide relief for our people. Once again, Sungum voiced his strong objection. The true path of a king lies in honest poverty. Both the ruler and his people should find contentment in living humbly, take joy in acting with integrity, and build virtue. Hyang raised his voice. Are you saying we should be proud of poverty and find happiness in honest suffering? Do you truly believe the people wish to live in righteous destitution? The people are simply poor. They die of thirst in the summer, freeze to death in the winter, and starve in the spring. In such a dire situation, who would praise their ruler for his virtue? Hyang spoke with unwavering conviction. There is a saying, even a nobleman would climb walls if his child starves for 3 days. No parent can sit idly while their children go hungry. A king is the father of his people. His children are crying out in hunger. Shouldn't a father do something for them? Upon hearing these words, King Sejong involuntarily exclaimed with enthusiasm, My son, that was an excellent speech. The scribes looked around in confusion before hurriedly writing down his words. King Sejong cleared his throat, and the court officials who had opposed the crown prince's ideas fell into silence, their gazes fixed on the king. He took a moment to regain his composure. As Hyang observed him, the silence lingered, with everyone waiting in quiet anticipation. Then, the king finally spoke. Crown Prince, please continue, he commanded. Yes, father, Hyang replied. The ministers and nobles outside the palace can endure hunger because they understand why they must do so and how to withstand it. But the common people lack that knowledge. They do not know how to endure hunger. If we truly wish to teach them, we must first alleviate their suffering, at least a little. That is true, King Sejong declared, slamming his hand onto the table with a loud thud. The entire court watched in stunned silence. Inwardly, Hyang thought, My father is so fired up that he might explode. Let's wrap this session up quickly, he continued. Throughout history, the will of the people has always been the will of heaven. Even if we uphold virtue, what would the gods think of us if our people are still crying out in misery? Moreover, there is a saying, man proposes, but God disposes. After doing everything in our power, shouldn't it be up to the heavens to decide? Let's wait and see how the heavens respond. Yet, when droughts or plagues strike, ministers claim it is because the king has lost his virtue and demand that he cultivate virtue first. Isn't that contradictory? Hyang then spoke with purpose. I know that many of you have been officials since before this dynasty was established. So why didn't you accuse King Taejo of losing his virtue when he founded this dynasty, while still a subject of Goryeo? Or, my grandfather, King Taejong, was he not wise when he raised his sword against his own brothers? Or was my father not virtuous when he ascended the throne instead of my uncle, the eldest son? At this, the court erupted in panicked pleas. Your Highness, that is not what we meant. Your Majesty, we have never harbored such wicked thoughts. We beg your Majesty, please grant us mercy. The king spoke at last. The crown prince's words were somewhat harsh. I hope the ministers will forgive him. Be mindful of your words. Hyang quickly replied, I will remember that, father. The king then turned to the ministers. Listen carefully. I too believe that the welfare of the people is of utmost importance. Furthermore, our tribute to the Ming Empire will proceed as the crown prince has planned. The ministers bowed their heads in acknowledgement, obeying the king's decree. Crown Prince, is there anything else you wish to add? Hyang promptly answered, I believe it would be better to pay the people with wheat for their labor, rather than simply giving them aid, father. The king was taken aback. Pay them with wheat, you say? Hyang elaborated. The primary cause of droughts is the lack of rainfall. The absence of proper irrigation systems and reservoirs is another critical factor. To prepare for future droughts, we must build reservoirs in every city and repair the existing ones. I believe we can mobilize the people to carry out this work and compensate them with food. By doing so, we can prevent future famine. Isn't this like killing two birds with one stone? What do you think, ministers? The king turned and asked. The ministers replied, We believe this is a good idea, your majesty. The king then ordered the crown prince to return to the palace. Hyang bowed respectfully and answered, Yes, father. Suddenly, the king remembered something and instructed Hyang to participate in court discussions after the ancestral ritual was completed. Thank you, father, for allowing this young and inexperienced son to take part in court affairs and discuss matters of state, Hyang responded before turning to leave. The king then stood up and formally ended the session for the day. Everyone was dismissed. Understood, your majesty, they all replied. However, before anyone could move, the king's voice deepened, turning serious. Perhaps I should also reconsider what you all truly think about this dynasty. Fear gripped the ministers as they hurriedly responded. Your majesty, we have never harbored any thoughts of disloyalty, not even once. Please have mercy on us. With a furious expression, the king shouted, Get back to work! Instantly, the ministers' voices filled the chamber, pleading for the king's forgiveness. As they left, hushed whispers spread among them. One wrong step, And blood could be spilled, one muttered. He carries not only the blood of King Taejong, but also the rulers before him. Prime Minister Sung interrupted. Enough of this nonsense. You all better watch your tongues. My only concern is the future of this nation. Is this truly the end of it all? He let out a long sigh, and others signaled him to be cautious. Do you not know that the mouth is the gateway to disaster? Remember someone? Sung sighed again. We've suffered a major setback today. We underestimated the crown prince simply because he is young. One minister frowned and asked, Then, what should we do now? Sung replied, If there is no other option, we may have to submit our resignations. At these words, the ministers exchanged uneasy glances. Resign? One of them murmured. Sung continued. However, it is our duty to counsel the king if he strays from the right path. Even ancient texts say that a wise ruler must listen to the voices of the people. I will ensure that the king remains a wise ruler, he declared meaningfully. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the queen inquired about the morning court session. I heard the crown prince caused quite a stir, she said. The king, looking exhausted, recounted how the crown prince had done nothing wrong. In fact, he had spoken exceptionally well. It was I who caused the commotion. I couldn't control myself and ended up speaking as I did when I was still the crown prince, the king admitted. The queen burst into laughter, tears welling up in her eyes. What a shame I couldn't witness that side of you, she said. Embarrassed, the king muttered, Enough, my queen. I'm already mortified. Yet, a smile crept onto his face. The queen observed him closely and said, Your expression seems brighter than before. Have you noticed? The king looked puzzled. Really? He asked. The queen poured tea into his cup. Speak freely. Besides, there's no need for your majesty to fear the scribe's pens, is there? She said, taking a sip. The king nodded. You're right. My priority should be my own peace of mind. Wise words, your majesty, the queen praised. The king then continued. I also informed the crown prince that he would participate in state discussions after the ancestral rites. The queen looked slightly concerned. Is that all right? The crown prince is still quite young. The king gave a small smile. I was satisfied with his conduct this morning and how he handled the matter of the scribes. I think everything will be fine. The more I observe him, the more he resembles a man in his 40s, the king remarked. The queen couldn't help but laugh. Not long ago, your majesty worried that the crown prince's intelligence would create a rift between you. But now, you seem more at ease, she said. The king nodded without hesitation. That's true. I do feel at ease now. Back in the palace, the king dismissed the eunuchs and maids. Once alone, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Should I let them reveal themselves, or should I force them out? He pondered, his mind in turmoil. Should I let everything end peacefully, or should I allow blood to be spilled? He wrestled with his thoughts. Many officials from his father's reign were still in the court. He needed ministers who were loyal only to him. When King Sejong issued the order, the Ministry of Taxation began producing golden pens to be sent as tribute to Emperor Yongle. However, a serious problem arose during the preparations. What did you just say? They can't meet the production deadline? A court official responded, Forgive me, your majesty. But the Merchants Guild responsible for producing the golden pens has reported that they are unable to complete the required quota on time. Just as he had expected, the Crown Prince said, Given the current state of the workshop, it's impossible to produce the golden pens on schedule. He then turned to the king and asked, Father, I'd like to confirm something. May I summon a representative from the Merchants Guild? Sung immediately objected. That is unacceptable. How can we allow lowly merchants to step into a place where the affairs of the nation are decided? But the king calmly replied, Inspector General, are you saying this because you already know the answer? Sung hesitated. Your Majesty, The king continued, I appreciate your loyalty. But why do you refuse everything outright instead of proposing an alternative solution? Lowering his head, Sung apologized. I beg your forgiveness, your Majesty. The king then gave the order to summon the merchant. Before long, a representative from the guild was brought in and knelt before the king. Your humble servant greets your Majesty, the merchant said. The king nodded. I have called you here because the Crown Prince has some questions for you. Answer truthfully. Yes, your Majesty, the merchant replied. The Crown Prince then spoke. I heard that your guild is unable to produce the golden pens on time. Why is that? The merchant explained. Golden pens are intricate works of art. We must be extremely careful in crafting each one. Even if we speed up the process, there are still limits to what we can do. The Crown Prince asked again, So, is it true that each pen is crafted entirely by a single artisan? That is correct, your Majesty, the merchant confirmed. The Crown Prince paused for a moment before turning to his father. Father, I have a solution, but I need to speak with the artisans from the guild first. Once again, Sungum protested. Your Majesty, first a lowly merchant, and now the Crown Prince wants to summon an artisan to this esteemed place? Please reconsider. But the king, losing patience, shouted, Silence! Why should I not call upon them when this concerns national affairs? Sung, still dissatisfied, tried to argue again. Your Majesty, I was only... The king cut him off sharply. If you continue to argue, I will begin to question your loyalty." The room fell into a heavy silence. No one dared to say another word. The king then gave the order to summon the artisans. When the artisans arrived, the crown prince greeted them. "I have heard that each artisan is responsible for the entire process of crafting a golden pen. Is that true?" The group knelt and responded, "Yes, your majesty." The crown prince continued, "I have a suggestion for you all. Instead of having one artisan complete an entire pen, why not divide the tasks? One person could shape the pen tip, another could refine it, and a third could engrave it. What do you think of this change?" The artisans exchanged surprised glances before responding. "That is possible, your majesty. We would need some time to adjust, but once we are accustomed to the new process, it should be faster than the way we currently work." The crown prince nodded in approval. "This is called division of labor," he explained. "When multiple people work together, they can produce a greater number of goods at a much faster rate." The king was impressed. "That makes sense. We will wait for good news from you all. You may go." Once everyone had left, the king turned to Jinho and asked, "Where did you come up with such a brilliant idea, Crown Prince?" The Crown Prince paused for a moment before replying. "When I visited the kitchen, I saw the assistants and helpers dividing their tasks according to the head chef's instructions. I remembered that and came up with this idea." The king burst into laughter. "This child finds brilliance in things most people overlook. The Crown Prince is truly extraordinary. What do the ministers think?" The officials all responded in unison. "We agree, your majesty. The Crown Prince is very wise." However, Sungum objected, saying, "I believe the Crown Prince is too focused on trivial matters. Your majesty, he should be using his sharp mind to study the teachings of the sages." The king firmly replied, "Why do you consider thinking and drawing meaning from things others ignore as something trivial? Are sages not also those who reflect on what is best for the nation and its people, then share their insights? Why are you so narrow-minded, Sungum?" Sungum lowered his head and replied, "I only wish for the best for the Crown Prince, your majesty." The king's expression darkened. "Is this what the Crown Prince mentioned the other day? That you think I and my ancestors are unfit to rule? Is that why you dare to say such absurd things?" Sung panicked and quickly clarified, "I would never dare harbor such disloyal thoughts, your majesty. Please understand." The Crown Prince observed the situation, realizing that his father's true nature was surfacing again. Sungum's words had indeed been somewhat narrow-minded, but the king's response was unnecessarily harsh. It was common for a ruler to showcase a talented heir, but using power to suppress those who disagreed was unbefitting of a true sovereign. Later, the Crown Prince returned to the Eastern Palace, closed the door, and sat in tense contemplation. He murmured to himself, "I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't come up with an example of division of labor in time." His thoughts deepened. "Lately, Father has been summoning me more often. I only wanted to stand out a little, but it seems I've dug my own grave instead. I didn't even realize that the concept of division of labor didn't exist in this era." The Crown Prince continued his reflections. Even before Adam Smith formalized the idea of division of labor, the concept had naturally existed for a long time. However, the transformation of labor division into an industrial principle was the result of an agreement between absolute monarchy and mercantilist policies. He pondered the state of his kingdom. What about Joseon? Though nominally an absolute monarchy, from a historical perspective, it was actually a struggle between kings seeking to maintain absolute power and officials advocating for a republic-like system. Meanwhile, the people desired a semi-republican government, one where the king loved his people more than the bureaucrats, a ruler who safeguarded the people's interests and granted them real power. Success would not happen overnight. He needed to build step by step to strengthen his father's rule. The Crown Prince thought even further. His father also wanted his authority to extend to the farthest reaches of the kingdom. To achieve that, he needed wealth. Filling the national treasury would be his first step. Resolute in his decision, the Crown Prince left the Eastern Palace and headed toward the main hall. The king was surprised to see him. "Why have you come here?" he asked. The Crown Prince calmly replied, "I have something to discuss." The room fell silent. The officials present were stunned, wondering what the Crown Prince was planning this time. The Crown Prince said, "I have something to discuss regarding the envoy from the Ming Empire. There is something that must be confirmed by the emperor." The king, curious, asked, "What is it?" The ministers whispered among themselves. "What is he thinking this time?" The Crown Prince smiled, silently analyzing the situation. "The first step to filling the royal treasury is securing a monopoly on golden-tipped pens. We need to ensure that Joseon merchants gain exclusive rights to trade these pens in the Ming Empire." The king furrowed his brows as the Crown Prince continued. "The Emperor of Ming keeps demanding more of these pens from us, which clearly shows how much they value them. The Ming Empire is many times larger than Joseon, so as I mentioned before, their demand for golden-tipped pens is far greater." The Crown Prince paused briefly before continuing. "Moreover, every time the chief envoy comes to our nation, they always demand excessive tribute. Therefore, we must request an imperial decree to limit their demands." A nervous Sung immediately interrupted. "Your Highness, that is impossible. The Ming Empire sees Joseon as a subordinate state. How dare a vassal complain about their lord's demands? That would be highly disrespectful." However, the Crown Prince challenged him. "How is it disrespectful? Are you saying it's acceptable for a great empire to oppress a smaller kingdom? Sung insisted. That's not the issue. If we suddenly reduce the tribute we've been offering all this time, there will undoubtedly be consequences. The crown prince grew frustrated. This old man always opposes me, he thought. Raising his voice, he said, "Do you know where all this tribute comes from? Isn't it the result of the hard work of our people? Furthermore, the amount of tribute the Ming Empire demands keeps increasing, which means less food for our people. At this rate, even the taxes that fill our royal treasury will dry up. Shouldn't we prevent this disaster before it happens?" Sung remained firm. "That is because your highness still does not fully understand state affairs. The people in these envoys are all eunuchs. They are the closest servants to the Ming emperor. If they speak ill of us to the emperor, we could face grave danger." The crown prince retorted sharply, "Do you really think the Ming emperor is a fool?" Sung stammered, "That's not what I meant. But your highness is still too young. I fear you may bring great harm in pursuit of minor gains." Now angered, the crown prince shot back, "What does this have to do with my age? Did you just say bringing great harm for minor gains?" He continued, "Every time a Ming envoy arrives, the tribute that they take stretches for miles. Isn't that wealth plundered from our treasury and our people?" Fixing his gaze on Sung the crown prince pressed on. "The wise men of ancient times said that a true official ensures the people can live in peace. Yet you insist on bowing to and serving these eunuchs. How can you possibly believe this is right?" Sung tried to respond. "Your highness, you are exaggerating. We are not bowing to them." But the crown prince cut him off. "I am not finished. Seeking profit must never come at the cost of our nation's honor and dignity." He then quoted an ancient teaching, "A righteous man, even when living in luxury, still shows compassion. Even when seated at the highest position, he maintains his integrity and always follows the path of virtue and righteousness." Now tell me, surrendering our wealth and licking their feet, does that align with any of these three principles? If not, how dare you still call yourselves virtuous officials? After saying that, the crown prince knelt before his father and earnestly pleaded, "Father, please allow me to lead this envoy. This time, I will personally submit a petition to the emperor of the Ming Empire and do everything I can to put an end to this unjust practice. I beg you, grant me your permission." He looked at the king with unwavering determination. "It is true that I am still young, only 9 years old, but my resolve stands taller than the highest mountain." The king massaged his temples, gazing at his son with deep consideration. "The journey to Beijing is long and full of hardships," he said heavily. However, the crown prince remained undaunted and replied, "Joseon is currently facing both crisis and opportunity. If we know how to seize it, this could lay the foundation for 1,000 years of prosperity. But if we fail, we will remain nothing more than a small, isolated nation." His eyes were filled with hope as he added, "I hope you understand my intentions." The king let out a long sigh and said, "Return to your quarters, crown prince." "Attendants, the crown prince seems too agitated. Escort him back and have him calm himself." Desperate, the crown prince cried out, "Please, father, please grant my request." But the king's command was absolute. With a heavy heart, the crown prince returned to the eastern palace. Once he arrived, frustration consumed him. He shouted, "Everyone, leave!" The attendants quickly exited, leaving him alone in the hall. His mind was in turmoil. "That damn Sung dares to look down on me just because I'm young. He has opposed me at every turn since the beginning. I won't let this slide. Just wait and see." His gaze sharpened. Then, calling for one of the eunuchs, he ordered, "Prepare for a journey to the Ming Empire." The eunuch was stunned. "What? Why so suddenly, your highness?" "I said, prepare my things now." Meanwhile, in the main hall, officials had gathered to discuss the matter. "Your Majesty, we cannot act as the crown prince suggests. We beg for your understanding, your Majesty." The king let out a deep sigh before speaking in a heavy voice. "Do you know how much sleep that child gets each day? No more than 6 hours. He is only 9 years old, yet he is already thinking about how to bring prosperity to this nation. And all of you do nothing but say, no, no, and no." The officials lowered their heads in shame. "We deserve to be sentenced to death, your Majesty. We deserve to be sentenced to death." Suddenly, a palace servant rushed in, panic written all over his face. "Your Majesty, there's a serious problem. The crown prince is preparing to leave." Everyone was stunned. The king's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Where is he going?" A eunuch answered nervously, "It seems the crown prince intends to go to the Ming Empire." For a moment, the king stood frozen. Then, fury overtook him, and he slammed his hand down on the table. "That insolent boy! Does he think he can do whatever he pleases?" Fuming with rage, the king stormed out of the hall and hurried toward the crown prince's quarters. As he arrived, he spotted 2 eunuchs leaving the room. "You there! Stop right where you are!" he commanded. The 2 eunuchs immediately turned and bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, we offer our respects." The king glared at them. "Aren't you eunuchs from the Eastern Palace? Where do you think you're going?" One of the eunuchs hesitated before finally stammering, We were on our way to the royal secretariat, your Majesty." The king narrowed his eyes. "For what purpose?" Swallowing hard, the eunuch replied, "We were ordered to record all the tribute items given to the Ming envoys since the reign of the late King Taizong." Silence filled the air. The king's expression darkened even further. Then suddenly fury burned in his eyes as he growled. "Just what is that boy planning?" Meanwhile, in the Empress's chambers, a servant came running from outside, her voice filled with panic. "Your Majesty, the Empress, there's a serious problem." The Empress turned, startled. "Why all the commotion?" The servant, still catching her breath, finally managed to say, "The Crown Prince is packing his belongings. He's preparing to leave for the Ming Empire." The Empress's eyes widened in shock. Upon hearing this, real concern filled her voice as she exclaimed, "The Crown Prince is planning to go to the Ming Empire? Does he think this is just a simple stroll through the village? How did this happen?" The servant quickly responded, "He wants to stop the Ming envoys from demanding excessive tributes. A minister from the Ministry of Justice claimed the Crown Prince was overreacting, and that's why he decided to take matters into his own hands." After a brief pause, the servant added, "And the king is already on his way to the Eastern Palace." Hearing this, the Empress furrowed her brows. Her expression showed clear tension and concern. Without wasting another second, she rushed out of her chambers, running toward the Eastern Palace. Her thoughts raced. "What exactly are you doing, my son?" The palace attendants hurried behind her, calling out, "Your Majesty, the Empress!" Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, the king could no longer contain his fury. He pointed directly at the Crown Prince and shouted, "You insolent child! What is the meaning of this reckless behavior?" With unwavering resolve, the Crown Prince replied firmly, "This is not reckless. I am simply fulfilling my duty as the Crown Prince." Outside the hall, ministers stood in neat rows, but none dared to step inside. The king's furious voice echoed throughout the palace. "You foolish boy! Do you even realize how old you are? How could you act so recklessly?" The Crown Prince responded firmly, "Age is no barrier to doing what is right. It is merely an excuse for people to claim someone is too young to take action." The king's anger flared even more. "Why are you acting so irresponsibly?" Just then, the Empress arrived, breathless, and called out, "Hyang!" But the Crown Prince refused to back down. With unwavering determination, he declared, "If you are the father of our people, then I wish to be their elder brother. Every time an envoy comes and goes, our people suffer in silence. How can I stand by and do nothing?" Furious at his son's defiance, the king clenched his teeth and roared, "This boy, to the very end." Finally, the king gave his command. "Head eunuch, bring me the punishment rod and the discipline bench." Gasps filled the air. Everyone outside was stunned and worried. Panic overtook the Empress as she rushed toward the hall, crying out, "Your Majesty!" The palace attendants behind her were equally alarmed. The moment the Empress burst through the doors, she desperately pleaded, "The Crown Prince is only 9 years old." The king frowned and retorted, "Precisely because he is still young, he must be disciplined and taught a lesson. This is not your place to interfere." Then, turning to the eunuchs, he commanded, "Escort the Empress out of the hall." Fear gripped the Empress. In desperation, she shouted one last plea before the eunuchs could take her away. "Your Majesty, please show mercy." The first strike landed harshly on the Crown Prince's legs. With each blow, the king roared in fury. "Your first mistake was growing arrogant over your little knowledge. Your second mistake was failing to respect those who serve you and not knowing how to conduct yourself properly." Despite his young age, the Crown Prince did not cry out or make a sound. He merely clenched his teeth and endured the pain. His legs were now covered in deep red welts from the relentless strikes. Yet, the king showed no sign of stopping. He continued, "Your third mistake was disobeying your father's command. Reflect on your actions today and make sure this never happens again." Outside the hall, the Empress could hear everything. Her sobs had long dried into silent despair. The ministers stood stiffly, their eyes fixed anxiously on the closed doors. At last, the doors swung open. After administering the severe punishment, the king took heavy breaths before stepping out and giving a final order. "Summon the royal physician to treat the Crown Prince." Everyone quickly responded in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." As the king walked past them, he noticed the Empress still sobbing. He ordered her to take care of the Crown Prince. Then, glancing at the ministers, he left them with one final remark. "You chatterboxes are no better than children." One of the ministers couldn't hold back and muttered, "How could the Crown Prince act this way?" Another minister, noticing the Empress was still nearby, quickly warned, "Quiet! The Empress can hear you." The Empress, her voice filled with fury, turned to the ministers and scolded, "All of you! How is it that a child could see what you all failed to, allowing things to get this bad? I will never forget what happened today." The ministers lowered their heads in shame and could only reply, "We deserve to die." In the Crown Prince's chamber, the Empress scolded her son, repeatedly smacking his bottom. "You little troublemaker, why do you always make me worry? You can't keep acting like this. Do you understand?" The Crown Prince cried out in pain. Lying on his stomach, he thought to himself, "In both my past life and this one, my small legs have endured too much." After a moment, the Crown Prince was surprised. The Empress had stopped hitting him. Instead, she was silently crying, heartbroken. Then she leaned down and embraced him. "I have no one left now but the two of you." Hearing this, the Crown Prince softly replied, "I'm sorry, mother." The scene shifts to the royal palace. The king sat tall on his throne, looking down at the gathered officials before turning to the eunuch. "Eunuch, Bring me the documents the Crown Prince had you prepare. The eunuch quickly responded, Yes, Your Majesty. Right away. After presenting a stack of documents, the king carefully reviewed them. With a firm voice, he stated, The smallest tribute they demand is equivalent to 2 months of our annual treasury, while the largest can reach up to 5 months. Holding up the documents, he questioned, Do you see this? This is the record of tributes given to the Ming Empire over the years. The amount we send has only increased. If we also count the goods looted from small villages, the total equals nearly a full year's budget. What do you have to say about this? The ministers remained silent. Furious, the king slammed his hand against his chair and bellowed, Why won't you answer me? Even a mere child like the Crown Prince has thought about this, yet none of you have? The ministers lowered their heads and replied in unison, We sincerely apologize, Your Majesty. The king then issued a stern order. Select the envoy representative and his aides within 2 hours, then report back to me. If you fail to decide within that time, I will charge you all with treason. The ministers quickly responded, Your wish is our command. That night, as the king gazed at the moon, the silence was broken by the empress's voice. Your Majesty, the king turned to her and asked, What is it, Empress? She answered, I stepped outside for some fresh air. I couldn't sleep. After a brief pause, she hesitated before speaking. Your Majesty, why did you punish the Crown Prince so harshly today? I feel like you were even stricter than usual. The king was silent for a moment before replying. The Crown Prince is a smart child. Hearing this, the Empress looked up and the king continued. But there are times when he gets too caught up in his own intelligence. Today, he faced opposition from the ministers. And this is the result. A tree that grows too straight can be easily broken. Without the trust of the ministers, how can he ever rule the people properly? The Empress remained silent, watching him closely. The king added, I believe the Crown Prince was born with the qualities of a wise ruler. That is why, from now on, I will teach him to the best of my ability, guiding him toward the right path. Hearing this, the Empress gave a soft smile and replied, I may not fully understand the deeper meaning behind your actions, but I have no objections if this is the path you wish to take. Despite the severe punishment he gave the Crown Prince, the king wasted no time in ordering the ministers to select the envoy and his aides. While the Crown Prince's actions were extreme, nothing he said was wrong. However, it was true that his approach had crossed the limits of what the king could tolerate, so he was punished. The Crown Prince rested his chin on his hand, watching his 2 younger brothers play in the courtyard, especially the one closest to his age. That boy was Yu, his younger brother, but he was no ordinary child. In the future, that boy would drench the palace in blood. Yu would become the 7th king of Joseon, King Seijo, as far as he could remember. After killing the rightful crown prince, King Moonjong, Yu would pave the way for Moonjong's nephew, King Danjong, to ascend the throne. He would lead the great rebellion known as Gyeyu Jungnan, eliminating all who stood against him. But his ambition wouldn't stop there. During his reign, Yu would even poison his own brother, Prince Ampyong, just to secure his power. The massive rebellion King Seijo led in 1453 was a calculated move to wipe out the closest allies of the reigning monarch. I remember my teacher once telling me about this man, Prince Suyang. He abandoned his younger brother, betrayed his older brother, turned against his own grandfather and father, and cast a dark shadow over Joseon's golden era. Most historians viewed Prince Suyang negatively, and that thought alone was deeply unsettling. That innocent-looking boy would grow into a tyrant. The Crown Prince pondered deeply. What should I do? I have to act before he shows any signs of becoming a monster. Suddenly, a smile crept onto his lips as an idea struck him. I see. That's the best way to change someone. His grin widened as he stepped toward his younger brothers. With careful education and everything I've learned, I'll make sure he serves under me until his last breath. A strange chill ran down Yu's spine. Why, did I just feel a sudden shiver? The Crown Prince approached them and greeted them. Yi Yu was Prince Suyang's birth name, while Yi Yong was Prince Anpyong's. The 2 children politely bowed and replied, Good morning, brother. The Crown Prince nodded warmly. It makes me happy to see you both in such high spirits. Then he turned to his younger brother and asked, Your writing class will start soon, right? Would you like to study with me today? Yu blinked in surprise at the odd question. He hesitated before asking, Why? Caught off guard, the Crown Prince stammered. Why are you asking that? I'm just curious to see how your studies are going. But deep inside, he thought, Soon, you'll be working tirelessly under my command. You won't have the luxury of idling around like this. Yu frowned, clearly skeptical of his brother's words. In the end, he turned away and said, No, I can study on my own. The Crown Prince called after him desperately, Yu, wait! But Yu simply grabbed his younger brother Yong's hand and said coldly, Let's go. We shouldn't play here anymore. We're disturbing brother. Yu didn't seem particularly angry, but there was a hint of displeasure on his face as he walked away. Time passed and evening arrived. Yu ran excitedly toward the dining hall, his voice full of joy. Yay! It's almost dinner time. The maid following him gently reminded, Prince, running like that is dangerous. At a corner of the hallway, Yu overheard a group of servants whispering among themselves. Their hushed conversation piqued his curiosity, making him pause to listen. He peeked around the corner quietly. Isn't the Crown Prince simply amazing? One servant gushed. So young, yet already excelling in literature. Not only that, but he's also well versed in state affairs. How can someone be born a prodigy like that? It's truly incredible. Yu's ears perked up, hoping they would mention him next. But the more he hoped, the more disappointment sank in. While the Crown Prince continued to receive endless praise, the conversation soon turned into comparisons. Yes, the second prince is intelligent as well, but compared to the Crown Prince, those words made Yu tremble with anger. The maid standing behind him finally noticed and rushed forward in outrage. How dare you speak like that? The two servants, startled to realize they had been overheard, immediately bowed their heads and apologized. Just as the maid was about to drag them away for severe punishment, Yu stopped her by pulling on her sleeve. Let it go. Let's just leave. Even as a child, Yu understood. Disappointment flickered across his face. Though he appeared calm, deep down, he wondered, what have I done to be considered lesser than my brother? A few days later, Hyang once again gathered his two younger brothers in his private chamber, trying to strengthen their bond. With a proud grin, he held up two handmade flashcards and declared, "This is how these characters are written. This one represents ski, and this one is earth." One side of the card displayed a character, while the other had an illustration. They looked fascinating. Yang's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Wow, did you make these?" Hyang replied proudly, "Of course. I asked the palace eunuchs to help me make them." These flashcards were his way of spending more time with his younger brothers. I had the eunuchs create these memory cards in just one day to help us learn Chinese characters. Now, studying will be much more fun. With a bright smile, he called out, "Come on, take a look." But you refused. "I'm not interested. I already have my own tutor, so I don't need them." Hyang was taken aback. "Wouldn't it be more fun if we studied together?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yu cut him off with a firm response. "I can handle it myself." Turning away, he added coldly, "Please don't call me for things like this again." His words left both Hyang and Yang shocked and confused. The next day, Yu sat with his tutor in the courtyard, diligently studying. Meanwhile, Hyang crouched behind a bush nearby, secretly observing them. "This boy is harder to figure out than I thought. I need to watch what he does every day," he mused. The tutor asked, "Don't you find this part difficult?" Yu smiled and replied, "Not at all. Your teaching method is very clear, so I don't find it hard at all." His polite and well-mannered attitude left Hyang stunned. He's much better than I expected. What is this? Is he only difficult when it comes to me?" The tutor continued. "All right then, let's review the 3 fundamental relationships and the 5 cardinal virtues we studied yesterday." Yu responded respectfully, "Yes, master." Without hesitation, he began reciting. "The loyalty of the people to their ruler. The king is the head of his subjects. A child's filial duty to his father. The father is the head of his son. A wife's devotion to her husband. The husband is the head of his wife." Hyang couldn't believe what he was hearing. Not only had Yu mastered the 1,000-character classic, but he had also memorized the 3 fundamental relationships and the 5 cardinal virtues. Suddenly, Hyang recalled something his own tutor had once said. There were rumors about Grand Prince Suyang. People said that while he might not have been as accomplished as King Munjong, he was still quite talented in literature and martial arts. The only issue was that his older brother was simply too exceptional, but perhaps, to some extent, that was only a rumor. As if realizing something, Hyang focused his gaze on the hard-working boy before him. What this child truly needs is... That afternoon, during sword training, Yu practiced intensely with a wooden training dummy. As he struck it, a loud sound startled him, causing him to drop his sword. The heavy blade rolled across the ground and stopped at Hyang's feet. Hyang picked up the sword and asked, "Looks like you've been training in martial arts?" Then, with a curious smile, he added, "How about teaching me a few sword techniques? I don't know much about swordsmanship since I've only studied literature until now." Yu, though slightly annoyed, didn't refuse. Swinging his sword effortlessly, he simply said, "It's not that difficult, just do it like this." Standing beside him, Hyang nodded thoughtfully and muttered, "That doesn't look easy." Lifting his sword high, he asked, "Is this how you do it?" But as soon as the sword was raised above his head, Hyang lost control. Unable to maintain his balance, he stumbled backward and fell flat on the ground. "Ow!" Hyang winced in pain. Yu stood there, stunned, silently watching his older brother sprawled on the ground. Grumbling, Hyang muttered, "Damn it, I knew this wasn't going to be easy." Trying to sit up, he sighed. "I'd really appreciate it if you could teach your helpless older brother. I have no talent for this." Then, looking at Yu with sincerity, he added, "Please, it's my request." Yu furrowed his brows, considering his brother's plea. He fell silent for a moment, deep in thought, before suddenly letting out a mocking laugh. "Why are you so bad at this?" As the sun began to set, Hyang and Yu grew closer through their sword training. Hyang constantly exposed his weaknesses while praising his younger brother. "Is this the right way?" Yu shook his head. "Don't lower your hands too much, raise them a little higher." At their core, children have simple hearts. No matter how hard you tried, the people around him always compared him to his older brother, making him feel inadequate. It left him frustrated. But now, seeing that his brother also had weaknesses, and was even worse than him in some areas, restored a sense of balance. Because of that, Yu slowly started opening up, allowing Hyang to get closer. His attitude toward his older brother became noticeably warmer. The first step in changing the future tyrant had been taken. One bright morning, two noblewomen were engaged in lively conversation. The woman in the yellow gown whispered curiously, "Have you heard about the flashcards made by the Crown Prince?" The woman in the blue dress nodded with a smile. "Of course I have. They say those cards are incredibly useful." "Oh, really?" The woman in yellow's eyes sparkled with interest. The woman in blue nodded again. "Yes, apparently learning has become much more enjoyable with those cards." The conversation made the woman in yellow think deeply. With hopeful eyes, she asked, "Do you think those memory cards could help my child learn Chinese characters more easily?" The woman in blue smiled. "I think so. The power of word-of-mouth recommendations shouldn't be underestimated." Later that day, upon returning home, the woman in yellow spoke to her husband, a royal official. "My dear, I heard that the flashcards created by the Crown Prince are extremely effective." The official looked surprised. "Where did you hear that?" he asked, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "I came across it by chance," she replied. "Do you think we could get some as well? I want to use them to teach our children." The official stroked his beard and said, "I'm not so sure." But his wife wasn't ready to give up. "Why don't you try speaking to His Highness, the Crown Prince?" The official hesitated, feeling uneasy about asking the Crown Prince for a favor. However, his wife scolded him firmly. "Is your pride more important than our child's education? This could impact our family's future." As it turned out, their family wasn't the only one interested in the Crown Prince's flashcards. Several other officials' families had also heard about their effectiveness. Finally, they gathered and requested an audience with the young Crown Prince. As they expressed their request, the Crown Prince shook his head. "These cards were made specifically for my younger brother." The officials looked desperate and pleaded, "Then please just sell them to us. No matter the price, we're willing to pay." The Crown Prince sighed and eventually relented. "If you want them that badly, I suppose I have no choice." He held up 3 fingers and said, "The price is 3 Esion per set, which is equivalent to 159 kilograms of white rice." The officials were stunned and exchanged glances. Finally, one of them gathered the courage to ask, "What do you mean? Is one set of these cards really worth 159 kilograms of rice?" The Crown Prince smiled. "Not exactly. In fact, part of the cost covers the materials for making the cards, part goes to the national treasury, and the rest is for my personal use." One of the officials, intrigued, asked, "Personal use? What do you mean by that?" The Crown Prince replied casually, "To buy books. For various reasons, books have become quite expensive lately." The officials fell silent, exchanging looks. Eventually, one of them couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Fine, I'll buy them. My wife has been pestering me to get these cards." Once one person made a move, the rest quickly followed. "I want to buy them too," another official declared, raising his hand. Before long, more and more officials lined up to purchase the Crown Prince's flashcards. This innovative product soon became highly sought after among the royal nobility. The Crown Prince smiled in satisfaction and said, "All right, it's a deal." He felt pleased, knowing that he could now fully pursue his passion. He thought he had found a way to make money. But there was something even more important to take care of: his father's health. At the king's private residence, a feast had been laid out. The king glanced around anxiously, ensuring there were no unwelcome guests before lowering his gaze to the plate of meat before him. He reached for a piece of roasted meat with his chopsticks, but suddenly a loud noise startled him. The king flinched, dropping his food. The young Crown Prince stormed in, his voice filled with frustration. "Father, are you only eating meat again?" The king grumbled. "What are you doing here, you brat?" The two immediately began bickering, neither willing to back down. "You know, even disturbing a dog while it eats is a sin," the king growled. "Healthy eating is the best way to maintain your health," the Crown Prince retorted. Outside, the servants exchanged nervous glances. "Should we pull him out of there?" one of them whispered. "Wait until His Majesty gives the order," another replied. Back at the dining table, the king slammed his fist against the table in frustration. "What do you mean this food isn't healthy?" he demanded angrily. The Crown Prince pointed at the 3 dishes on the table. "Look at this: roast chicken, slightly charred roast pork, and stir-fried beef with onions." He picked up the plates and raised his voice. "And you call this a balanced meal? It's all meat! You haven't even touched the vegetables." The king fell silent, unable to argue. The servants watching the scene quickly dropped to their knees and pleaded, "Your Highness, please stop. His Majesty has already been under a lot of stress lately." It all started when the Crown Prince became obsessed with King Sejong's diet. He grew overly concerned about his father's eating habits. Amidst his busy schedule, he would often sneak into the dining hall with a book in hand and say, "According to the Joseon Dynasty's dietary guidelines, one must consume a variety of vegetables to live a long and healthy life." Not stopping there, the Crown Prince even visited the royal kitchen to give direct instructions to the cooks. "Use less salt. Redo this dish. Too much meat." Though reluctant, the royal chefs couldn't refuse the Crown Prince's orders. Even during meals with the emperor, the Crown Prince wouldn't stop nagging. "Too much meat thickens the blood. Thick blood puts stress on both the mind and body. If you're not careful, it could affect your head. and if a king's mind is clouded, the stability of the nation could be at risk. Every mealtime, the king had to endure his son's long-winded lectures. The servants could see the irritation on his face. They knew he was reaching his limit. As expected, the king finally snapped. He pointed at the crown prince and shouted, "You brat! I've tolerated this because you're still young, but I can't take it anymore." Furious, the king ordered, "Get the crown prince out of here. Don't let him anywhere near me when I'm eating." The crown prince was powerless as he was grabbed and dragged out of the room. Only one word escaped his lips. "Father." Deep down, he thought, "I can't let this continue. If this goes on, that old man will fall ill." The crown prince knew that the king's health had to be maintained so he could rule for a long time. Only then could he enjoy a comfortable future. The servant who had dragged him out bowed and said, "Forgive me, your highness." Standing outside his father's chambers, the crown prince was lost in thought. His mind raced, searching for a way to save his father's health. His diet is a serious problem. What can I do to keep that old man healthy? Meanwhile, inside the room, the king bellowed, "Bring me more meat!" Just then, the crown prince had an idea. There's still one way. Without wasting time, he rushed to the palace workshop to begin his new project. At the workshop, the royal craftsmen were struggling to follow his orders. "Wrong! It needs to be rounder," he commanded. "Yes, your highness," a craftsman replied as he continued working. However, the crown prince's strange behavior left everyone puzzled. "Why is his highness asking us to make something so odd?" they murmured among themselves. Day after day, the crown prince visited the workshop, making sure his project was progressing as planned. After much effort, the woodworkers finally presented the finished product to him. "Your highness, it's done," one of the craftsmen reported. But the moment the crown prince picked it up and applied slight pressure, the object broke in two. Furious, he shouted, "Not like this. Make it stronger. Do it again and make sure it's sturdier this time." The workshop echoed with the crown prince's demands. "Rounder, stronger." After several days of hard work, the crown prince finally stood confidently before the emperor and the royal officials, holding his creation. The king eyed him suspiciously. "What now?" he asked, sounding weary. The crown prince stepped forward, presenting the object with both hands, and declared, "I created this for your health, father. This is a durable jump rope." The king frowned. "Is this really good for my health? Isn't this just an ordinary rope?" The crown prince grinned and explained, "No, father. This is part of my brilliant plan to keep you in shape." After working day and night, the crown prince finally presented the jump rope and a bell as health management tools. "This is a great way to stay fit, father. It's called jump rope," he said. The king still looked doubtful. "How can jumping rope make me healthier?" he wondered. Seeing his father's confusion, the crown prince grabbed his invention and prepared for a demonstration. "Father, let me show you how it works," he said enthusiastically. The king nodded, allowing him to proceed. The crown prince hung the bell around his neck, then firmly gripped the jump rope with both hands. He started jumping, demonstrating the basic movements familiar to modern people. The entire palace, including the king, watched with curiosity. After a while, the crown prince stopped, panting. "This is how you use a jump rope," he said proudly. He was prepared to back up his claim. Raising an English book, he declared, "Father, according to Western scholars, people who sit too much tend to have weak lower bodies. But here, it says that jumping rope strengthens the legs and improves overall health." The king began to ponder, but still wasn't entirely convinced. Would he accept the crown prince's idea or stubbornly reject it? Despite his skepticism, the king finally agreed to give it a try. The crown prince called over a servant and handed him the bell. "As father jumps, you must count 100 jumps in rhythm with the bell," he instructed. With deep emotion, he added, "My greatest wish is for father to live a long and healthy life." The king could no longer refuse. Reluctantly, he moved to the courtyard to begin his training. "Father, let me tie this bell on you," said the crown prince. The king hesitated, staring at him. "Do I really have to wear this?" he wondered. The crown prince nodded with determination. Once the bell was secured around his neck, the king snorted, "Do I look like a pig now?" The crown prince couldn't hold back his laughter. He burst into laughter. The king glared. "What are you laughing at?" The crown prince quickly straightened up. "Nothing, father. All right, let's begin." With slight hesitation, the king swung the rope and started jumping. Unfortunately, since his body wasn't used to exercise, he was already out of breath after just a few jumps. Panting, he turned to the servant and asked, "How many jumps did I do?" The servant answered honestly, 9 times, your majesty." The king was shocked. "Only 9? He turned to the crown prince, attempting to negotiate. "Since it's my first time, let's lower the number of jumps." But the crown prince crossed his arms and firmly shook his head. "No, father, you must keep going. I will stay here until you reach 100 jumps." The king nearly cried at his son's determination. Before long, news of the king's jump rope training spread throughout the palace. Officials gathered, whispering about what was happening. "Are you all still here?" one of them asked anxiously. 2 royal physicians who happened to be nearby grew curious. "What's going on?" one of them asked. With a serious expression, the man replied, "The king just coughed." One of the doctors frowned and said, "Doesn't his majesty usually cough around this time?" But the serious-looking man exclaimed, "That's not the point. The important thing is that after coughing, he ran straight to the toilet. This news was quite surprising because ever since the king started his daily jump rope routine, he had undergone a significant change. In the past, he would only relieve himself once every 3 days, but now he was going to the bathroom every day. Even the palace servants congratulated him on his improved health. He could now stay up late reviewing court documents, and for some reason, he was visiting the queen's residence more frequently than before. Of course, the queen's residence was where the empress lived. Rumors quickly spread among the officials. Have you heard? The king has been diligently jumping rope, and he rushes to the toilet immediately after coughing. His skin has also been looking better lately. Everything seems connected. One official whispered, "Don't tell me. It's because of jump rope?" Another nodded in agreement. They sighed and began sharing their own health complaints. "I haven't been feeling well lately." "Me too. I can't sleep properly at all." "My wife complains every night." After finishing their conversation, they exchanged glances. One afternoon, while the crown prince was quietly studying, a sudden commotion called for him. Startled, he looked up to see a group of palace officials approaching in a panic. Without hesitation, they spoke up, bombarding him with requests. "Can you make more skipping ropes? You can ask for as much rice as you want." "That's right. I want to buy one for my wife and child." "I need one for myself too." The ministers were scrambling to get their hands on a skipping rope. The situation quickly descended into chaos, resembling a classroom full of preschoolers. The crown prince finally raised his voice. "Please, speak one at a time." This success had far exceeded his expectations. Without wasting any time, he rushed back to the woodworking workshop and told the craftsman, "We have a lot of work to do. From now on, everyone will have a specialized task. One person will make the ropes, another will craft the handles, and someone else will attach the bells." The workers wept, resigned to their fate. The crown prince was truly working them to the bone. Then he made an announcement. "Now, make 500 more." Deep inside, they felt nothing but despair. They grumbled, "Just kill us already. We're human too." The crown prince's invention sparked a health revolution. Families across the nation could now jump rope together. With healthier husbands and happier wives, people praised the incredible changes brought about by such a simple idea. Sometimes, even the smallest things can have a huge impact. The crown prince was truly a genius. After collecting rice from the officials, he stored it all in his private warehouse. Standing before a mountain of rice, he crossed his arms and chuckled in satisfaction. "I'm making money faster than I expected." But his ambitions didn't stop there. He wanted more. Despite all the praise he had received, murmurs of criticism began to spread among senior officials. They whispered that the crown prince was becoming too famous for his innovations. "I heard he's even selling them to high-ranking ministers." "Hoarding wealth is not the way of a wise man," they muttered. One of the more experienced senior officials calmed the others. "Relax, let's wait for the right moment. As the saying goes, great things grow from small beginnings." Another minister added, "If the crown prince becomes arrogant and fails to justify his actions, he will bring about his own downfall." With those words, the other officials chose to be patient and observe the situation further. Meanwhile, time continued to pass, and at last, the long-awaited diplomatic mission had arrived. The royal envoys prepared to depart for Ming. The Minister of Foreign Trade proposed bringing a trade agreement for the Ming Empire. The king listened to the proposal and discussed it with his advisors before finally granting his approval. Crown Prince Hiang stood gazing at the sky, lost in thought. However, his daydream was interrupted by the cheerful voice of a young girl calling out to him. "Hey, Hiang, do you know what this is?" Princess Jongso, the elder sister of King Moonjong, approached him, holding a plate of colorful, intricately shaped snacks. Hiang hesitated for a moment before answering uncertainly. "Is it yakgwa?" Jongso burst into laughter and patted him on the back. "Wrong. This is dasik. You've been studying for 100 days, and you still don't know?" she teased. Dasik was a traditional Korean confection often served with tea. Jongso kept teasing him. "You should go outside and take a walk instead of reading books in the palace all day. If you keep this up, you'll end up like father." At her words, Hiang pictured his father, round and plump. He frowned and retorted, annoyed, "I'm still better than you." Jongso simply smiled and waved as she walked away. "Just make sure to study hard." As she passed by the palace attendants, she politely greeted one of them. "Good morning, Chief Eunuch." The eunuch responded respectfully. "Did your highness sleep well last night?" As Hiang continued walking, he muttered to himself, "She always teases me like that." Yet he understood. It was just her nature at that age. His thoughts drifted toward the future. He watched Jongso smiling brightly in the distance. In 2 years, that smile would disappear forever. Jongso would become the source of sorrow throughout the palace. She would die of smallpox. Smallpox was completely eradicated in modern times, but in history, it was one of humanity's most feared diseases. It caused high fever and widespread rashes, leaving deep scars. Worse, it claimed countless lives, even within the royal family. That grim reality weighed heavily on Hyang's mind, making him realize how fragile life was, even for those who lived within the grand walls of the palace. During the medieval era, smallpox had a terrifying mortality rate of 30%. No wonder it was considered one of the 3 deadliest disasters, alongside tigers and war. King Sejong was devastated when his daughter succumbed to smallpox. After all, she was his beloved firstborn. But Hyang would not let history repeat itself. With unwavering determination, he swore to find a solution. He already had a plan. The scene shifts to Hyang standing before a cow. With a confident expression, he asked an elderly servant, "This cow has smallpox, doesn't it?" The cow's owner knelt respectfully and answered, "Yes, Your Highness." Hyang smiled confidently. "Perfect. You will be the key to everything." The royal guards exchanged puzzled looks, confused by the crown prince's intentions. They were now on Neobeol Island, what would one day be known as Uido Island. The land here was not fertile for farming, so the people relied more on livestock than agriculture. Hyang questioned the shepherds kneeling before him. "Who among you has never had smallpox? Raise your hand." A farmer dressed in brown raised his hand and said, "I haven't, Your Highness." Hyang stared at him intently and asked again, "Did you start raising cattle before or after that?" The farmer replied, "Since before I came to Neobeol Island, Your Highness." Hyang grew even more intrigued and continued his questioning. "Has there ever been a smallpox outbreak on this island?" One of the farmers hesitantly answered, "Yes, there has, Your Highness." Hyang's eyes lit up. "I knew it," he thought. He recalled Edward Jenner, the scientist who discovered the world's first smallpox vaccine. Jenner realized that those who had been infected with cowpox would not contract human smallpox. From this discovery, he developed a vaccination technique that eventually saved millions of lives. Turning back to the farmers, Hyang asked, "Who among you knows the secret method?" An old man dressed in white stepped forward and said, "I do, Your Highness." Without hesitation, Hyang extended his hand and said, "Do it to me." The farmer was startled, thinking he had misheard. "Your Highness, are you serious?" he asked, his voice trembling with fear. With unwavering determination, Hyang handed him a needle. "Yes, I want you to use that method on me right now." Meanwhile, in the royal palace, the king was listening to his ministers' reports on the kingdom's finances. "Our financial situation is dire. We have no choice but to raise taxes," one of the ministers said grimly. But, before the discussion could continue, a servant suddenly rushed in, his face pale with panic. "Your Majesty, there's an urgent matter," he said, gasping for breath. The king, who had been sitting calmly on his throne, asked in a serious tone, "What happened?" The servant stepped closer and whispered in the king's ear, "It's about the crown prince. He tried to take his own life." The king's expression instantly changed, from composed to alarmed. He bolted upright and shouted, "What do you mean? Where is the crown prince now?" The ministers were stunned by the king's reaction. They exchanged confused and worried glances. "What's going on?" they murmured among themselves. The servant explained that the crown prince had just returned to the palace. Overcome with anxiety, the king hurried out in a panic. Eventually, he spotted the crown prince walking in the distance and called out, "Hyang!" Hearing the frantic call, the palace attendants and the crown prince himself were startled. King Sejong rushed forward, breathing heavily. "Where have you been? Are you hurt?" Hyang, bewildered by his father's reaction, could only stammer, "No, father. I'm fine. What's going on?" The king's face darkened, his anger beginning to rise. He turned to the servant and demanded an explanation. "Tell me, what happened?" The servant nervously replied, "Your Majesty, I only repeated what the eunuch told me." Eunuch. O immediately fell to his knees, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, I deserve to die, but I swear I did not lie." The king's fury intensified. "Are you mocking me? I was told the crown prince tried to end his life." At that moment, Hyang spoke up from behind. "Father, the eunuch didn't lie. I believe this is about what happened in Neobeol." The king looked at him in confusion. "What are you talking about, crown prince?" Hyang took a deep breath and explained, "It's just a misunderstanding. I've been researching a disease that frequently appears and spreads among the people." Recognizing the description, the king asked, "Are you talking about smallpox?" Hyang smiled and replied, "Exactly, father. While studying medical texts from China, I discovered a method to treat this disease. So, I took pus from an infected cow and injected it into myself." The king fell silent at his son's words. His face paled, his mind reeling in disbelief. A pounding headache overtook him, and in an instant, he collapsed on the spot. The ministers and Hyang cried out in panic, "Father, wake up! Father!" After a while, the king finally regained consciousness. However, his expression was still filled with shock. With a trembling voice, he asked, "So, you're telling me that you injected cow pus into your body?" Hyang calmly nodded. "Yes, father." King Sejong still couldn't believe what he had just heard. "You must not know what pus is." Before he could finish his sentence, Hyang interrupted with a small chuckle. "Of course I do. Pus comes from the wounds of an infected cow." The king tried to suppress his anger and asked, "So, the procedure you mentioned, you only applied the pus to your skin, correct?" However, Hyang casually replied, "No, father. I used a needle to inject it into my body." The king's eyes widened and his fury exploded. He stepped forward, grabbed Hyang's shoulders, and shouted, "You reckless child! How dare you do something like this just because you read about it in a book?" Hyang tried to explain, "Father, I'm fine. Someone experienced performed the procedure on me." The king was stunned. What? What? Who? Hyang pointed at someone among the servants. Him, father. A man dressed in simple clothing immediately bowed deeply. Your Majesty, I am merely a humble servant assisting the crown prince. Hyang then introduced the man. Father, this man is a shepherd from Neobeol Island. He is the one who performed the procedure. He said this is a secret technique passed down for generations to treat smallpox. King Sejong still couldn't believe it and turned to one of the cattle herders. The herder respectfully replied, Yes, Your Majesty, that is true. The king approached Hyang and, in a softer voice, asked, Crown Prince, are you telling me that this so-called experienced person is a mere cattle herder? Hyang answered confidently, Yes, father. He has cured everyone on the island. But the king raised his voice once again. Even so, you should never use yourself as a test subject. What were you thinking? You are the crown prince. Hyang did not back down and firmly replied, Life is life, father. There is no difference between nobles and commoners when it comes to life and death. Many people have been cured and regained their health, so why should I be afraid? The king was still worried and said, But this was reckless? What if something terrible happened to you? Hyang fell silent for a moment before responding, Father, you know how many lives have been lost to smallpox. This disease will eventually reach the palace one day. If I can prove that this treatment works, we won't just be able to protect the people. We can also safeguard our own royal family. Don't you agree, Father? King Sejong was silent for a long time, deep in thought. I truly don't know if this child will be a blessing or a disaster for this nation. His actions resemble those of a wise philosopher, yet at times he strikes like an unpredictable storm, the king pondered. Finally, the king let out a sigh and gave his orders. Take this man to prison. Make sure he is well fed and not tortured. He then turned to the cattle herder and said, If anything happens to the crown prince, your life will be the price. However, if your words prove to be true, you will receive a great reward. The cattle herder trembled in fear and responded, I understand, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, the inspector was speaking with an astronomer. Have you heard about the crown prince? He asked. The astronomer nodded. Yes, he claims to have recovered from smallpox after being treated by a lowly servant. The crown prince even injected cow pus into himself. The inspector was astonished. That sounds absurd. But if it's the crown prince, he must have his reasons. He has always been capable of creating things beyond anyone's imagination. Before he could continue, two men ran toward them in a panic. The crown prince! They shouted. The inspector was startled. What happened? The eunuch anxiously replied. It's serious. At the palace, the crown prince lay in bed, his body burning with a high fever. Even so, Hyang insisted, I'm fine. But the servants looked at him with concern. How can you say that? Your fever is burning like a furnace? You insolent fool! How dare you endanger the crown prince and mock the royal family? Sodol, who had no idea what was going on, was confused and exclaimed, What's happening? The warden snapped at him. You still dare to play dumb? The crown prince is bedridden, his body burning with a fever so high, it's as if he's on the brink of death. The palace servants were in a panic. Meanwhile, inside the prison, Sodol, the man deemed responsible for the crown prince's condition, heard the news. He remained calm and said, Ah, you must be talking about the fever. The prison warden was taken aback. How do you know that? Sodol explained that this was a normal reaction. The fever will last for 5 days, but after 10 days the crown prince will make a full recovery. At first the warden was skeptical, but just as Sodol predicted, 10 days later, Crown Prince Hyang was completely healed. As if he had never been sick, he stood before the king with pride and declared, Look, father, I have conquered the threat of smallpox. The king gazed at him thoughtfully. Deep inside, he still wasn't fully convinced that this method was truly effective, based on just a single case. But Hyang was undeterred. He made a bold request. Allow me to go to a place where smallpox is spreading. I will prove it. The king immediately refused. No, I will not allow it. However, before anyone could say anything else, the inspector general suddenly spoke from behind. Your Majesty, we cannot let this matter go unresolved. This could very well be a mere coincidence. Isn't the crown prince essentially forcing people to undergo this treatment? Hyang paused for a moment before responding firmly. Inspector General, hasn't your own family been using the same method for decades? How can you call this a coincidence? Besides, we will ask for voluntary participation. There will be no coercion. He continued. Everything in this world evolves through experimentation and the courage to try. If we are too afraid of failure, what will become of this kingdom? At those strong words, the room fell silent. No one dared to argue. The Inspector General clicked his tongue in frustration, but eventually relented. Areas hit hardest by the smallpox outbreak were prioritized for treatment. At first, many people were afraid, but after witnessing the promising results, they began volunteering for the treatment. To ensure the effectiveness of this method, King Sejong ordered a population census to be conducted alongside the smallpox vaccinations. This strategy was like killing two birds with one stone. Vaccinations were administered while the census ensured accurate results. Once the effectiveness of the treatment was confirmed, the king finally gave permission to implement the vaccination across the entire Joseon Kingdom. One day, as Hyang was walking through the palace, a familiar voice called out to him. Hyang, look at this. Do you know what this is? Hyang turned to see his older sister, Jungso, smiling while holding something in her hands. That's a sogo, a traditional drum, he replied. Jungso nodded. That's right, I'm going to give you a little performance as a gift. Even though she wasn't particularly skilled at playing instruments, Jungso still tried to entertain her younger brother. Hyang listened patiently, but eventually he couldn't take it any longer. Afterward, Jungso teased him. You can't just sit around studying all the time. You have to enjoy the arts too. Oh, have you gained weight recently? Just then, a servant arrived to escort Jungso away. Princess, it's time to go, they said. Jungso waved goodbye. See you later, Hyang. Hyang smiled as he watched his sister leave. Deep down, he felt relieved. At the very least, Jungso was healthy now. With the smallpox issue mostly resolved, Hyang shifted his focus to other policies. He began compiling medical records into a book that documented traditional Korean treatments and agricultural methods suited to Joseon's climate. Not only that, but Hyang also proposed policies in various other fields, including the creation of new maps to aid the kingdom's development. Seeing his accomplishments, Hyang smiled with satisfaction. These efforts laid the foundation for greater efficiency on a broader scale. Though some ministers occasionally voiced objections, Hyang often dismissed their protests outright. This earned him the nickname, the Six Ministries' Sleepless Road. The administrative center of Hanyang remained bustling day and night, reflecting the kingdom's tireless activity. Hyang's reputation as an unwavering leader spread far and wide. As the ruler of the kingdom, King Sejong often spent time in deep thought. One night, he gazed up at the starry sky, lost in contemplation. Without informing his guards, he decided to walk alone to his son's quarters. A servant, noticing his intent, attempted to stop him, but the king reassured him. I simply wish to speak with my son in private, he said. When he arrived outside Hyang's chamber, he noticed that the oil lamp was still lit, a sign that his son had yet to sleep. A court official stepped forward and reported, Your Majesty, the crown prince often stays up until 1 or even 3 in the morning. He really should sleep earlier. The king was taken aback. He's still so young, yet he works so hard. Inside the room, Hyang was writing when he heard the announcement of his father's arrival. He quickly put down his brush and greeted the king. Father, what brings you here so late at night? He asked respectfully. The king smiled. I was just taking a walk and saw your light was still on. What are you working on? Hyang answered honestly. I was reading a book, father. Curious, the king asked. A Western book? Like, what is it about? Hyang explained. It's called The Art of Alchemy. The king frowned in confusion. Alchemy? What is that? Hyang elaborated. It's the study of how to transform metals like iron or tin into gold using various methods. The king stroked his chin, deep in thought. Turning iron into gold? Is that even possible? Hyang sighed. Unfortunately, according to this book, it's not. However, alchemical experiments played a crucial role in the development of modern chemistry. Hearing this, King Sejong's curiosity grew. Let me see the book, Hyang nodded. Of course, father. I even have a translated version if you'd like to read it together. The king took the book and skimmed through the pages. I'm just curious about how Western writings look. Hours passed. Hyang started feeling drowsy, struggling to keep his eyes open, hoping his father would finish soon. However, the king remained completely engrossed, reading with intense focus. Hyang was amazed by his father's dedication. Father, aren't you tired? Why are you so focused? The king smiled. Western writing is quite fascinating. He then pointed at a line of text and said, Look at this. From the patterns I see, this appears to indicate the subject of a sentence. Notice how most sentences begin with the same letter. He then broke down the words into their initial, middle, and final syllables. Hyang listened in awe. In a short amount of time, his father had already recognized the spelling structures and patterns in Latin. Hyang remained silent for a long while, utterly stunned by his father's brilliance. This man, he's not just a king, he's a true genius, he thought. Seeing his son speechless, the king patted his shoulder and asked, Am I wrong? Hyang snapped out of his thoughts and quickly responded, No, father, you're absolutely right. The king then spoke. This makes me wonder, what do you think about creating a unique writing system for Joseon? Hyang was taken aback, but immediately replied, I've long believed that Joseon needs its own writing system. Even among those who know Chinese characters, very few are truly proficient. The king hesitated before saying, But if I announce my intention to create a new script, the Hall of Worthies will oppose me immediately. The Hall of Worthies, established by King Sejong, was a research and policy institution heavily influenced by Confucian thought. Hearing this, Hyang responded, However, there are many people who can't even write petitions because they don't know the characters. If you explain this properly, everything will go smoothly. The king smiled at his son's answer. It seems you've been struggling with writing all this time, haven't you? Hyang gave an awkward smile, though deep down, he truly found writing difficult. The king then recalled his own experience. I remember when I first tried to write. It was incredibly difficult. I spent 2 hours just composing a single poem. But when your grandfather saw it, he burst out laughing. Then the king stood up, walked toward the door, and said, It's been long enough. You should get some rest now. Hyang bowed and replied, Yes, father. You should rest as well. Joseon needs you to stay healthy. The king was pleased by his son's concern. With a fond smile, he said, This boy, I hope you turn 15 soon. Hyang was puzzled, unsure of what his father meant, but the king simply gave him a warm smile and said, Go to sleep. The next day, Hyang stood before the royal court and addressed the king. The 6 ministries should be completely separated, and each ministry must document its work in detail. If records are kept only in chronological order, future generations will waste valuable time searching for the information they need. The king turned to the court officials and asked if anyone had a different opinion. They answered in unison, We agree with the crown prince's proposal. After careful consideration, the king spoke. I also think this is a good idea. I understand why certain policies were implemented, but future generations will only grasp the reasoning behind them by looking at well-organized records. He continued, From now on, each minister must organize and classify records according to the crown prince's instructions. Everyone in the court listened attentively and responded in unison. We obey your majesty's command. Once the meeting was over, the officials dispersed. However, the Grand Inspector and the Chief Royal Historian walked together, looking displeased. The Chief Historian frowned. This is troubling. Now the Crown Prince is even restructuring how the 6 ministries record their work. That should be our responsibility. The Grand Inspector responded firmly. Aren't all official records already documented in state reports and the daily journals of the Royal Secretariat? Those records already detail the king's daily life and his interactions with the bureaucracy. The chief historian acknowledged this, but questioned whether duplicating records would only add unnecessary work. The Grand Inspector added, Even without these changes, we've been extremely busy lately, and it's all because of the Crown Prince's actions. If this continues one day, he might cause serious problems. To be honest, if things keep going this way, the atmosphere in the court could change drastically. There may even come a time when the Crown Prince ends up destroying everything he built himself. However, the chief historian disagreed. He believed that while the Crown Prince's reforms were radical, his intentions remained virtuous. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince was filled with excitement. This is true reform. I will completely change these disgusting old habits. Just thinking about it fills me with energy. I won't tolerate this bureaucratic nonsense any longer, he declared passionately. The Grand Inspector added, But every proposal the Crown Prince makes goes against tradition. What if, without realizing it, he revives the dark shadows of the past? Suddenly a voice interrupted. That will never happen. The 2 officials, who had spoken with such confidence moments ago, immediately lowered their heads. State Councilor Ryu Jung-hyun had arrived. With a firm expression, he declared, Many people read a few books and believe they are qualified to discuss state affairs, yet they know nothing about how the world truly works. If the Crown Prince oversteps his bounds and dismantles what we have built, no matter that he is the Crown Prince, I will not stand idly by. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, King Sejong convened the morning session. I can imagine returning from the Ming Empire must have been difficult, he said. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, a court official replied respectfully. The king then inquired about the status of Joseon's embassy. One official reported that after lengthy negotiations, the Ming Empire had approved the establishment of a Joseon embassy in Shandong province. Hearing this, King Sejong felt somewhat relieved. Good. Was there anything else of importance during your journey? He asked. One of the officials reported that many prominent merchants were eager to purchase paper from Joseon. Paper? The Crown Prince repeated, as if seeking confirmation. The official continued, Yes, Your Highness. Many traders want to buy our paper because its quality is far superior to that of Ming's. They've even requested that we bring more on our next visit. After a moment of thought, King Sejong considered increasing paper production at the royal factory. Very well, you may return to your place, he said firmly. However, just as the situation seemed to settle, Hyang suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, I have something to say. With just one sentence, cold sweat formed on the foreheads of the officials around him. They feared that the Crown Prince was about to propose another idea that would add to their workload. Inside the Grand Palace Hall, tension filled the air. King Sejong hesitated before finally asking, Must you speak now? Hyang, the Crown Prince, met his father's gaze with unwavering determination. Yes, father, he answered resolutely. Seeing his son's persistence, the king finally granted him permission. Very well, go ahead. With a calm yet confident voice, Hyang made his proposal. I propose that we abolish the paper factory. His words sent shockwaves through the room. The ministers and officials exchanged stunned glances, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. How could the Crown Prince suggest something so absurd? The paper factory had long been a major source of income for the kingdom. Ming citizens sought after their paper, and Joseon's high-quality paper was a valuable commodity. This decision contradicts everything the Crown Prince has advocated for. What could be the reason behind it? Some officials murmured, unable to believe what they had just heard. Hyang, hearing their whispers, furrowed his brows and spoke firmly. Silence, and listen to me. He looked directly at the ministers before continuing his explanation. As my father and all of you know, Joseon's paper is of exceptional quality thanks to the skill of our craftsmen. However, there is a serious issue we cannot ignore. He took a deep breath before continuing. These craftsmen are not being paid fairly. Their wages are so low that many struggle to support their families. Some are even forced to take on extra work or abandon their trade altogether to become farmers or laborers. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Some officials began to realize that something was deeply flawed within their system. However, not everyone was convinced. Ryu Jung-hyun, the influential state councilor, immediately responded. This is not an issue of a flawed system. It's an issue of laziness. Look at the military factories and other royal workshops. Their workers have low ranks, yet they continue to perform their duties diligently. He continued in a challenging tone. Those who choose to leave are simply people unwilling to put in the effort. If they truly wish to stay, they must work harder. Hyang shot Ryu Jung-hyun a sharp look. His fists clenched as he struggled to suppress his anger. Are you truly that blind? Hyang finally retorted. Officials like you receive numerous additional benefits. Even in your own residence, guests arrive at dawn, bringing gifts and paying their respects. Ryu Jung-hyun remained composed and replied, That is merely an expression of gratitude and goodwill. Hyang let out a faint smirk before replying. I am not saying it is wrong, but if we continue to neglect the well-being of our craftsmen, how can we expect them to remain dedicated? If this continues, it won't just hinder our technological advancements, it will lead to the complete disappearance of Joseon's paper-making art. His words echoed through the chamber. Some officials began to waver in their stance. King Sejong appeared deep in thought, realizing there was truth in his son's argument, but before he could make a decision. Crown Prince, do you realize that King Taejong established this paper factory to ensure the quality of our currency? If the factory is shut down, we will face the same issues as before. He looked at Hyang with unwavering conviction. I urge you to reconsider this decision. King Sejong glanced left and right, listening to the two opposing arguments. Doubt began to creep into his mind. As uncertainty clouded his judgment, Hyang met his gaze and gave him a subtle signal. Softly, Hyang murmured, Father, you know what must be done, don't you? I trust you. King Sejong looked at his son, then closed his eyes for a brief moment, taking a deep breath. A crucial decision had to be made. Suddenly, Hyang's expression changed. The determination in his eyes faded, leaving his face blank. He carefully observed his father. King Sejong, the dignified and wise ruler, turned back to him and asked, Do you think this is the right decision? Hyang fell silent for a moment. Since when did his father start asking such difficult questions? Was he expecting Hyang to be more involved in this discussion? Letting out a quiet sigh, the crown prince finally responded firmly, Have the ministers forgotten about the golden-tipped pen? The room fell into silence. Hyang continued, That document clearly outlined the court standards. The paper must be 3 choke wide, 2 choke tall, with a smooth surface and its color as bright as peach blossoms. We employ craftsmen to meet these standards, yet we pay them next to nothing. Ryu Jung-hyun hesitated, but after a brief pause he asked, Then what about the costs? Hyang gave a faint smile. Allow me to give you an example, he said confidently. If we recognize these craftsmen as royal merchants, their business will flourish. In turn, the court can collect taxes from their profits. This revenue would far exceed the initial costs we invest in them. The officials fell into deep thought, carefully digesting the crown prince's argument. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the center of the room. I believe the crown prince's proposal makes sense. All heads turned toward the speaker. It was none other than Kim Ji-um, the Minister of Taxation. He continued, For nearly 3 generations of the Joseon Dynasty, this issue has remained unresolved. If we have a way to cut costs while increasing revenue, why not give it a try? However, before anyone could respond, General Sung spoke up in a loud, reprimanding tone. Minister of Taxation, mind your words. Have you forgotten that every person must follow the teachings of the sages to maintain peace in our nation? He then turned to King Sejong and said, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's suggestion may bring short-term benefits. However, to achieve everlasting peace and prosperity, we must prioritize the moral education of the people above all else. Suddenly, another official interjected. Your Majesty, what the state councilor just said is nothing but empty theory. How can the people embrace the teachings of the sages when they are constantly struggling in poverty? Education is important, but we can only educate the people if they are well fed. His statement immediately ignited a heated debate. How could a high-ranking official say such a thing? Someone retorted. But the commotion came to an abrupt halt when King Sejong suddenly raised his hand. The room fell into complete silence, all eyes now fixed on him. Enough! The king's voice echoed throughout the hall. I have heard enough from all of you. He let out a deep sigh before continuing. Yes, moral education is important, but ensuring the people's livelihood is just as vital. I want all of you to find various solutions to address this matter. No one dared to oppose the king's command. The officials simply lowered their heads and responded in unison. We shall follow your majesty's orders. King Sejong then continued. As for the issue of the paper factory, I acknowledge that the crown prince's argument is valid. However, shutting it down abruptly may not be the right course of action. He scanned the faces of the officials before delivering his final command. Therefore, come up with a more comprehensive solution and report back to me. The room fell silent once more. No one dared to challenge the king's decision now. The fate of the paper factory, and perhaps even the future of the kingdom, depended on the solutions the officials would propose. In unison, the officials responded, "Your will is our command." After giving his final instructions, King Sejong turned toward the crown prince, the son he cherished deeply. "Crown prince, listen carefully." Fiang immediately bowed with respect and replied, "Yes, father." The king continued, "I know you care deeply about the prosperity of the kingdom and the well-being of the people. As crown prince, that is your duty. For that reason, I will not reprimand you. Instead, I wish to commend you." Outwardly, Hyang showed gratitude, but deep down, he thought, "Wait, wasn't that just a scolding?" King Sejong went on, "But there is something you must keep in mind. Every time you speak, there are always those who oppose your ideas. This poses a challenge for the ministers, and even I often struggle to fully understand the reasoning behind your proposals. That is why I believe you need to articulate your political views more clearly when presenting your ideas." At the mention of political views, Ryu Junghyun's expression darkened. The king continued, "You will do this in the main hall, in front of all officials ranked 3 and above, including the ministers. Can you handle that?" Hyang, sensing a great opportunity before him, could barely contain his excitement. "So, you want me to deliver a full presentation?" he asked, seeking confirmation. The king nodded. With unwavering confidence, Hyang replied, "Yes, father. I only need 5 days to prepare." Once the meeting concluded and the officials exited the main hall, murmurs of conversation filled the air. "How can a child possibly have political views?" one official scoffed. "I don't understand what His Majesty is thinking either," another chimed in. "No matter how brilliant the crown prince is," one official said, shaking his head, "he is still just a child. Even with all the preparation in the world, convincing the ministers will not be easy." "I agree," another added. "Even if he spends 5 days preparing." Before he could finish, Ryu Junghyun suddenly cut in. "No, we must also prepare thoroughly." The group turned to him, sensing that Ryu Junghyun had something in mind. "Not just documents," he continued. "We need to familiarize ourselves with the national policies of other countries as well." One official hesitated. "But he's only 9 years old. Do we really need to go to such lengths?" Ryu Junghyun shot him a sharp look. "Have you already forgotten what that 9-year-old has done to us so far?" "It may be the crown prince who speaks," he went on, "but these ideas clearly reflect His Majesty's own thoughts. Up until now, has the king ever opposed the crown prince's proposals?" The officials exchanged glances. "No, that has never happened." Ryu Junghyun's voice was firm as he continued. "Yes, the crown prince is only 9 years old, but we must remember who stands behind him, His Majesty himself. We must prepare carefully. Never forget how we built Joseon. We cannot allow the mistakes of past kings to repeat themselves." Another official suddenly voiced his concern. "Are you suggesting that we censor his speech?" The chief censor, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke with a resolute tone. "Regardless, we must first issue an official reprimand. How can we allow a 9-year-old child to discuss matters of politics?" Amidst the murmurs of those scheming to bring Hyang down, one person silently recognized the prince's talent. "But from the golden pen incident, we saw that the crown prince truly has the ability." Before he could finish, the chief censor angrily cut him off. "That's exactly what frustrates me the most." The room fell silent once again. They all knew that no matter what happened, the 5th day would be the decisive moment. The chief censor let out a long sigh, his face filled with regret. "I should have opposed him from the start," he muttered. "When the crown prince proposed using gold-tipped pens for trade, I knew it would be the beginning of everything. Yet from that moment on, His Majesty and the ministers only cared about wealth." Clenching his fists, his eyes burned with determination. "All I can do now is regret not being more resolute. We must file an official complaint against the crown prince immediately." The ministers exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. "Yes, we must act quickly." Without wasting any more time, the chief censor led a group of officials out of the chamber, their departure leaving behind a tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, a eunuch bowed respectfully before delivering his report to King Sejong. In short, most officials did not react positively to the crown prince's proposal. King Sejong let out a long sigh, clearly frustrated. Almost unconsciously, he tugged at his ear in irritation. Are they all so stubborn and conservative? However, there was something intriguing in the report. That said, the eunuch continued, many acknowledge the crown prince's intelligence and resolve. Even among those who oppose him, some have begun to recognize his talent. King Sejong fell into deep thought, his expression darkening. In a low voice, he murmured, "I don't have enough talented people around me." On the other side of the palace, Crown Prince Hyang sat in contemplation, reflecting on recent events. This kingdom lacks talented people. Those boomers are too stubborn, too tied to old traditions. Lost in thought, a nearby eunuch hesitantly asked, "Your Highness, what does boomers mean?" Hyang glanced at him briefly before replying nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I wasn't talking to you." Yet his mind continued to race. This isn't even the late years of the dynasty. It's still the early era of Joseon. The ruling class should still be flexible, shouldn't they? How can I convince those hard-headed ministers? More than that, there was something else bothering him. Father said he would gather all high-ranking officials, including those of rank 3 and above. They'll definitely look down on me just because I'm a child. Hyang clenched his fists. Then, as if an idea had struck him, his eyes sparkled. All right then, I'll give them a small glimpse of the 21st century, capitalism, and modern administrative structures. Without wasting another second, he stood up. Eunuch, I need to prepare something. Take me to the Royal Art Bureau and the Armory. The eunuch was startled but quickly bowed deeply and replied, As you command, Your Highness. Deep inside, he couldn't help but wonder, what kind of trouble is the Crown Prince going to cause this time? 5 days later, the main hall of Gyeongbokgung Palace was bustling with activity as high-ranking ministers and officials gathered in full force. Among them, casual conversations filled the air. Minister Cha, it's been a while. Minister Cha smiled warmly. Minister Park, how long has it been? When did you return to the capital? I just arrived yesterday, Park replied. However, their light-hearted chatter quickly shifted to a more pressing topic. So, His Majesty summoned us to hear the Crown Prince's political views, one official asked skeptically. Isn't this absurd? Making us come all the way here just for that? Another grumbled. Yes, what a waste of time, someone else muttered, shaking his head. Why should we even bother listening to this? Many officials nodded in agreement. It was clear they saw this as nothing more than an unnecessary formality. But before their murmurs of dissatisfaction could spread further, a loud announcement echoed throughout the hall. His Majesty the King has arrived. Instantly, silence fell over the room. All the officials bowed their heads as King Sejong entered and took his seat on the throne, radiating undeniable authority. Without wasting time, the king got straight to the point. As you all know, the Crown Prince has recently proposed several policies, he said firmly. However, I believe we cannot fully evaluate these proposals without understanding the foundation of his thinking. His gaze swept across the officials, who were now listening attentively. That is why I have gathered you all here, to hear the Crown Prince's political views firsthand. A tense silence filled the hall. Officials exchanged glances. Some remained skeptical, while others grew curious. But one thing was certain. Today, they would witness something unprecedented in Joseon's history. King Sejong's eyes sharpened as he addressed his ministers. I expect all of you to listen carefully and guide him so that he does not stray from the right path. In unison, the ministers responded, Yes, Your Majesty. From the distance, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. All heads turned toward the source. Crown Prince Hyang strode forward with unwavering confidence, followed by attendants carrying several mysterious objects. The sight made the ministers exchange puzzled looks. What is that? Someone whispered. Hyang stopped before his father and bowed respectfully. I am grateful to Father for granting me this opportunity, he said with a steady voice. Now, I will present my political views. King Sejong nodded. Proceed! With permission granted, Hyang clapped his hands, and immediately the attendants unfurled a massive scroll containing a reform petition for the Joseon Kingdom. Then Hyang picked up a strange object, something no one had ever seen before, a megaphone. Can everyone hear me clearly? His voice boomed throughout the hall, and ministers and officials glanced at each other, stunned. What is this? One of them whispered in confusion. Why is the Crown Prince's voice so loud? What kind of device is he using? But Hyang remained unfazed. Thanks to the opportunity given by my father, I am now able to address all of you, esteemed ministers. So, without further delay, let us begin. The room fell into silence. Whether out of curiosity or skepticism, everyone was now paying close attention. With confidence, Yang began explaining his vision. Using various illustrations and diagrams as supporting evidence, he presented his ideas with clarity. The foundation of my political philosophy is to achieve the best possible outcome for all of humanity, he declared firmly. As you know, this was also the ideology behind the founding of the Joseon Dynasty. This aligns with the fundamental principles of a wise ruler, to prioritize the people and ensure their well-being. Some ministers began nodding slightly while others remained silent, waiting for what came next. However, there is a major issue in our land, Hyang continued. Our country has very little flat land. The steep, rugged mountains force people to crowd into limited areas. With so little farmland, poverty will only continue to rise. That is why we must promote not only agriculture, but also craftsmanship and trade. By doing so, the nation can prosper, and we can acquire what we lack from other countries. Some officials looked stunned, while others began to chuckle. The Crown Prince wants to rely on trade, one minister whispered, snickering. Too idealistic, another scoffed. However, most remained silent, watching with growing curiosity. Hyang stayed composed. He drew a new diagram and continued his presentation. Therefore, we must reform our 6 ministries and restructure the local government system. Several officials widened their eyes. But that doesn't mean we should discard all of our good traditions. The system we've used until now must be adapted to the times. Suddenly, the room fell silent. Now, everyone was truly paying attention. First, we must abolish the current 6-ministry system and replace it with 3 main branches, legislative, executive, and judiciary. Each branch will have specialized roles to ensure a balance of power. An older minister looked visibly shocked. Second, we need to reform the local government structure. Right now, too much responsibility is placed on a single person. Officials should divide their duties among themselves to improve efficiency. Some officials began whispering among themselves. Third, we must establish an education system that allows people to escape poverty. Basic education should be available to everyone, equipping them with the necessary knowledge to survive and prosper. A few officials' eyes widened in disbelief. Fourth, we must exploit our gold and silver mines, implement a fair taxation system, and reform land policies so that they don't exclusively benefit the nobility. When Hyang finished speaking, the room remained silent, not out of rejection, but out of sheer astonishment. Some ministers looked genuinely enlightened. This is far more revolutionary than I imagined, one official murmured. Just as I suspected, the Crown Prince is a mad genius. A heated debate broke out in the hall. Many of them were beginning to realize something. This wasn't just empty rhetoric. This was a blueprint for the kingdom's future. Meanwhile, Hyang simply smirked. This is just the beginning. The gathered ministers stared at him in shock, their expressions a mix of awe and confusion. Seeing their reactions, Hyang couldn't help but feel amused. If you're surprised now, it's still too early, he thought. There's still a long road ahead before I can truly reclaim my lost sense of joy. In the grand hall, Crown Prince Hyang stood tall after delivering his speech. Then he concluded his presentation with a final statement. And that is my political vision. The entire room fell into silence, each person struggling to process what they had just heard. After Hyang finished presenting his political views, the entire room fell silent. The elderly officials standing around him could not hide their astonishment. A 9-year-old child stood before them, speaking with unwavering confidence. Even Ryu Jung-yoon, one of the most conservative ministers, had to admit that this child was truly exceptional, simply remarkable, he thought. King Sejong finally spoke. Did you come up with all of this on your own? Hyang shook his head and answered honestly. No, father. I referred to the works of great scholars, and I have also read some books from the West. King Sejong gazed at his son in silence before asking, Books from the West? Hyang nodded. He could sense a slight tension in the room. You've brought up many points that I had never even considered, the king continued. Even though many institutions and customs have changed since our kingdom was founded, it appears that several outdated systems are still in place. The crown prince bowed his head respectfully. You flatter me, father. Then, in a calmer tone, he added, There is a Western saying, new wine must be put into new bottles. The room fell silent once more. He continued, It has been 30 years since King Taejong established the Joseon Dynasty, yet the suffering of the people remains unchanged. That is why I believe reform is necessary for the future of everyone. Several officials flinched at his final words. At that moment, Hyang lifted his head and looked directly at them with confidence. He declared once more, Yes, for the future of everyone. Bowing deeply to his father, Hyang formally concluded his presentation. As the crown prince left the main hall, the officials remained silent. Not a single whisper was heard, only a tense, heavy silence. However, that silence was soon broken when someone finally spoke. What do you think? Minister Ryu Jung-hyun let out a heavy sigh, his expression full of discontent. What is wrong with me? My mind feels completely frozen, he murmured to himself, clenching his fists. We must submit a petition to stop him immediately. The crown prince hides behind grand words like, for the future of everyone. But in doing so, he disregards our values and traditions. Not only that, but he is also following legalist principles instead of Confucianism. I can only lament this. Indeed, how can the crown prince have such reckless ideas? Another official interjected. A similar reaction spread through the Office of Censors. We must submit a petition to prevent this. Yes, absolutely. Amidst the rising commotion, Sung-um stood up and spoke loudly. I will be the first to oppose the crown prince's ideas. His face was firm as he continued. On the surface, the crown prince's words seem logical, but in reality, he is trying to revive the tyranny of Qin Shi Huang. We must stop him. The discussion grew more heated. However, someone suddenly spoke in a lower tone. His Majesty seems very fond of the crown prince. At once, the atmosphere grew heavier. Even so, we cannot allow this dynasty to collapse, can we? At that moment, Sung-um, one of the more influential ministers, lowered his head slightly, his expression filled with worry. Then, in a quiet yet sharp voice, he said, If the worst comes to pass, we will have no choice but to remove the crown prince. A man beside him gasped, his eyes widening. Isn't that too extreme? Sung-um looked at him coldly. After hearing the crown prince's presentation, you still think this isn't serious? Even the current king was not originally the crown prince. Someone quickly covered his mouth before he could finish his sentence. Hey, watch your words! Another person beside him whispered urgently. Do you think your neck is made of iron? Silence fell over the room once more. The once heated discussion had turned into an eerie stillness. No one spoke, yet in their hearts one thing was becoming clear. Today marks the beginning of something big. Sung-um angrily brushed away the hand that reached for him and shouted, Am I wrong? How could a 9-year-old child utter such nonsense? His gaze was sharp, his voice filled with fury. We must hold the crown prince's tutors accountable, and even his majesty himself. Discipline has always been the most important thing. If everyone simply praises him without restraint, the consequences will be disastrous. Someone hurriedly interjected. What you should be saying is that We need to enforce stricter discipline on the crown prince. But speaking of overthrowing him. However, before the man could finish his sentence, Sung snapped, "Look at the situation we are facing now. Do you think it's not too late? We must remove him immediately. Only then can we restore the path of a true king." Hearing these words, many officials began to feel uneasy. "You're speaking too loudly," someone whispered, worried about prying ears. On the other hand, some ministers supported the crown prince's views. They spoke amongst themselves with excitement. "It's been a long time since I've felt such relief," one of them said. "At last, we're hearing something that makes sense. I agree, usually we have to listen to endless nonsense. But now, we've heard practical suggestions for what Joseon truly needs. It feels like my ears have been cleansed." Another official added, "My mind feels enlightened now." And did you see His Majesty's expression earlier? He looked like he wanted to implement those policies immediately. I never imagined the crown prince would be this extraordinary. With him, the Joseon Kingdom will... Before he could finish his sentence, a group from the opposing faction suddenly approached them. The royal ministers were now divided. Two factions stood face to face, one supporting the crown prince, the other opposing him. As they crossed paths, tensions escalated. Those against the crown prince saw his supporters as big-mouthed hypocrites. Meanwhile, his supporters retaliated by calling them power-hungry hypocrites. "How shameful," someone shouted. That remark only fueled the anger between the two sides. "Let's go! Wasting our time with these hypocrites is pointless. We need to draft a petition. That's the only solution." On the other side, someone smirked and replied, "Do you think we don't know how to write a petition? We should submit one too." The atmosphere grew more heated as both sides prepared to take action. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Hyang was conversing with his father, King Sejong. King Sejong looked at him with pride. "Your presentation today was truly remarkable. There are many policies I want to implement immediately. However, as I mentioned earlier, there are still aspects of your political views that I do not fully understand." The crown prince gave a small smile. "Father, you flatter me too much. Honestly, these policies will be difficult to implement under the current circumstances. That's why I believe that as father and son, we should discuss policies more often." King Sejong let out a sigh. "I am slightly concerned about the flood of petitions that will arrive tomorrow." Hyang smiled and said, "The chief secretary is going to have a hard time." King Sejong ended their conversation with a light-hearted remark. "I will send royal dishes to the secretariat office tomorrow." The next morning, at the secretariat office, two men stood frozen in place, stunned by the sight before them. Mountains of petitions stacked high on the office desks. One of them spoke. "What did I tell you? This was bound to happen. Did they stay up all night?" His companion replied, "Their stamina is incredible. Just looking at it is terrifying." However, before they could say anything more, another man quickly interrupted. "Standing around won't lighten the workload. Hurry up and sort through all of this." Without wasting time, everyone began working. A man who appeared to be a supervisor said, "As you all know, some of these petitions criticize His Highness the Crown Prince, while others support him. So, we will divide them into two categories." Another man responded, "Understood." That morning in the main hall, King Sejong sat on his throne, his expression grim as he gazed at the towering stack of scrolls before him. His sigh was heavy. "So many protests this time. It seems my ministers have been quite diligent," he remarked sarcastically, casting a glance at them. Feeling the sting of his words, the chief state counselor shot a sharp look at the king, but the others could only bow their heads in silence. Slowly he reached for a scroll at random, his eyes scanning each word carefully. But as he delved deeper into its contents, his expression shifted drastically. His jaw clenched, his fists tightened, and his eyes burned with barely contained fury. Without hesitation, he turned and called out loudly, "Head eunuch!" A man stepped forward respectfully, his voice calm as he responded, "Your Majesty." King Sejong fixed him with a piercing gaze and issued a firm command. "Summon the crown prince." Moments later, the doors of the council chambers swung open. The crown prince strode in with an air of composure, bowing deeply before his father. "Father, you called for me?" he asked. King Sejong nodded slowly. "Yes, I did. You may stand." As the crown prince straightened, the king picked up a scroll, his expression serious. "I called you here because it seems many officials have misunderstood what you said yesterday," he stated. Suddenly his voice rose, echoing throughout the hall. "Chief State Counselor." An elderly official standing among the ministers immediately stepped forward, his face slightly pale, but he answered with the utmost respect. "Yes, Your Majesty." King Sejong's gaze grew sharper. He raised the scroll in his hand and spoke firmly. "This is your petition. Read it aloud so the crown prince may hear it directly." The entire hall tensed. The officials exchanged uneasy glances, realizing that this situation was about to escalate. Chief State Counselor Ryu Jung-hyun hesitated. "Your Majesty, I..." But King Sejong left him no choice. With a decisive motion, he extended the scroll toward him. "Take it. The crown prince must hear it directly from you to prevent any misunderstandings." There was no way out. With slightly trembling hands, Ryu Jung-hyun accepted the scroll. He took a deep breath before finally beginning to read. I, Chief State Counselor Ryu Jung-hyun, respectfully submit this petition to your majesty. King Sejong swiftly interrupted, his tone sharp. Skip the formalities and get to the point. Ryu Jung-hyun stiffened. His face turned pale, but he dared not defy the king's command. With a slightly unsteady voice, he continued. The Crown Prince's political views, though seemingly reasonable, contain many inappropriate elements. The tension in the room thickened. First, our kingdom upholds Neo-Confucianism, yet the Crown Prince's proposals lean more toward the academic path of legalism. Some officials began murmuring among themselves. The principles of legalism are too rigid and could lead to suffering among the people, Ryu Jung-hyun went on. His voice steadied now. He cast a quick glance at King Sejong before proceeding more cautiously. Second, the Crown Prince has proposed lifting restrictions on children born of concubines. The murmurs grew louder. Some officials straightened their backs, visibly startled by what they had just heard. This rule was established by King Taejong to maintain order within the royal court. Abolishing it recklessly would be an act of great disrespect toward the legitimate heirs. His tone grew firmer, as if trying to solidify his argument. Furthermore, if children of concubines are allowed to hold government positions, history has shown that they may use their influence for personal gain. The murmurs turned into uneasy whispers. The officials exchanged glances, trying to grasp the weight of those words. On the other side of the room, the Crown Prince stood tall. His eyes did not waver as he absorbed every word with unwavering focus. And on his throne, King Sejong remained silent, his expression unreadable. However, his clenched fist resting on the armrest hinted that a storm might soon erupt. Third, the Crown Prince suggests increasing the number of government officials. However, the more officials we have, the heavier the tax burden on the people. Several officials nodded in agreement. In my opinion, if local officials feel overwhelmed by their workload, they should simply seek assistance from local scholars instead of increasing bureaucratic redundancy. Having finished reading, Chief State Counselor Ryu Jung-hyun looked up and firmly stated, "These 3 points prove that the Crown Prince's political views are irrational." The Crown Prince listened attentively, his brows furrowed slightly, his expression calm, yet his eyes betrayed deep contemplation. Ryu Jung-hyun lowered his head, awaiting a response. However, the tension in the room thickened as Ryu Jung-hyun, one of the oldest advisors in the court, clenched his fists in anger. The Crown Prince's gaze now fell upon him. "Father, may I respond?" the Crown Prince asked. His voice was steady, but filled with conviction. King Sejong regarded his son in silence before finally nodding. The Crown Prince stepped forward, standing tall in the center of the hall. The 2 rows of officials seated on either side remained silent. Sensing the growing intensity of the moment, unwavering, Hyang began to speak. First, Chief State Counselor Ryu Jung-hyun claims that Neo-Confucianism is the guiding philosophy of our kingdom. His eyes swept the room, ensuring his words were heard clearly. But is that truly the case? The room fell silent. If we truly understand the teachings of the sages, the true philosophy of this kingdom is the path of the king, with the people as its foundation. Neo-Confucianism is merely a tool we use to achieve that goal. If we limit ourselves to a single tool, are we not restricting our own progress? Some officials stiffened, while others exchanged wary glances. Hyang continued. Think of the royal path as a plate, and philosophies and systems of governance as chopsticks and spoons. His tone was sharp, yet composed. Must we truly choose only one tool when we can utilize them all? A minister trembled, seemingly wanting to interject, but the Crown Prince gave him no opportunity. Neo-Confucianism is merely one branch of Confucianism. Are we so narrow-minded as to fixate on only one school of thought? His words were so compelling that, despite his mounting anger, Ryu Jung-hyun could do nothing but grit his teeth in frustration. The Crown Prince pressed on. Second, you claim that children born to concubines will abuse their power. He paused briefly, allowing his words to sink in, before continuing in a sharper tone. But are they the only ones guilty of corruption? The room buzzed with hushed murmurs. Look at history. People from noble families, whether born legitimate or illegitimate, have all engaged in corruption. Is it not unfair to single out children of concubines? Ryu Jung-hyun could no longer contain himself. He shouted, "Your Majesty!" But the Crown Prince did not stop. Is it not true that the law clearly states that anyone who takes a concubine is also responsible for their offspring's actions? The room grew even heavier with tension. The silence was so profound that even the sound of breathing was audible. Officials exchanged uneasy glances, their faces taut under the Crown Prince's piercing gaze. But he was not finished yet. Most of you have concubines yourselves, do you not? His words struck like a blade. Some officials flinched, while others lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact. It has long been the custom of esteemed families to bury their own faults while continuing to discriminate against children of concubines. Why is this injustice still tolerated? No one dared to answer. Only a suffocating silence remained, growing heavier by the second. Many heads bowed, as if trying to conceal their guilt. And third, you say that local officials can simply request the assistance of local scholars if they are overwhelmed with work. The Crown Prince locked eyes with Chief State Counselor Ryu Jung-hyun, his gaze unwavering. Since I first sat beside my father and observed how he governs the nation, I have read countless reports of people dying from starvation. He took a deep breath. But not once, not a single time, have I ever heard of local scholars stepping in to help them. The entire hall fell into an even deeper silence. The Crown Prince let out a long sigh before continuing. Rather than offering aid, these so-called scholars took advantage of disasters, raising interest rates on loans to outrageous levels. His voice, once controlled, now carried a hint of restrained fury. And then, what happened? The people were forced to sell their lives, becoming refugees as their land was taken from them. His gaze turned sharp as a blade. The chief state counselor, Ryu Jung-hyun, flinched at the mention of his name, but the Crown Prince's piercing eyes remained fixed on him. Tell me, for the powerless commoners, who do they fear more? The wild tigers. He paused, letting the tension build. Or the government officials and local scholars who bleed them dry? Ryu Jung-hyun, one of the oldest and most influential advisors in the court, froze. His face turned pale, his head lowering in silence. I want to hear your answer, Chief Counselor. King Sejong's voice echoed through the hall, shattering the heavy silence. The restless officials grew even more rigid. All eyes turned to Ryu Jung-hyun, whose rigid stance trembled slightly. Beads of sweat rolled down his temples. His lips quivered, struggling to form words, but no sound came out. The Crown Prince remained unwavering. Why are you silent, Chief State Counselor Ryu Jung-hyun? Answer him. The king's command was sharp and absolute. Under unbearable pressure, Ryu Jung-hyun finally mumbled in a barely audible voice. It is the local scholars. The air in the hall grew colder. The officials, who had already been tense, now fidgeted uneasily. King Sejong let out a low scoff before reaching for the towering stack of petitions before him. These petitions are quite interesting. He tapped the scrolls lightly with his fingers before continuing. It seems that the petitions submitted by the others are strikingly similar to that of the chief counselors. His eyes scanned the court. They were sent by different people, yet the contents are almost identical. His voice carried a subtle mockery, yet it was as sharp as a blade. How utterly laughable. The officials held their breath, not daring to speak. Then the king picked up a yellow scroll from the pile and handed it to the Crown Prince. But this one is different. He leaned back slightly, his gaze unreadable. Read it aloud. The Crown Prince bowed respectfully. Yes, father. With steady hands, he unrolled the scroll and quickly scanned its contents. The entire court watched in suspense. The words written within could change everything. Suddenly his eyes widened, his brows furrowed, and his expression grew serious. Noticing this, King Sejong spoke in a calm yet knowing tone. What do you think? The Crown Prince took a deep breath before reading a portion of the petition aloud. If consumption is encouraged, our society will decline, worshipping wealth instead of virtue. That is why the wise rulers of the past divided the people into 4 traditional classes: scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Closing the scroll, his expression turned razor sharp, his eyes gleaming with conviction. I believe the one who wrote this petition deserves severe punishment, father. Gasps rippled through the hall, sweat forming on the officials' brows. None of them had expected the Crown Prince himself to demand punishment. He looked straight at King Sejong and continued, his voice resolute. First of all, in all political writings and teachings of the sages, there is no mention of such a rigid class division. His tone grew sharper. Yet this person dared to lie, attempting to deceive the ruler with fabricated doctrines. Such a blatant act of disloyalty must be punished accordingly. Suddenly, General Sung stepped forward. His face was flushed red, and his voice rose in protest. Crown Prince, the one who wrote this petition did so out of concern for the nation. Sung took another step closer, his eyes burning with emotion. If you punish someone for offering honest advice just because you don't like it, you will alienate everyone. The Crown Prince swiftly turned to face him, his gaze razor sharp. Honest advice? Yang let out a cold chuckle. This is not honest advice. This is a deliberate attempt to sow division. This is a fabricated lie. The tension in the room escalated. Sung clenched his teeth and retorted. Since ancient times, the wise have warned that extravagance is a disease that will bring ruin to a nation. We must avoid it at all costs. How can you claim that wastefulness is better than frugality? The Crown Prince turned to fully face him, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Very well, let me explain it to you again. His voice rang out, clear and unwavering, ensuring that every word left a lasting imprint on those present. Did the sages ever teach that the nobility has the right to exploit the common people? Did they teach that lending grain at an interest rate of over 50% is acceptable? The Crown Prince took a step forward, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Tell me, why are more and more people being forced to sell themselves into slavery? Why are these exorbitant interest rates driving them to lose everything? He raised a hand and pointed directly at Sung Are you saying that I should simply allow this to continue, just because it's tradition? Silence fell once again, but this time, it was not out of reverence, it was out of fear. Then, Hyang's voice rang out, breaking the oppressive tension. How dare you think that way? He stood tall, his expression burning with anger. And you call yourself a citizen of Joseon? The Crown Prince stood firm. His gaze was unwavering, and his posture showed no trace of hesitation. The royal court now felt like a battlefield, with Hyang standing at its center, a mere child, challenging the traditions upheld by those in power. Enough! The king's voice thundered as he slammed his hand against the table. The room fell into an instant hush. Officials held their breath as the crown prince flinched slightly before lowering his head. "I apologize, father. I overstepped my bounds." The king gave his son a stern warning. "Even if what you say is true, you must not speak so disrespectfully." Suppressing his emotions, the crown prince responded with deference. "Thank you for your mercy, father." The king then shifted his gaze and gave an order. "Chief censor, step forward." "Yes, your majesty," answered a man in blue robes. "Crown prince, hand him the scroll," the king instructed. Hyang extended the petition to the chief censor. The king continued. "There is a section that the crown prince has not read. Read it aloud." The chief censor received the scroll and unrolled it. But the moment his eyes landed on the text, his face went pale. His fingers clenched tightly around the paper. Without hesitation, he fell to his knees, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, this is merely the opinion of one individual, not the entire censorate." The court held its breath. The king studied him intently before finally speaking. "I am aware of that. That is why the crown prince did not read that section, and neither will I." The chief censor lowered his head even further. "Thank you, your Majesty, for your mercy." The king let out a quiet sigh before concluding. "As for the punishment of the petition's author, I will deliberate on it carefully once this session is adjourned." As the court session ended and the officials began to disperse, a voice suddenly called out to the chief censor. Sung approached him, curiosity written all over his face. What was in that petition? However, the chief censor gave no response. He simply walked briskly ahead, ignoring the general's persistent questions. But moments later, the chief censor suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the collar of an elderly man. A loud shout echoed through the hall. "How dare you!" The chief censor was furious, his eyes ablaze with rage as he nearly launched himself at the old man. The surrounding officials quickly rushed in to restrain him. "Please, sir, calm yourself!" But the chief censor struggled violently, his voice rising even louder. "Move aside! This fool will be the death of us all." The elderly man, caught off guard, stammered in confusion. What do you mean, sir? What are you talking about?" The chief censor clenched his teeth. "You He jabbed a finger at the man he had seized. "Do you have any idea what you've done, suggesting the crown prince be overthrown?" His grip tightened, his gaze filled with pure contempt. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding officials froze in shock. Still gripping the old man's collar, the chief censor roared, "Who do you think you are to even speak of dethroning the crown prince?" The old man struggled to find his words, each syllable leaving his lips with difficulty. How can a crown prince who disregards the teachings of our ancestors and walks the path of betrayal still be worthy of his title?" The chief censor shot back. "And you think it's reasonable to overthrow a crown prince who is only 9 years old? Do you even hear yourself?" The old man stammered, "What does age have to do with following the wisdom of the sages?" The chief censor could no longer contain his fury. "You fool! If you wish to shift the course of power, you must wait for the right moment. You need strategic positioning, geographical advantage, and the support of the people. Those were the 3 factors that allowed His Majesty to ascend as crown prince. But right now, we have none of them." His voice grew sharper. "A reckless move will only lead to the deaths of every official in this court." A red-robed official stepped forward and spoke with unwavering resolve. "As royal officials, it is our duty to speak the truth when we witness wrongdoing. Isn't it only natural to risk our heads when challenging a king?" The chief censor fell silent, realizing the unwavering conviction of his subordinate. The other officials stood frozen, their eyes locked on him. With a frustrated sigh, the chief censor released the old man's collar. "Who would have thought someone as foolish as you could become an official?" He let out a bitter chuckle before shaking his head. "At this rate, we'll all be following this idiot straight to the afterlife." And with that, the chief censor ended their argument. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Palace, Hyang looked visibly frustrated as he thought about today's court session. "Why does the chief minister keep opposing me? Why are they so stuck in the past? Why do they keep bringing up the same old issues?" he muttered softly. Hyang began pacing back and forth in the room. He paused, closed his eyes, and tried to calm himself down. From their point of view, it made sense for someone to oppose his ideas. If someone asked me to give up farming and focus on commerce instead, I'd probably react the same way. He took a deep breath, once again trying to center himself. Outside the room, the servants could feel his anger radiating. Do they think only they can write petitions? Do they think I'm not capable of writing one myself? His voice spilled out past the room. With burning determination, he grabbed a brush and started writing. Word by word, he carefully inscribed his thoughts. I'll show them the true meaning of humility," Hyang muttered as his brush continued gliding over the paper. No one knew how much time had passed until an official stood frozen at the doorway, stunned to see an attendant from the Eastern Palace holding a large stack of documents. Suspicious, the official asked, "What is all this?" The eunuch replied calmly, "These are petitions written by the crown prince himself." "All of them?" the official asked in disbelief. The eunuch nodded. The official looked at the towering stack of petitions in front of him and sighed in defeat. "So, I guess we're not going home today," he muttered. When the petitions were finally delivered to the palace, the king couldn't hold back his laughter. "Who would have thought that child would go and write this many petitions? He really is my son," he said proudly. He then turned to Ryu Jung-hyun and said, "Chief State Counselor, you should read them too." Ryu Jung-hyun didn't look too thrilled, but he had no choice but to follow the king's command. "Yes, Your Majesty," he replied reluctantly, slowly unrolling the first petition. His displeasure was written all over his face, but curiosity began to take hold. Around him, the court inspectors and palace censors held their breath, eager to hear what the crown prince had written. The king then gave an order to the head eunuch. "Deliver this to the Minister of Taxation," he commanded in a calm but firm tone. Once he received the document, the Minister of Taxation was instructed to read it aloud. Though briefly at a loss for words, he had no choice but to obey. Carefully, he unrolled the scroll and began reading. "I, the loyal subject of His Majesty the King, Crown Prince Hyang, hereby voice my concern. Some ministers have scolded and accused me of following the path of legalism, citing the fall of the Qin dynasty as an example. But the Qin didn't collapse because they followed legalism. The dynasty fell because Emperor Qin Shi Huang and his followers defied the heavenly order. They exploited and killed the innocent. So tell me, how could a dynasty like that not fall?" The room began to stir with murmurs, but the Minister of Taxation continued reading. "Even so, it was also legalism that made the Qin dynasty the dominant force during the Warring States period, and those teachings still serve as fundamental principles to this day. Why do you think that is? They say that a mighty tree doesn't fall in a storm because its roots run deep. Governing a nation is no different. For our newly established kingdom to grow into a mighty tree, I believe we must embrace a wide range of ideas and plant deep, expansive roots. Is Neo-Confucianism the only teaching one must learn in order to pursue the virtuous path laid out by the wise?" When the reading ended, silence fell over the court. The officials exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. The chief state counselor, who had disliked the crown prince from the beginning, could only hide his displeasure. "Isn't my son brilliant?" the king said with a chuckle. "This petition may be surprising, but there's a lot we can reflect on. That's why I want to hear your thoughts. Consider it carefully and give me a proper response." At His Majesty's command, the officials all bowed and answered in unison. A few days later, Crown Prince Hyang was walking alongside a palace eunuch. His mind was lost in thought. "Now that I've laid everything out, my heart feels lighter," he thought to himself. In the distance, a panicked voice rang out. "Minister, get up!" Hyang turned his head and saw a minister collapsed on the ground. His face was pale, and he couldn't even open his eyes. "I can't take this anymore," the minister whimpered helplessly. Another official pointed at a mountain of petitions stacked nearby. "Sir, now's not the time to be lying down. Look at all these petitions." The minister let out a miserable groan. "Just kill me. Just end it now," he muttered. Hyang, watching the scene unfold, could only sigh and think to himself. As expected, the opposing faction is still submitting petitions non-stop. If I want to gain the people's support, I need to make them understand the benefits of smallpox vaccination. Only when they believe in it can I introduce new policies. He let out a faint smile. "Just a little more. I just need to wait for the right moment." A few days later, during a court session, an official stepped forward with encouraging news. In the regions that had received smallpox vaccinations, the number of cases had drastically dropped. The entire room was stunned. Almost immediately, proposals to expand the vaccination program to other provinces were raised. King Sejong nodded slowly, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Excellent," he said. "In that case, let's expand the smallpox vaccinations to other provinces." One of the royal advisors spoke up, his voice cautious. "Your Majesty, with all due respect, I believe it's still too early to expand the vaccinations based on only a few cases. Furthermore, this inoculation method uses cowpox, which many find revolting. I suggest we observe the effects for a longer period before making such a major decision." King Sejong listened carefully, then gave a slight nod. "Very well. We'll wait a while longer." A few days later, King Sejong addressed the entire royal court. "Most of the people in Gyeonggi province have now received the vaccination. While there have been a few side effects, neighboring provinces are already submitting petitions, pleading for the program to be extended to their regions. For the safety of the people, I wish to expand the vaccinations." "What are your thoughts?" the king asked. The chief state counselor quickly shook his head. "Your Majesty, we must not act hastily. The current state of the national treasury cannot support a wider rollout. I strongly urge Your Majesty to reconsider and delay the expansion." Another minister stepped forward and reported, "Your Majesty, there are reports that wealthy families in some regions, after learning of the vaccine's effectiveness, have voluntarily donated their livestock for the cause. Additionally, we've received an increasing number of petitions requesting permission for vaccination." Hearing this, the king let out a deep sigh. "In that case, we can't afford to delay any longer. Ministers, begin preparations to expand the vaccination nationwide." But once again, the chief state counselor stood up, firmly opposing the idea. "My deepest apologies, Your Majesty, but for many reasons I must say that a nationwide expansion is simply not feasible." The king's brow furrowed, displeasure clearly showing on his face. "Explain your reasons in full." Counselor Ryu Jung-hyun sighed and replied, "Winter is approaching, Your Majesty. Managing the budget will become even more difficult in the coming season." The king's eyes narrowed, his tone sharpening. Finances? Can't we raise funds from the wealthy families who are already willing to donate their cattle? Many commoners are even offering financial support to make this vaccination possible. So, tell me, what is the real issue? Still, Ryu Junghyun stood his ground. Your Majesty, if we start pressuring scholars and officials to donate, there will be fierce backlash. And besides, the vaccine's effectiveness hasn't been fully proven. How can we inject this disgusting cowpox pus into our citizens' bodies without certainty? Moreover, the people performing the vaccinations are mere cattle herders, not trained physicians. King Sejong's hands trembled with rage. Veins bulged at his temples as his entire body shook. He roared, "Ryu Junghyun, you contemptible wretch! Shut your cursed mouth right now!" The counselor flinched, his face drained of color. The king pointed a shaking finger at him. The entire court fell silent. The ministers held their breath, some sighing quietly as if they had expected this moment. King Sejong grabbed the scroll in front of him and raised it high. "Do you know what this is? This is the report on smallpox vaccinations in Hanyang. You keep saying this vaccine is disgusting and ineffective, but among all of you standing here today, not one of you is unvaccinated. Every single one of you, your families included, have already received it. And yet, you still dare to claim it doesn't work and resist expanding it to the rest of the nation." The atmosphere grew heavier. King Sejong swept his gaze across the court. All the officials had their heads lowered, trembling in fear. "You're all cowards, hypocrites, two-faced liars," he thundered. The ministers immediately dropped to their knees, their foreheads hitting the floor repeatedly. "Your Majesty, we have sinned. We deserve death," they cried in desperation. But King Sejong showed no mercy. His voice echoed fiercely through the grand hall. "I don't want to see any of your faces again. Get out of my sight, now!" The ministers remained prostrated, still begging for forgiveness. Suddenly, the king stood and growled in frustration. "Fine. I'll leave instead. I'll handle this myself. So, you bastards, and keep your mouths shut." With swift, angry steps, he stormed out of the royal court. "What were you thinking?" One of the ministers snapped at Ryu Junghyun. "Don't you know when to speak and when to stay silent?" But Ryu Junghyun was lost in thought. His eyes were blank. He didn't respond. He knew no words could fix what had just happened. The other ministers began murmuring among themselves, worry etched on their faces. "What do we do now?" someone whispered. "All we can do is perform a repentance ritual and find a way to expand the vaccination," another answered in despair. Heavy with emotion, they slowly left the court, one by one. The winter sky was a dull gray, and the cold wind cut through their bones. One minister muttered softly, "In the middle of winter, and now we have to perform a repentance ritual. What miserable luck we have." As they exited the silent, chilling hall, Ryu Junghyun remained where he stood, frozen. His empty gaze stared into the marble floor, lost in a whirlpool of dread and regret. He remained still for a moment before letting out a long, heavy sigh, as if bearing the weight of history itself. "I've lived too long," he murmured, his voice nearly swallowed by the silence. "If this continues, history will only repeat itself. A new tyrant, but the same destruction." His fist clenched, his face twisted in bitterness as he finally stepped out of the court. The wind was biting, but in his eyes, a fire began to burn. "Even if it costs me my life, I have to stop him." Meanwhile, in another wing of the palace, Hyang calmly listened to a eunuch's report. "So that's what father did," he said, voice cold and flat. His eyes narrowed, deep in thought. The eunuch hesitated before continuing. After that, His Majesty went to see the queen. But instead of looking serious, he glanced at the eunuch beside him, eyes twinkling with mischief. "Since things have turned out like this, should we just throw everyone into chaos?" The eunuch froze, unsure if he had heard correctly. "Forgive me, Your Majesty." Hyang chuckled softly. "Don't worry, psychological warfare won't do much good right now. They've already begun their repentance rituals. Let them drown in their own anxiety." Outside, in the biting cold, the Minister of Taxation was kneeling on a ritual mat, grumbling under his breath. "My knees are already killing me, and now I have to do a repentance ritual in this freezing weather." Suddenly, a royal messenger came running toward him in a panic. "Minister, urgent news!" The minister looked up, alarmed. "What's going on? Why are you so worked up?" The messenger took a deep breath and blurted, "The chief state counselor. He's writing a petition criticizing His Majesty's actions." The Minister of Taxation felt like he'd been struck by lightning. "What did you say?" His face turned pale. After a moment of stunned silence, he bolted toward the chief counselor's residence. One question echoed in his mind. Has that old man finally lost his mind? When he arrived, he didn't even wait. He tried to barge straight in. "We have to stop him." The commotion outside drew Ryu Junghyun's attention. He turned sharply toward the noise. But before he could speak, the minister burst in, his voice filled with disbelief and outrage. "Chief Counselor, what do you think you're doing?" he shouted. "Is our repentance not enough for you? Have you gone mad?" But Ryu Junghyun stood his ground. Calmly, he set down his writing brush and met the minister's eyes with a steady gaze. "I must deliver this warning. This issue must be addressed fully and clearly," he said, voice low but unwavering. "If you truly care about Joseon's future, then you'll understand." The Minister of Taxation stared at him in disbelief. Chief Counselor, have you really lost your senses? Ryu Jung-hyun ignored him. With boldness, he shoved the minister aside. Out of my way. His Majesty has forgotten what it means to govern a nation, forgotten why ministers exist in the first place. With unwavering resolve, he grabbed the scroll containing his petition and strode out, fury burning in his chest. The Minister of Taxation stood frozen, then snapped out of it and chased after him in a panic. He looked at the other officials who were merely watching in silence. Why aren't you stopping him? Do you want blood to be spilled? One of them answered calmly. I won't stop him because I understand his reason. If someone wants to be a scholar of integrity, they must stand firm in their convictions. Not long after, Ryu Jung-hyun's petition reached the king. I, Ryu Jung-hyun, Chief State Counselor, bow my head to the ground and humbly present this grievance to your Majesty. The administration of a nation, as its name implies, is the act of governing. Thus, national policy must never be decided on a whim. Above all, the cornerstone of politics is consistency in decision-making. Without consistency, how can the people place their trust in their government? And yet, your Majesty's stance on the cowpox vaccination has strayed from that consistency. When we first discussed this matter, the plan was to first apply the vaccination in Hanyang to test its effectiveness, before considering a national rollout. This too was agreed upon by your Majesty. However, simply because a few voices requested broader access, you reversed your decision. How can such a reversal be called consistent? Furthermore, the matters of governance should always be carried out with mutual agreement between the king and his officials. Why does a king need advisors when making and implementing policies? Because it is impossible for a king to see and understand everything on his own. That is why he must consult with his ministers and listen carefully to their counsel. If a king decides and enforces all national matters on his own, what is the point of having a royal court? That would be no different from a dictatorship. And that is not the way of a true king. If a tyrant were to rise to the throne and push forward his political interests under the guise of urgency, what future would remain for Joseon? To prevent that, the agreement between the king and his ministers must be upheld at all costs. As your subject, I humbly ask your Majesty to reconsider, at the very least, for the sake of Joseon's future. In conclusion, I believe that the nationwide rollout of the cowpox vaccination, carried out for political purposes, must be stopped. This is because I truly believe that the vaccine has shown no proven results. And if one day it proves to be effective, I, Ryu Jung-hyun, will gladly offer up all of my property as compensation. No one dared to lift their head, let alone speak, until finally the king's voice shattered the silence. Have you read all of it? Yes, your Majesty, the chief eunuch answered, trembling with fear. The king's piercing eyes swept across the room, scanning each bowed head. His voice dropped an octave, deeper, colder, more dangerous. When I first heard of the benefits of cowpox vaccination, I did consider implementing it nationwide, but I didn't. Why? Because the right state counselor told me it was too reckless. I found that reasonable, and I accepted it. Now, let me ask you ministers, when have I ever used political power for selfish gain? King Sejong's face darkened, barely holding back his anger. The ministers sat frozen, barely daring to breathe. If a king merely waits for his ministers to reach a consensus, losing the moment to act, then isn't he nothing more than a coward, a useless figurehead? His fist slammed against the table. The sharp crack echoed through the room. Do you really not understand what I use political authority for? Cold sweat began to form on the ministers' foreheads. Some clenched their fists, struggling to contain the tension gripping their bodies. But the king's fury was far from over. Let me ask you this. If an outbreak of smallpox spreads to an area that hasn't been vaccinated, and what will you do? Will you sit and wait for it to reach the vaccinated regions just to prove its effectiveness? How many lives will be lost for your so-called proof? Would you truly say it's acceptable for hundreds of people to die, become disabled, or bear scars for life, just because the results aren't conclusive yet? Is that really a price you're willing to pay? At last, Ryu Jung-hyun broke his silence. Your Majesty, we too understand the weight of this decision, but strengthening the government and upholding royal tradition must come first. Smallpox is not a new disease. Enough, King Sejong snapped. His face flushed red with fury, his jaw clenched tight. His eyes blazed with righteous fire. You bastard! You dare claim to follow the teachings of wise men while sacrificing your own people? Suddenly, the doors to the royal hall burst open. A messenger stumbled in, fell to his knees, and gasped for breath. He managed to speak through ragged breaths. Your Majesty! Urgent news. King Sejong turned sharply. What brings you here in such haste? Forgive me, Your Majesty, but there's been an outbreak of smallpox. It's spreading in the Yeongdeungpo district, Jumcheon province. It was as if lightning had struck the throne room. King Sejong fell silent, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Even Ryu Jung-hyun stood frozen, his face pale as sweat dripped down his cheek. The confident words he had spoken earlier now hung in the air, empty, meaningless, and hollow. In an instant, the king regained his composure. With a firm voice, he issued his command, place Yeongdeungpo district under complete lockdown. No one is to enter or leave, except those delivering medical aid. Begin treatment immediately as ordered. Yes, Your Majesty? The messenger quickly stepped back and exited the room. The king turned his gaze toward the Minister of Personnel. The next matter is medical response. Minister, how is the progress? The Minister of Personnel replied, We've dispatched royal physicians from the court clinic to Yeongdongpo district. The king gave a small nod. Make sure the patients receive proper treatment without delay. Understood, Your Majesty. With hurried steps and labored breath, a small pair of feet ran through the corridor. Father, it's your son, said Hyang. The king was slightly surprised to hear his son's voice. May I come in for a moment? Hyang asked. Come in, the king replied softly. Hyang stepped in quickly, his tone serious. I heard there's a smallpox outbreak in Gyeongcheon province. Shouldn't we send physicians there? We've just been discussing that, the king responded. Then why don't we send additional support from Hanyang to assist the doctors in Gumcheon, Hyang suggested. Before the king could answer, Ryu Jung-hyun immediately opposed. That would be too reckless. But Hyang didn't back down. The doctors will be busy treating the sick. They'll need assistance. But if we use unvaccinated locales from Gumcheon, we risk spreading the disease even further. That's why it makes more sense to send vaccinated workers from Hanyang. We can pay them properly. This way, the doctors won't be overwhelmed and we can prevent the disease from spreading. Still, Ryu Jung-hyun objected. We can't allow that. If people from Hanyang contract the disease and bring it back to the capital, who will be responsible for their safety? Hyang paused for a moment, his expression full of resolve. I have complete faith in the vaccine's effectiveness. If this outbreak doesn't prove it, then I will step down as crown prince. He made the bold declaration, placing a hand on his chest and looking his father straight in the eye. The king was taken aback by his son's words, but before he could respond, Hyang continued. That's how confident I am in the vaccine, and if the people hesitate to help, then send me instead. I'll lead the efforts to care for those suffering from smallpox. The room fell silent once more. After a long pause, the king let out a sigh and turned to his ministers. Minister of Personnel, issue a royal decree to the people of Hanyang and begin gathering volunteers. All the ministers bowed deeply. As you command, Your Majesty. Then King Sejong turned back to Hyang. And you, Crown Prince, listen carefully. No matter how desperate you are, you must never speak so recklessly. It is a betrayal of your duty. Hyang lowered his head. Your kindness is beyond measure, father. But in his heart, he knew he had won. I've secured my chance. Now, it's only a matter of time. The distinct sound of the royal arrival announcement echoed through the East Palace. Hyang, who had been playing in the courtyard, suddenly froze and rushed to greet his father. He bowed respectfully. Father, you're here? Yes, the king replied. How have you been? Thanks to you, I've been well, Hyang answered obediently. He then invited his father to sit and talk. King Sejong began, Hyang, have you heard the news from Gyeongseong? I haven't, father, Hyang replied. Upon hearing this, Hyang couldn't hide his excitement. His eyes widened and a bright smile appeared across his face. Just as I expected, he thought to himself. The king continued, To be honest, even I didn't expect the results to be this good. I'm very proud of you. You paid attention to a method long dismissed as mere herder's practice. Hyang bowed deeply, grateful for his father's praise. The king's recognition filled him with pride. This is my victory, he thought to himself. But the king's voice quickly snapped him out of his thoughts. My son? Yes, father? The king gripped his cup tightly, his face slightly tense as he spoke slowly. I'm planning to execute Ryu Jung-hyun. Hyang's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. The king continued. I'm also considering removing those who sided with him. When I think about the present and future of Joseon, I believe this is something I must do. Tell me, do you think I'm going too far? The crown prince paused for a moment before answering. Father, I believe they should be punished as a warning to others. And given the current state of the Joseon court, this situation actually presents an opportunity. The king listened carefully. He knew his son's words always carried weight. Hyang continued. Unfortunately, the power of the ministers and scholars has always outweighed that of the king. That's why I think this purge could be a valuable chance to strengthen royal authority. The king took Hyang's words seriously. They made sense. But Hyang added, Still, I'm not sure execution is the right path. Ryu Jung-hyun has contributed greatly to the country over the years. With his vast experience, it's only natural he'd be skeptical of a method he's never encountered before. That's why I believe the most appropriate punishment is exile. A faint smile appeared on Hyang's face as he finished his thoughts. The king didn't respond immediately, but his silence spoke volumes. He quietly agreed. I understand. I'll give it some thought. On the day King Sejong announced Ryu Jung-hyun's exile, the ministers fell to their knees and pleaded, Your Majesty, please reconsider. He only wanted to ensure the effectiveness of the vaccine. Ryu Jung-hyun also bowed low, begging for forgiveness. But the king, consumed by anger, shouted, Silence! Even now you try to justify yourself. Several other ministers also bowed, pleading, Your Majesty, perhaps the chief advisor was wrong, but everything he did was out of loyalty to the nation. Please reconsider this decision. Their words only fueled King Sejong's fury. If you keep spouting nonsense like this, I'll consider all of you to be accomplices of a traitor. Stop testing my patience any further. Then Sung boldly raised his voice. Your Majesty, accusing someone innocent is unjust. In governing a nation, a king and his ministers must find mutual understanding. As the wise men have taught us, harmony between ruler and council is the foundation of a monarchy. King Sejong scoffed, his face red with rage as he pointed at the ministers still kneeling before him. You're all such hypocrites. Do you think I don't see through your true intentions? You speak of harmony between king and ministers, but all you really want is to turn me into a powerless puppet. At that moment, the pressure on Ryu Jung-hyun was overwhelming. The entire hall was thick with suffocating tension. With a pale face and sweat dripping down his brow, he slowly lifted his head. His voice trembled as he tried to defend himself. Your Majesty, I never intended... Suddenly, a sharp-eyed man, wearing a traditional hat, stepped forward from the crowd. With a loud, firm voice, he declared, I am Jinmu from the Royal Investigation Bureau, awaiting your command. The king fixed his gaze on him and said coldly, Jinmu, listen carefully. Imprison these hypocrites, the chief state counselor, the right state counselor, the inspector general, and the chief censor. As you command, your Majesty. Without hesitation, Jinmu moved into action. Ryu Jung-hyun, the inspector general, the right state counselor, and the chief censor were all arrested and thrown into prison. The officials witnessing the scene were left in stunned silence. Even as the four were dragged away, they continued to plead, Your Majesty, this goes against the teachings of the sages. We only wanted to ensure the safety of the people. But the king ignored their cries. And thus, the crisis brought about by the smallpox vaccination came to a dramatic close. The official from the censorate who dared to suggest the crown prince be dethroned was tried for high treason. A restraining collar was placed around his neck, and he was exiled 1,000 miles away to a remote village, a punishment for trying to lead the king astray with narrow-minded arguments. The families of the chief state counselor, right state counselor, inspector general, and chief censor were stripped of their noble titles, reduced to commoners. As for the traitors themselves, they were exiled 1,000 miles away, and 80% of their assets were confiscated. Such was the fate of those who failed to adapt to the rapid changes brought by the unexpected force known as Crown Prince Hyang. Hyang gave a faint smile. At the very least, they're still alive. Isn't that enough? After the anti-Crown Prince faction was exiled, time flew by, and spring finally arrived. In the palace's main hall, King Sejong sat on his throne. The court officials had gathered, waiting for the morning assembly to begin. He looked around the room and calmly said, It seems everyone is present. King Sejong took a deep breath, then continued with a firmer voice. I have an important announcement today. Noticing the king's physical transformation, people in the palace began to whisper among themselves. How did the crown prince manage to pull this off? Could something as simple as jump rope really bring such a drastic change? Without further delay, the king continued. For the future of the Joseon Dynasty, I plan to carry out a major reform. With great enthusiasm, the king held up a reform proposal book. His face lit up with excitement. Everyone who saw him was stunned, except Hyang, who looked exhausted. So it finally begins, he thought. A few weeks earlier, while Hyang was sound asleep, he heard a voice outside his door. Hyang, are you awake? He recognized the voice. Slowly sitting up, Hyang replied, Not yet, father. You can come in. From outside, King Sejong answered, No, I just wanted to borrow the chart you used in your presentation. Rubbing his eyes, Hyang said, It's on my desk. Feel free to take it. The king thanked him, then called out to a eunuch, Bring me that chart. A eunuch opened the door and entered to retrieve it. Before leaving, the king said his goodbyes. I'm heading out. Go back to sleep. Still half asleep, Hyang mumbled, All right, father. He yawned and drifted back to sleep, completely unaware that this late-night visit would one day give him a never-ending headache. The next day, a familiar voice echoed across the eastern palace. His Majesty the King has arrived, shouted a eunuch. Father's here, Hyang thought, immediately rushing out to greet him. The king entered and said, There's a part of your chart I don't understand. Can you explain it to me? Still groggy from just waking up, Hyang gave a small bow and replied, Yes, father. The following day during lunch, King Sejong brought up the chart again. Hyang grew even more confused. The next day, Hyang started to feel that something was off. By the third visit, he thought, Does this man never get tired? It was already 1 a.m., but instead of looking sleepy, his father's eyes were glowing with energy. They stayed up late into the night, still discussing the chart. The king was completely absorbed in the papers on the desk. After a while, he turned to Hyang. It seems you still don't get it. Let me explain it again. Exhausted, Hyang quickly replied, No, father. I understand it perfectly. King Sejong smiled with satisfaction. I'm glad I have such a smart son. Inside, Hyang was crying, but he forced a smile, pretending to be happy with what he had done. Back in the present, King Sejong enthusiastically presented his reform plan to the ministers. I want all of you to review this thoroughly, find any issues that need fixing or areas that can be improved. Everyone bowed in acknowledgement of the king's order. With eyes shining, King Sejong added, And if any of you have a better plan, make sure to tell me. And so, King Sejong's grand reform began. The first area of reform was the structure of the central government. The king outlined a new framework based on 6 departments and proposed procedures for its implementation. The second reform involved reorganizing regional governance. Hwanghae province was divided into 5 regions, Gyeonggi into 7, and Gangwon into 5. Each region was required to establish its own local administrative structure. Finally, it was time to address the most important issue. While out walking, the king turned to Hyang and said, "Crown Prince, today we'll be talking about trade and industry." Hyang was caught off guard. "Now, father," the king continued, "during this morning's exercise, something occurred to me. You didn't mention it in your presentation, but your chart clearly shows that developing trade and industry not only boosts the economy, but also strengthens the power of the monarchy." Hyang gulped. It seemed his long nights were far from over. He paused for a moment before answering. "It's a simple concept. Agriculture is what builds the base wealth for the nobility. But if the palace promotes trade and industry, it can generate more profit than the nobles earn from owning land. That would expand the royal court's influence and strengthen the king's authority." Hyang continued, "But don't you see? The same nobles are the ones buying goods from merchants. They're the biggest consumers. Wouldn't they also grow stronger in the process?" "Father, you need to see the bigger picture." King Sejong glanced at him. "The bigger picture?" he asked. After a moment of thought, the king's eyes lit up. "Foreign trade?" Hyang gave a slight grin. As expected from the great King Sejong, he thought. Then he confirmed, "Yes, father. If we earn money by selling products outside of Joseon, we're no longer limited by domestic borders. We'll grow much faster than the nobles, who are tied to the land. Their influence will start to fade." The king placed a hand on Hyang's shoulder. "I understand now, as expected from my son." Suddenly, Hyang realized that if he explained any further, it might lead to something else entirely. Before he could finish his thoughts, King Sejong locked eyes with him, his gaze sharp, as if he were about to ask another question. His expression was serious, like he was about to devour Hyang whole. Hyang had expected this. He knew his father would keep pressing him, and it was exhausting. The king continued, "In the end, we need capital to start a business, right? But most of the wealth that could be used as capital is in the hands of the nobility. If merchants borrow money from them, won't the nobles just gain even more power?" Hyang quickly explained that, while that was one way, there was another. They could bring the merchants to their side instead. The king looked confused. "What do you mean by that?" Hyang went on. "It's not the nobles who should be lending them money, but the court itself. In modern terms, it's a national bank, a state-run bank with specific national objectives, not private interests. They would provide the capital, allowing merchants to borrow money at reasonable interest rates." King Sejong accepted the idea of establishing a national bank and proposed it as the final step in his grand reform. As a result of his sweeping reforms, the number of government officials needed grew significantly. The royal court had to constantly seek out talented individuals to fill these positions and ensure there were enough experts in every field. King Sejong ordered a full review of the education policy to make sure that even commoners could receive basic education. The reforms were implemented gradually, and the policies were carefully coordinated by sending officials to observe their impact on local populations. However, ever since the new policies were enforced, all kinds of issues, both big and small, started to appear throughout the kingdom. It took a long time for these reforms to fully take root. In fact, they weren't completely implemented until 15 years later. In the distant future, historians would refer to this event as the Year of the Dragon Reforms. King Sejong expressed his gratitude to Hyang. "It took a long time, but thanks to you, the people's lives will be better." Hyang grinned and gave a thumbs up. "No need to thank me, father. Just being able to help you is enough." But in his heart, Hyang thought, "This is the first time I've met someone even more passionate about their dream than I am." The king burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, you rascal." Hyang looked up and asked, "Father, why don't you leave the rest of the work to me and the ministers? I don't think you need to handle everything personally." The king playfully smacked Hyang on the head. "You cheeky brat. This is the duty of a king. How could I not understand everything myself?" Rubbing his head, Hyang pouted. "That's not what I meant, father. I could work with the ministers and report back to you." King Sejong smiled at him. "Hyang, is there a difference between learning by doing and just understanding something through someone else's words? Which do you think is more effective?" Hyang was taken aback by the question. The king continued, "I don't want to be the kind of ruler who just sits around listening to reports." After saying that, King Sejong laughed heartily again and walked back inside. Hyang stared after him, wide-eyed, realizing, "Just as I thought, no matter how much I know about the future, there are some things I'll never be able to surpass." One day, at the Eastern Palace, a familiar announcement echoed throughout the court. "His Majesty has arrived." King Sejong entered the room, and Hyang greeted him politely. "Father, you're here." As usual, the king had come to ask about one of Hyang's charts. "Hyang, I was looking over your chart again, and something caught my attention." At the mention of chart, Hyang immediately tensed up. This time, he didn't hold back and quickly said, "Father, I just want to rest. Please, let me rest for a bit." Seeing his son so flustered, the king gently reassured him. "This time, it's not about the reform plans." Even so, Hyang didn't look entirely relieved. His face still showed signs of concern. "What is it, father?" King Sejong continued. "In your presentation, you mentioned several policies, but I noticed you didn't talk about the military at all. Why is that?" Hyang froze at his father's question. The king pressed further. "Don't tell me. You have no ideas when it comes to the military?" Hyang stayed silent for a moment before finally smirking, leaving a look of curiosity on his father's face. Beads of sweat rolled down Hyang's cheek as King Sejong muttered, "You sneaky little brat." Then Hyang explained, "If I had brought up the military, it would have only complicated things even more." He turned the question around. "Father, what do you think about our current military?" The king replied slowly, "I think this country still lacks stability. We don't yet have the proper system to manage the military. We need to invest more resources and effort to prepare for any threats that may arise." Hearing the answer he had been waiting for, Hyang thought, "Perfect. The time has come." After the king finished speaking, he asked Hyang for his opinion. Hyang quickly responded, "I agree, father. I believe it's absolutely necessary, especially when it comes to strengthening our navy." King Sejong raised an eyebrow. "The navy?" Hyang nodded. "Yes, father. Unfortunately, our Joseon Dynasty still lacks a strong enough naval force to dominate the seas. Even during the Tsushima Island campaign a few years ago, over half of our naval forces were made up of untrained civilians. That's far from ideal. And that's not the only problem. Our ships are too small. Even crossing the waters between Busan and Tsushima puts our soldiers' lives at serious risk." King Sejong paused to reflect, and soon realized that his son was absolutely right. "We need to increase ship production and strengthen our naval forces," the king replied. Hyang nodded in agreement. "Exactly, father." The king then thought further and said, "The biggest issue here is the budget." Before the king could come up with a solution, Hyang confidently stepped in. "I have a suggestion to solve the budget problem." Intrigued, the king asked, "Really? What is it?" With full confidence, Hyang replied, "Mining rocks." The king looked slightly confused. "Rocks?" Not long after, a royal decree was posted throughout the capital, calling for skilled miners to report immediately to the Ministry of Commerce. Some people didn't even understand what mining meant. "Does that mean digging for stones?" Whispers spread among the people. "Why are they suddenly asking us to dig up rocks?" Some even speculated, maybe there's a gold mine hidden somewhere inside the palace. Meanwhile, the king was busy calculating. His top priority was securing capital, resources like gold, silver, and bronze. Turning to his ministers, the king asked, "Do we need anything else?" One of the ministers replied, "That seems sufficient, Your Majesty." Standing beside the minister was Hyang, lost in thought. "For my own hobby, I'll probably need more sooner or later," he mused. Suddenly, Hyang spoke up. "Father, we're going to need a few more materials." The king turned toward him. "What else do we need?" Hyang immediately listed them off. Iron, sulfur, limestone, and something called coal. The king, unfamiliar with the term, asked with curiosity, "Coal? What is that?" Hyang explained in detail. "Coal is a type of rock formed from dead plants that were buried and turned into stone. I've heard it burns better and faster than wood. If we use coal instead of wood, we can prevent deforestation." Hearing about this new resource, the king became very intrigued. "That's incredible. But what do you plan to use limestone for?" Hyang continued, "Limestone is crucial for construction and iron smelting." The king questioned further, "Construction? How can limestone be used for building?" Hyang hesitated. "I'm sorry, father, but I still need to research that more. However, it's a very common mineral, so collecting it shouldn't be difficult." Hyang recalled his modern knowledge. Iron, coal, and cement were all critical in driving the Industrial Revolution. Without these resources, how could industry ever move forward? One of the ministers spoke up. "Your Majesty, I apologize, but we don't have any sulfur deposits in Joseon. That's why we've always imported it from Wakoku, even to this day," Hyang countered. "But are we really sure we don't have any? It's possible we do. We just haven't found them yet. Sulfur isn't only found in Wakoku, but also in the Ming Empire. It doesn't make sense that we have none at all. Of course, sulfur mines might be in hard-to-reach places, but the most important use of sulfur is for making gunpowder, essential for national defense. It's one of the most critical materials. If we keep relying on imports, it could become a serious problem in the future." Hyang's words left the court ministers stunned. Only now did they realize how serious the situation truly was. After hearing this, King Sejong fully agreed. "We need to investigate this further," he said. One of the ministers chimed in, "You're right, Crown Prince. Let's go search for it." Hyang was satisfied with how things had gone. As expected, he thought. Framing it as national defense instead of military power really made things move more smoothly. And so, skilled miners from all 8 provinces of Joseon gathered in Hanyang. King Sejong established a new organization called the Resource Agency, placed under the Ministry of Commerce, to manage them. An official gave instructions to the workers. "Your job is to travel across the entire kingdom and find the minerals listed here. If you search diligently, you'll be handsomely rewarded. So, do your best." The miners shouted in unison, "We'll do our best." At that moment, King Sejong arrived. "His Majesty the King has arrived." Upon hearing the announcement, all the miners quickly fell to their knees and bowed. "This humble servant greets your majesty." The king smiled warmly. "The work you are about to do is incredibly important. The prosperity and strength of our nation depends on the results of your efforts, so I hope you all give it your very best." "Yes, your majesty. We will give it everything we have," the miners responded in chorus. The minister then gave one final instruction. "Review this list carefully. Check if anything's missing." One of the miners responded, "Yes, sir." He took the list and unrolled it so everyone could see, then read it aloud. "Let's see. Gold, silver, copper, coal." "What's coal?" someone blurted out. "I've heard of it before. It's a type of black rock that burns easily." The man holding the list was stunned. "A rock that burns? That sounds strange." Next on the list was sulfur. Another man asked, "Do we even have sulfur in Joseon?" They unrolled the scroll further. The miners noticed something written in the corner. "What's this?" one of them asked the man holding the list. The man read it out loud. "Immediately report if you find the following mineral. A shiny black stone that looks like obsidian but is more brittle. It's called graphite." Sometime later, a large shipment of raw minerals was delivered to Hyang. Seeing the piles of stone and ore before him, Hyang was overjoyed. "Amazing! They did a great job. We now have all the essential materials we need." Suddenly, a eunuch came to report to the crown prince. "We have news. The envoy from the Ming Dynasty has returned." Upon hearing the news, Hyang was overjoyed and exclaimed, "They've finally returned." Inside the court, a large table filled with books and documents had been set up in the center of the room. "These are gifts from His Majesty's envoy," someone announced. One of the ministers stepped forward to examine the items. He was stunned by what he saw. King Sejong picked up a large sheet of paper, furrowed his brow, and wondered, "What kind of map is this?" Looking at the documents laid out before him, the king asked, "Hyang, what are all these books and maps?" Hyang quickly replied, "I made a separate request to the head of the delegation. These items are important for governance, national records and maps from Admiral Zheng. He's great expeditions." The Minister of Revenue chimed in. "I've heard of someone named Zheng He. He was a eunuch under Emperor Yongle. It's said he led naval expeditions to explore distant seas under the emperor's orders." Zheng He was a renowned eunuch in the Ming Empire, highly praised in modern Chinese history. It's said that his journeys reached as far as the lands we now know as Southeast Asia and Africa. Although King Sejong had heard of Zheng He before, he still didn't understand how his voyage records could be relevant to governing a country. Hyang held up a map in front of his father. "Look at this map. It's worth 1,000 gold coins." As he spoke, the king and his ministers stared at him with puzzled expressions. Seeing their reactions, Hyang's face darkened with frustration, but he pressed on. "Do you remember the issue we had with importing buffalo horns?" The Minister of Revenue echoed. "Buffalo horns?" He seemed to be trying to recall the situation. Hyang continued. "Buffalo horns are essential for crafting bows. Joseon doesn't have enough, so we have to import them from the Ming Dynasty. But they only supply them to us when we send tribute missions. That's such a hassle, right? Of course, the Ming Dynasty isn't the only place with buffalo. I've heard that Dai Viet and Siam have plenty as well." Bit by bit, Hyang guided them toward his main point. "But we've never traded with them. And the reason is simple, because we don't know how to get there." Realizing what the crown prince meant, the ministers looked visibly surprised. With growing confidence, Hyang continued enthusiastically. "But if we use this map as a guide, we can reach those countries. And if that happens, we'll be able to strike trade deals without wasting unnecessary resources." Hearing Hyang's confident explanation, King Sejong stroked his chin in awe. Without thinking, he gave a thumbs up, a gesture he had recently learned from Hyang. Seeing the king's unfamiliar gesture, one of the ministers asked, "Your Majesty, what does that mean?" The king laughed and replied, "It means you're the best. The crown prince taught me that not long ago." Standing next to the ministers, Hyang was at a loss for words. He simply gave a stiff smile, already regretting the decision to teach his father such a strange gesture. Suddenly, the king turned to Hyang and asked, "But Crown Prince, there's still one thing that puzzles me. There's no way the Ming Emperor would hand over such critical information so easily. What kind of trick did you pull?" At the word trick, Hyang's expression darkened. He grew a bit nervous and thought, "All right, I guess we need to rewind the story a little." Back to the day when the diplomatic mission from Joseon visited the third emperor of the Ming Dynasty, Emperor Yongle. The emperor sat upon his throne, gazing at the envoys before him. "You've traveled a long way to get here. You must be exhausted," he said. The envoys replied in unison, "Your Majesty, your grace is beyond measure." The emperor admired the birdcage they had presented as tribute and couldn't help but praise it. "The tribute you've brought is truly remarkable, just as I expected. Hawks from Joseon are indeed elegant." He couldn't take his eyes off the bird in the cage. Its feathers were stunning, radiating a majestic presence, perfectly fitting for the imperial court. The emperor was clearly pleased with the gift. Deciding to offer a gift in return, Emperor Yongle asked, "What does Joseon wish for?" One of the envoys stepped forward and answered, "Your Majesty, we would like sulfur and copper." The emperor immediately instructed his cabinet to discuss with the envoys and provide a suitable amount. Then he asked, "Is there anything else you desire?" The envoy hesitated briefly before daring to continue. "Forgive me, Your Majesty, but we would also like a copy of Admiral Zheng He's expedition records." The emperor raised an eyebrow. "Zheng He's voyage logs? Why would Joseon want those?" His expression darkened. After a short silence, the envoys began to speak, their words laced with elaborate flattery. Each one smiled brightly, radiating admiration and enthusiasm. Joseon is but a small country, hidden away in a remote corner of this vast world. Because of this, we truly don't understand how large the world actually is. Thanks to Your Majesty's grace, our small nation has learned that the world is filled with many other countries. We are deeply grateful to you. We also heard that Admiral Zheng He was sent by Your Majesty to spread news of your greatness to the ends of the earth. The emperor, hearing their words of praise, smiled broadly. Encouraged, the envoys continued. Our little nation has only just begun to grasp how vast the world truly is. But for a long time, Joseon has been isolated, unable to comprehend the full grandeur of it all. So, we humbly ask for a copy of Zheng He's expedition records, so that we too may witness the magnificence of the Ming Dynasty. The officials in the Ming court nearly gagged at the endless flattery coming from the foreign envoys. But the Joseon envoys didn't stop. They ended their plea with one final request. "We sincerely hope that Your Majesty will grant us the honor of witnessing your greatness." And that's how we got them, Father. Hyang concluded the story. After hearing it all, King Sejong was left speechless. So they managed to get something that valuable just by talking nonsense? The Ming emperor had willingly handed over such a prized possession simply because of a few flattering words. Those envoys really gave it their all. Still stunned, King Sejong muttered, "But I'm still curious. No matter how much we flatter them, why would they give away something so precious? Could they have had an ulterior motive?" The chief inspector shifted uncomfortably, as if something had just dawned on him. "Your Majesty, there's something strange about these records." The king frowned. "What do you mean?" The chief inspector picked up one of the documents on the table with a grave expression. "This isn't a copy, it's the original." The ministers gasped. "What? The original question mark? How could the actual records be here? Was it a mistake, or could this lead to a problem later on?" The chief inspector opened the document and tried to make sense of the situation. As he turned one of the pages, a letter slipped out. "Your Majesty, there's a letter inside." The king held out his hand. "Give it to me." With slightly trembling hands, the chief inspector handed it over. The king skimmed through it and shook his head. "I don't understand it." Hyang looked up. "Father, may I read it?" The king passed the letter to a eunuch, who brought it to Hyang. He unfolded the paper and read aloud. "This document has been delivered through official channels. Therefore, there is no need to question or trace its origin." Hyang fell silent. He imagined someone from the Ming Dynasty casually handing over the document to their envoy, saying, "Just take it, don't ask questions." That image was so vivid in his mind. Lifting his head, Hyang looked at King Sejong. "Father, I think the Ming Dynasty simply wanted to give it to us." The king still looked skeptical. "What do you mean?" Hyang recalled a lesson from his past life. He could almost hear the faint voice of a teacher standing in front of a chalkboard. "Do you know why the emperor of the Ming Dynasty launched Zheng He's expeditions? To understand that, we have to look at how Emperor Yongle came to power. He seized the throne in a coup, which meant his legitimacy was shaky. So, he needed a political achievement to prove his worth, and the Grand Maritime expeditions were his answer. But why were those expeditions never repeated in the 15th century? During a time when Asia should have been far ahead of Europe in exploration, the expeditions just stopped. The reason lies in their trade policy. They weren't actually trading. They operated on a tribute system. Foreign countries gave gifts and were rewarded in return. The problem was, tribute trade with distant nations wasn't profitable. If a ship sank or was damaged, rebuilding it cost a fortune. That's why, after Emperor Yongle's death, all records of the expeditions were destroyed. The Ming Dynasty didn't want future rulers repeating that mistake. One of the ministers, the Minister of Public Works, raised his voice. "But Your Majesty, if it really required that much wealth, doesn't that mean we shouldn't do it either?" Hyang gave a faint smile. "No, because our situation is different from the Ming Dynasties." The king raised an eyebrow. "How so?" Hyang grinned. "The difference lies in our trade system. They used a tribute and reward model. We can adopt a bilateral trade system instead." The court exchanged confused glances. Everyone in the room shared the same puzzled expression. Once again, Hyang was introducing a completely new concept. Smiling, he explained, "Instead of following the Ming Dynasty's method, we can develop bilateral trade." The ministers began to murmur. "Bilateral trade? What's that?" Hyang continued. "It's the opposite of the Ming model. Instead of tribute and rewards, we simply exchange goods of value between nations." The king, intrigued, asked for a more detailed explanation. Hyang nodded and explained further. "Put simply, we operate based on business principles. The court will oversee transportation and ensure merchants' safety. In return, we collect taxes and fees, keeping trade profitable. That way, we can import essential goods for our people at a lower cost, while also controlling market prices." Hearing the explanation, King Sejong fell into deep thought. The Minister of Taxation asked, "Essential goods for daily life? Are those even available from other countries? Most high-quality products are already made here in Joseon." Haeyang quickly responded, "Minister, are you familiar with pepper?" The Minister of Public Works suddenly remembered. "Ah, right, I almost forgot about that." Haeyang sighed. In his heart, he thought, "People in this era have no idea how bland food tastes without pepper. We can only get a small amount from Arab merchants, which is why it's so expensive." Another minister interjected, "But do we really need to import it? Wouldn't that cause people to spend too much money, draining the nation's wealth?" Haeyang replied, "Yes, there's always that risk. But if we blindly try to stop the flow of money abroad, it will only lead to more smuggling. And when that happens, people will end up paying even more, and corruption will spread. Officials will start taking bribes to turn a blind eye." Everyone in the court nodded in agreement. "The more prosperous Joseon becomes, the better life will be for our people," said one minister. "Exactly," another added. Haeyang then turned to the Minister of Taxation. "By the way, Minister, what about the other items I requested besides the books?" "They're being stored in the warehouse," the minister replied. Haeyang looked at his father. "Father, may I bring them to the East Palace?" King Sejong nodded. A short while later, crates began arriving, and Haeyang checked the contents of each one. "What's that?" asked one minister as Haeyang opened a crate. Haeyang quickly answered, "This is the first item we'll be selling, sugar." The minister was shocked. Cane sugar? Haeyang recalled what his teacher once said, that in the Joseon era, sugar was a precious commodity. Because sugarcane was hard to grow, sugar was extremely expensive and considered a luxury item. So it was no surprise that everyone was shocked by the sight of so much sugar. The ministers murmured among themselves, "Sugar is incredibly expensive, and the crown prince has 20 whole crates of it." With a displeased look, King Sejong spoke up. "Even if you are the crown prince, your lifestyle seems rather extravagant." Haeyang turned to the Minister of Taxation and asked, "Minister, does the item list include the prices? What was the total cost?" The minister checked the ledger. "Let's see. Sugar, huh? Just 20 nyang of pure silver?" The entire court was stunned. King Sejong frowned. Could there be a mistake in the records? How much sugar was purchased in total? The Minister of Taxation swallowed hard and replied politely, "A total of 200 guan, or roughly 800 kilograms, Your Majesty." Once again, the court was thrown into disbelief. A minister stammered, "That amount of money wouldn't even buy a handful of sugar at the market. How is this possible?" Haeyang recalled what his teacher once said. If you look closely at Joseon's historical records, you'll see how isolated the country became from the rest of the world. People here didn't even realize that the Ming Dynasty had begun mass-producing sugar. They made so much of it that sugar became a secondary commodity. Haeyang confidently explained, "That's why I was able to purchase sugar at such a low price." The ministers gasped. "Ah, I see." King Sejong smiled proudly. "I'm truly proud of you, so knowledgeable, truly worthy of being my crown prince." But suddenly, the Minister of Public Works raised an objection. "But we already have honey and barley syrup as sugar substitutes. Therefore, there's no need to rely on foreign products." Another minister quickly responded, "With all due respect, that's not entirely accurate. Honey is hard to come by, and barley syrup depends on the annual harvest. It's better to rely on imported products that are stable." Tension sparked in their gazes. Yet another minister added, "It's not just about convenience. If we keep importing, won't Joseon become too dependent on foreign goods? Shouldn't we also worry about smuggling?" Haeyang stepped in. "I have a question for all the ministers. Have any of you ever tasted cane sugar before?" Everyone looked puzzled. One by one, they began to answer. Some said they had tasted it once, others only during the state exam celebration, and a few had never tried it at all. Haeyang let out a deep sigh and muttered to himself, "Joseon really is a poor country, isn't it?" King Sejong perked up. "What did you say?" Haeyang quickly responded, "Nothing, father." Then he changed the topic. "I have a suggestion I hope you'll accept. Since we've recently acquired a large amount of sugar, why don't we distribute some of it to the court officials and use it as a reward for palace servants?" The ministers murmured among themselves. "Using sugar as a reward?" Haeyang nodded. "Yes, I believe it's important to show recognition and appreciation for those who put the nation first and dedicate themselves fully." After hearing Haeyang's explanation, the ministers agreed. They also approved the sale of the remaining stock of sugar. A few days later, inside the palace, King Sejong was relaxing, enjoying sweets made from the newly acquired sugar. He looked thoroughly pleased. Suddenly, Haeyang rushed in with a worried look on his face. "Father!" King Sejong, still chewing sugar, was startled. "Oh, Crown Prince, you're here already." Seeing his father eating sugar again, Haeyang frowned. "Father, you're eating sugar again? Look, your belly is getting bigger." The king snapped back. "I was just about to skip dinner." Haeyang sighed and shook his head. "What if you get diabetes, father?" King Sejong groaned. "I know that already." The two of them found themselves once again locked in their never-ending battle over the king's sugar addiction. Just then, a voice called out from outside, "Your Majesty, the ministers have arrived." They had no choice but to end their argument. The king cleared his throat and called out, "Let them in." The doors opened and 3 ministers entered slowly. Each one carried an air of authority, their expressions serious, clearly not ordinary men. Hyang turned to look at them, wondering who they were. It was his first time meeting these individuals. Once they stood before the king, Sejong began to speak. As you all know, the left state councilor has recently retired to his hometown. After the smallpox vaccination incident, several high-level positions have remained vacant. I've now decided on the new appointments, he continued. This may be the first time the Crown Prince is meeting you. Why don't you all introduce yourselves? Hyang glanced at the men beside him, still unsure who they were. The first man stepped forward. I am Mayang Sajong, right state councilor. I am Hwang Hee, left state councilor. And I am Lee Jik, chief state councilor. Hyang was stunned by their introductions. A wave of emotion rose within him as he thought, this is insane. Could it really be them? He looked at the 3 men again, thinking to himself, they've truly arrived. Flooded with excitement, he thought, if they're here, that must mean... Meanwhile, the king continued his discussion with the ministers. He turned to the Minister of Public Works and asked about the water measurement issue that had been mentioned earlier. Your Majesty, we need a more accurate tool than what we're currently using, the minister replied. Jang Yong-sil will be in charge of this matter. Then inform Royal Engineer Jang Yong-sil to handle it, King Sejong ordered, and the ministers bowed in acknowledgement. But while his father continued the discussion, Yang was lost in thought. Could it really be Jang Yong-sil? Could this be the start of something big? In his study at the East Palace, Hyang was hard at work writing. After finishing his notes, he rolled up the paper and exclaimed with excitement, It's done! Clutching the paper in his small hand, he hurried to the door. Let's go see Jang Yong-sil now. The servant bowed deeply. Yes, Your Highness. A bright smile spread across Hyang's face as he whispered to himself, I'm coming to meet you now, Jang Yong-sil. However, when he arrived at his destination, Hyang's voice echoed with disappointment. So, Jang Yong-sil isn't here right now. That's correct, Your Highness, a guard replied. He's currently at the water clock. Hyang's face showed signs of disappointment. Seeing the crown prince eager to meet Jang Yong-sil, the court eunuch offered to summon him to the East Palace, but Hyang quickly stopped him. There's no need to call someone who's busy. That would be rude. Then he asked, You said he's at the water clock? Yes, Your Highness, the eunuch replied with a bow. Without wasting time, Hyang headed straight to the water clock to find Jang Yong-sil. As he stood before the towering structure, he couldn't hide his amazement. Wow, it's huge. So this is the water-powered timekeeping device. It's even bigger than I imagined. Suddenly, a man appeared near the structure, wiping his forehead, clearly troubled by something. This won't work, and neither will that, he muttered to himself. Hyang walked up to him and asked, Hey, are you Jang Yong-sil? The man was startled and quickly bowed deeply. This lowly servant greets the crown prince. Hyang smiled and casually said, Lowly servant? If a 5th-rank official keeps calling himself that, people are going to curse you. I wouldn't dare, Your Highness, Jang Yong-sil replied respectfully. It's fine, Hyang said. I saw you examining the water clock with a troubled look. Is something wrong? Jang Yong-sil answered politely. His Majesty ordered me to create a more accurate water-powered clock. I understand the basic principles, but calculating all the necessary numbers has proven quite difficult. Hyang smiled. I see. Then what if we made a smaller version? Jang Yong-sil looked surprised, but then responded, I've thought about that too, but it's impossible to make it smaller than this. Hyang's eyes lit up. All right then. I've actually sketched a new type of clock. Since you're the expert, would you like to take a look? Jang Yong-sil hesitantly took the paper from Hyang. He figured the crown prince might be speaking nonsense. After all, designing a clock wasn't something simple, but as soon as he opened the scroll, his eyes widened in shock. Good heavens! This uses the power of a pendulum, not water or gears. This design is incredibly convincing. What amazed him even more was that such a complex design had come from a child. He could hardly believe his eyes. After studying the blueprint, he asked, Did you really come up with all of this by yourself? Hyang replied, Well, about 30% of it is knowledge from the West. Though in his heart, he knew it was 100% from the 21st century. What do you think? Can you build it? Jang Yong-sil looked uneasy. I'm not entirely sure, but I'll give it my best. Hyang was overjoyed and grinned from ear to ear. Great! Let's get started right away. Jang Yong-sil took the design with him and nodded, As you command. But after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. I nearly forgot. I may not be able to start right away. I'm currently working on another task under His Majesty's orders. I apologize, Your Highness, but I'll begin as soon as that's done. Hyang frowned, clearly disappointed. Then I'll take care of that task for you. The official hesitated. Pardon me? What did you say? I said, I'll handle my father's task for you. You can start working on the clock now. Jang Yong-sil still looked unsure. Is that really all right? I could lose my head over this. Don't worry about it, Hyang reassured him. You said it yourself. Doing all these calculations alone is tough. Do you know anyone good with calculations? Jang Yong-sil paused for a moment, then said, For arithmetic, There's official Zhang Cho from the Ministry of Public Works, and official Zhang Inji from the Hall of Worthies. I also heard official Yi Cheon from the Ministry of Justice is pretty skilled. Hyang snapped his fingers. Got it, I'll handle that for you. No need to worry, just focus on building the clock. Hyang handed Yongsil another scroll labeled Yu Hai. Yongsil accepted it, though he didn't quite understand what the scroll was for. After visiting Jang Yongsil, the crown prince went to see his father. When the king saw him, he asked, "What brings you here?" "I have a proposal," the crown prince replied. Hearing that the prince had another idea, the ministers grew nervous. One of them muttered, "What kind of bomb is he dropping this time?" Without hesitation, Hyang made his request. "Father, I'd like you to assign a few people to me." The king raised an eyebrow. "People? Who exactly?" Hyang explained, "I need official Jung Cho from the Ministry of Public Works, official Jung In-ji from the Hall of Worthies, and official Yi Cheon from the Ministry of Justice." The ministers exchanged surprised glances, and as if that wasn't enough, Hyang added, "I also need a few skilled craftsmen from the armory, and Jang Yong-sil from the Hall of Worthies." The Minister of Public Works quickly cut in. "Your Majesty, those people?" The king turned to him. "Why do you look so surprised? Is there a problem?" The minister swallowed hard and answered hesitantly. "No, Your Majesty, my apologies. But those individuals are key talents in their departments. Without them, managing state affairs will be extremely difficult. I'm sure the Crown Prince has something important in mind, but the affairs of the state are important too." The king turned back to Hyang. "Crown Prince, explain to me. Why do you need them?" Hyang paused for a moment, then answered with firm conviction, "I want to create things that will help make Joseon stronger." The king narrowed his eyes. "Inventions?" Hyang nodded. "I already have over a dozen designs drawn up in my study at the East Palace. But those are only the blueprints. Precise calculations still need to be done. That's why I need these math experts. If they help me bring these ideas to life, they'll be the pioneers behind Joseon's strength and prosperity." The ministers were silent, unsure of what to say. The king seemed a bit confused, while some ministers didn't fully understand what the crown prince was planning. The next day at the East Palace, 3 officials sat together in discussion. The first to speak was Mr. Jung In-ji. "Royal Advisor Zhang, it's been a while." Official Zhang nodded. "Indeed, official Jung In-ji, it's been quite some time." Jung In-ji turned and asked, "The crown prince said you're working on a clock. Is that true?" Official Zhang nodded and unrolled a scroll in front of them. "Yes, this is a clock design created by the crown prince himself." Everyone leaned in to study the blueprint carefully. Jung In-ji furrowed his brows. "This system seems to use a single structure to track time throughout the day, but in Joseon, we use a different system for night hours. Won't that be confusing? If we apply this, we'd be forcing people to use the same method for both day and night." Just then, the door opened and Hyang walked in confidently. The officials immediately stood and bowed. "We greet His Highness the Crown Prince." Hyang smiled. "I heard your concerns. Right now, the way we measure time depends on the season, and that's inefficient. For the sake of the people, wouldn't it be better to use a consistent time system, both day and night?" The officials exchanged glances and nodded. "You're right. But, Your Highness, why did you call us here?" Without a word, Hyang placed a thick stack of papers on the table in front of them. "Could you solve all these math problems for me?" In his hand were sheets of math problems he had prepared specifically for them. The officials stared at the stack with expressions of shock, disbelief, and quiet resignation. Officials Zhang Yongsil and Yi exchanged shocked glances. Their eyes widened in disbelief as the crown prince handed them a set of math problems. Then it was official Jung In-ji's turn. He clearly looked worried. Nervously he asked, "What is this?" Hyang smiled and replied, "Just a few simple questions. Please solve them first." But in reality, the problems were far from simple. Even though these officials were considered some of the best mathematicians in the Eastern Palace, they had to rack their brains to find the answers. Official Yi Cheon was completely stumped when he reached a problem about calculating the area of a piece of land. Meanwhile, official Jang Yongsil held his head in his hands, wishing he had brought his counting sticks with him. A moment later, Hyang was speechless as he looked at their test results. In his thoughts, he muttered, "This is kinda sad. The highest score is only 70? I really need to introduce Arabic numerals. They need to learn proper math too, but I'm too busy to teach them myself. What should I do?" That's when the Crown Prince had a brilliant idea and began formulating a plan. "If that's the case, I'll have to find some Muslim mathematicians." 1 month later, in the King's Council Hall, Hyang had just completed the pendulum clock he designed himself. Proudly, the Crown Prince presented it to the king, asking him and the ministers to examine his invention. The officials were stunned by this groundbreaking creation. With a confident smile, the Crown Prince pointed at the clock and declared, "This is a new kind of clock to replace the water clocks. It won't just be placed in the palace, it'll also be installed in the offices of the 6 ministries. That way, everyone in Joseon will know the time." The king stepped closer to the clock, beaming. "Really?" he said enthusiastically. He immediately ordered the Minister of Public Works to install the new clocks throughout the palace and ministries. "Do it right away," he commanded. The Minister of Public Works responded loudly, "Yes, Your Majesty." The other ministers who witnessed the moment were overjoyed, whispering among themselves, The Crown Prince has created another amazing invention. As expected from His Highness, life will be so much easier now. But this was only the beginning of a nightmare. After some time using the new clocks, the ministers, still unfamiliar with the modern time system, began arriving late to their meetings at the king's council hall. The king was growing increasingly frustrated. When they finally showed up, the king pointed at the clock and asked, "Ministers of Personnel and Taxation, what time is it?" Neither minister had expected to keep the king waiting. On the verge of tears, they bowed and apologized. "Forgive us, Your Majesty. We miscalculated the time." In another scene, at the Ministry of Rights, the head of the ministry was fuming. "Why isn't the task I gave you finished yet?" His subordinate bowed his head. "Please, I just need a little more time." A short while later, the head of the Ministry of Rights began ranting. "Still not done? Didn't you say it would be finished by 5 p.m.? The subordinate didn't dare to answer. He could only apologize again. "I sincerely apologize, sir." At the Ministry of Public Works, the situation was just as tense. The head was furious, yelling at his staff. "When will this report be ready?" Terrified, one of them responded, "If you allow it, sir, we'll work until 7 p.m. to finish it." The ministry head glared at his subordinate and raised his voice sharply. "Just to finish this? It's only 7 in the morning. Are you all planning to slack off?" The subordinate quickly replied, "Of course not, sir." But the ministry head simply scoffed coldly. "You're all graduates of the Royal Academy, and this is the best you can do. Pathetic." Meanwhile, in a small tavern near the Eastern Palace, the common folk were in an uproar. "Damn this cursed world! Who came up with this weird clock?" a man shouted in frustration. "I'll find them and smash their head in." Another customer chimed in. "It must have been the Minister of Public Works. Useless. I want to quit my job because of that clock." Elsewhere in the palace, the king was strolling with the crown prince. Cheerfully he said, "Thank you, Hyang." The crown prince looked puzzled. "For what, father?" The king smiled warmly. "Thanks to you, the palace feels more alive. We're no longer wasting time like we used to." Hyang smiled modestly. "You give me too much credit, father. I just want to help. I'll keep working hard and bring even more useful things." The king chuckled and patted his son's head. "You're too humble. I'm proud to have a son like you." Then the king asked, "Is there anything else you need for making your strange inventions?" Hyang let out a mischievous laugh. "Actually, there is something I really need." The king raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Really? What is it?" Hyang calmly replied, "I just need a small independent office." The king was taken aback. "An independent office?" Hyang nodded with hopeful eyes. "Yes, father. I need a dedicated space to focus on my research. When I was building the clock, I faced a lot of problems. The room was too cramped. My work table was covered in blueprints and clock parts. I even had to eat on the floor." The king looked hesitant. "But building an entirely new building might be a bit wasteful," King Sejong replied. Like a child throwing a tantrum, Hyang blurted out, "If I had my own space, I could make even more inventions." The king finally relented. All right, I get it. It's too soon to make a decision now, so I'll give you an answer after I discuss it with the ministers." 5 days later, the Joseon Institute of Science and Technology Development was officially established. The ministers were speechless when they visited the site. As they entered the tiny building, a cold breeze passed through the room, which was barely a few square meters in size. One of the ministers whispered, "Is this seriously a government office? This building's smaller than a closet." Though a bit disappointed, the crown prince encouraged himself. "We may be starting small, but the results will be big, I guarantee it. No one will look down on us." Standing beside him, official Yung Cho just stared blankly, eyes vacant. Then one of the officials asked, "So, what exactly are we supposed to do here?" Hyang smiled. "Good question. First, come in," said the crown prince. Then he revealed a diagram of the institute's structure. Proudly he explained, "This is the organizational chart of our research institute. We'll conduct scientific and technical research to make our nation stronger and more prosperous. First, we have the Department of Basic Science and Technology Development, which will focus on the foundations of science and tech. Let's call it the Basic Department. The second is the Department of Applied Science and Technology Development, which will be in charge of turning our research into practical use in everyday life. We'll call this one the Applied Department," Hyang said confidently. The ministers began to nod in admiration, slowly grasping the revolutionary ideas presented by the crown prince. Hyang then appointed key officials to lead each department. Officials Jung In-ji and the Minister of Public Works, you'll be assigned to the Basic Department. Official Yi Cheon will be with the Applied Department. Official Jang will be in charge of military equipment and coordinating craftsmen from different ministries to support our research. Hyang smiled and quickly added, "The Basic Department will use mathematics to study areas like metallurgy, chemistry, architecture, and more. Meanwhile, the Applied Department will take those research results and develop them into practical solutions," Hyang continued. The officials still looked uncertain. "But aren't metallurgy and architecture academic fields too?" one of them asked. "Of course," Hyang replied enthusiastically. "Only by fully understanding the theory can we come up with more innovative ideas." He looked at each official, one by one. If any of you know skilled mathematicians, bring them to the institute, and if we still don't have enough, we can recruit Muslim scholars. Official Yung Cho looked hesitant. He thought to himself, aren't they just Saracen traders? Eventually, he voiced his concern. Your Highness, I mean no offense, but if we bring in Muslims, some ministers might oppose it. But Hyang remained calm. This is crucial to our research. If anyone objects, tell them to bring their concerns directly to me. He continued confidently. Muslims have been present on the Korean peninsula since the Silla dynasty. Trade with them has been ongoing and even thrived during the Goryeo and Joseon periods. They excel in mathematics. They'll definitely be able to help us. Official Yi Cheon spoke up. So, will the applied department just wait around until the basic department finishes its research? Hyang smiled. Let's step outside for a moment. Then Hyang and Yi Cheon walked out together. Hyang had learned that Yi Cheon was a former military officer, previously serving under the Ministry of War. That made him a perfect candidate for what Hyang had in mind. Let's upgrade our firearms, Hyang said excitedly. Yi Cheon's eyes widened in shock. Hyang chuckled at his reaction. For a military official, there was no idea more tempting than weapons innovation. Eventually, Yi Cheon bowed his head and said, All right, I'll get it done, no matter what it takes. Good, Hyang nodded. But first, we need someone who really understands firearms. Do you know anyone like that? Yi Cheon paused to think before answering. General Choi Hae-san. He's the weapons supervisor from the Bureau of Armaments and the son of General Choi Museon, a former Joseon military officer. He's probably working at the Ministry of Military Defense right now. Hyang's eyes lit up. Perfect, then let's head to the Ministry of Military Defense right away. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by an official who approached them with respect. Does His Highness wish to speak with me? He asked. Hyang looked at the man with eager eyes. No doubt about it. This was the former military officer and weapons expert Choi Hae-san from the Bureau of Military Supplies. At first, the Crown Prince felt a little awkward standing before General Choi. He really has an intense aura, he thought. But regaining his composure, Hyang smiled and said, It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. However, as he looked into Choi Hae-san's stern and serious expression, Hyang's confident smile started to fade a bit. This isn't looking too good, he thought. Despite his intimidating presence, Choi Hae-san wasn't nearly as scary as he seemed. He gave a warm smile and said, Thank you, Your Highness. It's an honor to meet you. The atmosphere began to relax. General Choi politely asked, So, what brings Your Highness to the Ministry of Military Defense today? Hyang let out a sigh of relief, then quickly invited General Choi to sit and talk. Once seated, the Crown Prince glanced at both official Yi Cheon and General Choi before finally speaking. I have a project. Would you two like to join me in creating something? General Choi raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Creating what, exactly, Your Highness? He asked curiously. With excitement in his voice, Hyang replied, I want to improve our military weaponry. At the mention of weaponry, General Choi's expression grew more serious. Improve our weapons? He repeated, trying to grasp what the prince meant. Hyang nodded. Exactly. We can't compare ourselves to the military power of other great dynasties. Even in close combat, Japan has already surpassed us. I'm sure you'd agree, General. General Choi fell silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. Yes, that's true. Hyang continued. On top of that, our finances are in poor shape. We can't keep recruiting more soldiers. That's why the first step must be to improve the quality of our weapons. Once that's done, we can gradually build a stronger force. General Choi listened carefully, then offered his perspective. Forgive me, Your Highness, but the spears and swords of Joseon troops are already of high quality. Hyang smiled. I know, but war isn't fought with spears and swords alone, he said calmly. What I'm talking about are gunpowder-based weapons. Yi Cheon, who had been quietly listening, suddenly widened his eyes. Your Highness? Do you mean firearms and cannons? You plan to improve them? He asked in shock. Seeing the mischievous grin spread across Hyang's face, the two officials grew slightly uneasy. Could a 10-year-old boy really be thinking like this? They wondered silently. Hyang spoke up. If I already had a detailed plan, I'd explain it in full. But for now, I just want to see how effective our current cannons are. Can we arrange a demonstration? Yi Cheon hesitated slightly before responding. A demonstration like that would require permission from His Majesty. Upon hearing that, Hyang immediately replied, All right then, I'll ask Father for permission. Not long after, Hyang went to see King Sejong and expressed his request. The king raised an eyebrow. A cannon demonstration? Is that really necessary? I won't approve it if it's just for your amusement, he warned. Hyang answered confidently. It's not for fun, Father. If we want to strengthen national defense, upgrading our firearms is essential, but I haven't had the chance to inspect them closely. After hearing Hyang's reasoning, the king gave his approval. Very well. Ministry of Military Defense, prepare a demonstration of our cannons and rifles, he ordered. Suddenly, King Sejong added, Actually, why not make it bigger? Let's bring in the cavalry and other troops too, along with the cannons and rifles. Hyang grinned. I love that idea. The ministers nearby grumbled quietly at the father and son's excitement. Looks like we're not going home early today. As requested by the crown prince, the firearms demonstration was held 10 days later. On the day of the event, Hyang carefully observed every detail. King Sejong opened the demonstration by saying, "I want to assess the condition of our troops as well. I expect your best effort today." The soldiers responded in unison. "As you command." The show began with cavalry and archers displaying their skills. But something puzzled Hyang. Why are the spears shorter than I remember? He wondered. When the order was given to fire, the archers released their arrows skillfully, and the cavalry charged with enthusiasm. But something else left Hyang even more confused. Why are they pulling their horses back? Isn't that wasting all the momentum they just built up? He frowned. Cavalry units were supposed to break through enemy lines, not retreat midway through. Hyang sighed and thought to himself, clearly, we still have a long way to go. It was finally time for the firearm and cannon demonstration. General Choi Hae-sun, dressed in a sharp military uniform and radiating authority, stood tall before the soldiers. The sight was striking. He looked like the embodiment of discipline and true military strength. Hyang stared, eyes unblinking, his breath caught in his chest from the bubbling excitement within. Now, I'll get to see for myself just how powerful our weapons really are, he thought. His eyes gleamed, and his blood raced with curiosity. But in the midst of the growing anticipation, General Choi suddenly squinted, a strange sensation creeping over him. "Why does the back of my neck feel hot?" he muttered. One by one, the cannons were brought in. The largest was called the Heaven Cannon, followed by the Earth Cannon, and finally, stationed at the far edge, was a handheld cannon, an improved version of the Heaven Cannon. When the order to fire was given, thunderous blasts shook the air. Projectiles launched at incredible speed, soaring high into the sky and far across the field. King Sejong watched in awe. "What an incredible display of power," he exclaimed. "How far is the range?" A nearby minister quickly responded, "Approximately 1.6 kilometers, Your Majesty." He then turned to Hyang and asked, "What do you think, Crown Prince?" But Hyang was lost in thought and didn't respond immediately. He stood with his head down, looking somewhat disappointed. The king had to call out to him several times before Hyang snapped out of it. "Oh, yes, I think it's amazing, father. All thanks to a great general and skilled soldiers." Choi Hae-sun smiled modestly and replied, "Your Highness praises us too much." Yet Hyang still wasn't satisfied. He turned to the king with another request. "Father, may I speak with the cannon operators for a moment? There are a few things I'd like to confirm." The scene shifted to the soldiers manning the cannons. As soon as they saw the crown prince approaching, they immediately bowed and shouted, "Our respects, Your Highness." Hyang smiled, nodded, and said, "Thanks to your hard work, this country can enjoy peace. I'm deeply grateful to all of you." The soldiers bowed again and replied, "Your kindness is beyond measure." Suddenly, something caught Hyang's eye. "I've been wondering, why do their armors all look different?" The crown prince finally asked, "Did you all provide your own armor?" The soldiers answered in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." Hyang nodded slowly, beginning to understand. That explains the differences. Now that I think about it, I remember reading that, in the Joseon era, soldiers had to supply their own combat gear. No wonder they look like this. For now, Hyang decided to set that issue aside. There was something more urgent at hand. "Are all the cannons and handheld guns ready?" he asked. General Choi immediately replied, "Everything is prepared, Your Highness." He then pulled off a large cover, revealing a neatly arranged stockpile of weapons, swords, spears, and cannons. "I never thought I'd see Joseon's artillery with my own eyes. The colors. They're beautiful," Hyang said, visibly impressed. General Choi, puzzled by the strange expression on the prince's face, thought to himself, "What exactly is the crown prince thinking?" Hyang began closely inspecting the weapons. As he examined the cannons, something caught his attention. They're still using wooden cannons without reinforcements. That means the explosive power of the gunpowder isn't being fully utilized. It took a long time for reinforced cannons to become common, so I guess it makes sense they're still using older models, he thought, but suddenly his eyes narrowed. "Wait, this cannon is made of wood, but it's reinforced, isn't it?" he asked. General Choi nodded. The crown prince rested his chin in his hand, falling into deep thought, his face serious. "There's been progress, yes, but a complete overhaul is clearly needed. The question is, where do I even begin?" For now, he set aside the cannon issue and shifted his focus to the handheld guns. "General Choi, I have a question." Hyang began firing off questions in quick succession. "Do the Jurchen soldiers wear armor?" General Choi nodded. "Yes, Your Highness. There are various types, but they all wear armor, both light and heavy." The crown prince paused for a moment before asking again, "If they were wearing light armor and get hit by one of these handheld guns, what would happen?" Choi let out a breath before replying, "I haven't seen it firsthand, but according to reports from the northern borders, a Jurchen soldier was killed from a distance of 40 paces, about 50 meters. Hyang nodded slowly. "All right, that's helpful. Let's head back." As he walked, Hyang's mind was still full of questions. "This is complicated. It's hard to identify the root issue. Where should I even start?" Once the drills were over, King Sejong, looking satisfied, addressed the troops. "You've all done well. I prepared food and drink for everyone. Enjoy it to your heart's content." Upon hearing this, the soldiers erupted in cheers. "Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" But Hyang still couldn't stop thinking. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore and burst out, "This isn't right! I'm too curious! I can't hold it in!" Without hesitation, he called over 2 soldiers from the artillery and firearms unit. The 2 men glanced at each other in confusion before replying, "Yes, Your Highness." Hyang gave a mischievous grin. "Come with me. There are a few things I want to ask." But before they left, the Crown Prince politely added, "Sorry for pulling you away before you could join the banquet." The 2 soldiers quickly waved it off. "No worries at all, Your Highness." Hyang smiled in relief. "Oh, really? In that case, I'll ask as many questions as I want." Although the 2 soldiers looked enthusiastic and unfazed on the outside, inside, they were quietly crying. The Crown Prince began asking questions, practical ones, but packed with technical detail. "First of all, when using this handheld cannon, is there anything that feels inconvenient? I mean, anything uncomfortable or difficult? Don't hold back. Just be honest." The 2 soldiers didn't hesitate to respond. "It's not too difficult, but there are a few issues." Hyang's expression turned serious. "What kind of issues?" One of the soldiers explained, "Most of these handheld cannons need to be mounted on a support post to fire properly. Even the strongest artillery soldiers can only manage 2 shots before they're exhausted. The firing range and accuracy are also problems. At close range, accuracy is good, but the farther the target, the harder it is to aim precisely." Hearing that, Hyang raised his hand. "May I hold it?" He picked up the handheld cannon and quickly understood the issue. The center of gravity is too far forward. Is it because the weapon is too heavy? Curious, the Crown Prince asked, "How much does this weigh?" General Choi replied, "Around 2.2 kilograms, Your Highness." Hyang nodded. "And the length?" Choi answered, "It varies, Your Highness. But even the shortest ones are at least 1.2 meters long." Hyang frowned. "So, the lengths aren't standardized?" Choi hesitated before replying awkwardly, "That depends on the measuring system used." "So, yes, there are slight variations." Hyang was stunned. "What? That's basically saying even the rulers are different lengths. Wasn't there already a standardized measurement system in place before production?" Choi replied quietly, "These are all tribute items, Your Highness." Hyang bit his lip. "So the issue isn't just the weapon's balance. There's more to it." He followed up with another question. "How much gunpowder is used per shot?" General Choi answered, "About 37.5 grams, Your Highness." The moment Hyang heard the number, he froze. He looked so shocked he nearly passed out. Seeing this, General Choi panicked. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Hyang scratched his head and sighed. "I'm fine. It's just, that's way more gunpowder than I expected." Once all his questions were answered, the Crown Prince said, "You're dismissed for now. General Choi Hae-san, let's go." With a bright smile, Hyang added, "Great work, everyone." The 2 soldiers responded cheerfully, "Thank you, Your Highness." But deep down, they were still confused. Why is the Crown Prince so interested in all this? He's still so young? Does he really understand, or is this just childish curiosity? Meanwhile, Hyang smiled to himself, satisfied. "I finally understand where the real problems are." As he walked with General Choi Hae-san, the Crown Prince asked again, "General, when firing this handheld cannon, does it really have to be operated by 2 people?" General Choi nodded. "Usually yes, Your Highness." The Crown Prince continued, "But I heard that one person can operate it alone." General Choi explained, In emergency situations, an artillery soldier can wedge the weapon under their right armpit, or hold it with their right hand while lighting the fuse with the left." Hearing that, Hyang let out a sigh. "That sounds troublesome." General Choi nodded in agreement. "It is. That's why we usually use 2 people. But that creates another problem. It requires more manpower, which makes it difficult to increase the number of artillery units." The Crown Prince nodded. "I see now. We need to focus on solving the handheld cannon issue first." Suddenly his thoughts drifted to the past, back when he was still Kim Jin-ho before reincarnating as Crown Prince Hyang. He had once worked in the U.S. on a shipbuilding project. There, he met many military enthusiasts. One day, one of his friends invited him to see his private collection. Inside the room, Jin-ho saw all kinds of firearms from different eras, neatly arranged like a museum. His friend once said, "Jin-ho, let me show you how to make bullets." Jin-ho was stunned. His friend even knew how to make his own ammunition. Truly the land of guns, he thought at the time. Out of curiosity, he asked, "So, there's about 30 grams of gunpowder in these bullets, right?" But his friend immediately corrected him, "Not grams, grains. Remember that, Jin-ho." Back then, Jin-ho didn't even know how many grams were in 1 grain. He quickly looked it up on his phone and was shocked. So less than 2 grams of gunpowder could launch a 14-gram bullet at the speed of sound? Amazing. It was one of the most mind-blowing discoveries he had ever encountered. Back to the present, now as Crown Prince Hyang, he pondered. Black powder only had half the power of smokeless powder. But it should still be enough to generate an explosive force similar to a .50 caliber bullet, right? In this era, there were no aiming devices. Every shot relied purely on the naked eye. To guarantee enough force, the only solution was to increase the amount of gunpowder. But doing that would increase the recoil, and strong recoil could seriously injure, or even kill, an artillery soldier. For context, recoil, also known as kickback, is the backward force that occurs when a firearm is discharged. The Crown Prince sighed. This is a vicious cycle. He kept muttering to himself, should I create a sighting device? But how would I even do that in this era? Or should I just improve the handheld cannon first? If I do, might as well make it truly efficient. But can the artillery unit handle the recoil? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. His eyes lit up, and he threw open the door with excitement. First, let's solve the small problems, then we'll tackle the big ones. Without wasting any time, he reported to his eunuch, I'm heading to the Ministry of Military Affairs. The scene shifts to the Ministry of Military Affairs. General Choi Hae-sun was sitting in an odd position while reading a book. When the Crown Prince arrived, he couldn't help but think, is he reading while squatting? Startled, the general quickly stood up and saluted. You're here, Your Highness. Then, bowing his head, he said, my apologies, Your Highness. I'll tidy everything up right away. Hyang waved his hand. No need, I just have a question. Clearing his throat, Hyang asked, General, has the thickness of the cannon fuses been standardized? General Choi replied, Yes, Your Highness. The Crown Prince nodded. May I take a look at one? Without hesitation, General Choi fetched a fuse for him, but his curiosity got the better of him. May I ask, why do you want to see the fuse, Your Highness? Instead of answering, Hyang made another request. Could you light this fuse for me? Since the request was simple, General Choi lit the fuse without question, but within seconds the flame went out. The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow. I'd like to see the other fuses as well. Right then, General Choi's expression stiffened. He realized something was wrong. As if confirming his suspicions, Hyang said, just as I thought. General Choi sighed. The problem is, these fuses can't withstand the wind, right? The Crown Prince nodded. Exactly. He then asked, has no one ever reported this issue? General Choi answered honestly, no, Your Highness. But if the fuse gets blown out by the wind, the soldiers just relight it with another one. Hyang immediately countered, but what if it happens in the middle of a battle, at a critical moment? Would they really have time to replace it? On the battlefield, time is life, the Crown Prince declared firmly. He quickly gave an order. Send a directive to the Military Logistics Department. Have them determine the most suitable fuse length as soon as possible. General Choi was deeply impressed. His admiration for the Crown Prince only grew. How can someone his age think this far ahead? On a bright sunny day, the Minister of Finance happened to run into Yi Cheon on the street. It had been a while since they'd last seen each other, so they decided to walk together and chat. The minister asked, I haven't seen the Crown Prince around lately. What has he been up to? Yi Cheon replied, the Crown Prince mentioned he's working on a very important experiment. He's been locked inside the research pavilion for the past 5 days, completely focused on his work. Just recently, he even requested mercury from the Military Logistics Department. What would he need mercury for? The minister's eyes widened, clearly shocked by what he had just heard. Yi Cheon stared blankly for a moment before answering, I don't know, but I believe it has something to do with why he summoned me today. I must be going. Good luck, Master Yi Cheon, said the Minister of Finance, concerned as he watched his friend walk away with a troubled expression. The scene shifts to the research pavilion. Crown Prince Hyang had summoned the ministers for a discussion. He opened the meeting casually. It's been a while since we last met. Without wasting time, he turned to the Minister of Public Works. How's the progress on modifying the calendar? The minister replied. We've made some progress, Your Highness. We've identified the differences between our calendar and the Ming dynasties, and we're currently working on the adjustments. Hyang looked slightly relieved. Good. So, when can we expect the final result? The minister answered. We estimate it will be ready by winter this year, Your Highness. However, the moment he heard the word winter, the Crown Prince's expression darkened. His face turned stern as he said, That's too long. He spoke firmly. The deadline is the Mid-Autumn Festival, no later than that. If necessary, bring in more officials. Official Yung Cho, clearly nervous, replied, No one's willing to come, Your Highness. Still wearing a serious expression, Hyang responded, I've told you before, use my name to pressure them. The deadline is the Mid-Autumn Festival, no exceptions. The ministers bowed deeply and said, As you command. Yung Cho muttered in his heart, He must be a Dokaibi. This man is a Dokaibi. With a cheerful expression, Hyang turned to General Choi Hae-san and Yi Cheon. I have a very important task for you both. Upon hearing that, the two men stiffened in fear. Beads of sweat began to form on their temples. One of them cautiously asked, What is the task, Your Highness? But Hyang didn't answer right away. Hold on a moment. He walked over to his desk and picked up a rolled-up piece of paper. When he unfurled it, a firearm blueprint was revealed. Hyang smiled confidently. Yi Cheon's eyes widened at the sight of the design. The Crown Prince explained, This is the weapon I intend to create. The ministers who saw the blueprint were stunned, their mouths agape. Hyang repeated himself with conviction. With this, the future of warfare will change dramatically. Don't worry, he added, turning to Yi Cheon and General Choi. You two, let's work together to make this weapon a reality. The two generals remained silent, their eyes fixed on the design, lost in thought. Minister Zhang, intrigued, pointed to the diagram and asked, in this drawing, when you pull the ring at the bottom, it looks like the curved part above will move. But how does the fuse get lit? Instead of answering, Hyang asked in return, if it were you, how would you do it? Minister Zhang thought for a moment, then replied, if it were me, I'd tie the fuse right here where I'm pointing. Then place a small plate filled with gunpowder, here. When you pull this crescent-shaped piece, the fuse moves and ignites the powder on the plate. The fire travels into the barrel and, boom! An explosion occurs. Hearing the explanation, Hyang smiled with satisfaction. Minister Zhang, your analysis is excellent, he said enthusiastically. Now Yi Cheon began to understand the design as well. General Choi, who had been listening intently, finally spoke up. Come to think of it, this is a brilliant design. With this, we won't need an extra person to light the fuse, and the firing time will be significantly reduced. Hyang smiled, pleased that they finally understood how long it typically took to fire a single shot. He nodded and said, exactly. However, Minister Zhang still looked puzzled. He asked, but, Your Highness, in this drawing there's no fuse or powder plate like we just discussed. There's only this small bump here. How are we supposed to load the gunpowder into it? The Crown Prince chuckled and explained, let me clarify. According to Westerners, this part that looks like a chicken's head is called the hammer, and this here is something they call a cap. The small bump beneath the cap is called the nipple. Then, whispering for effect, Hyang explained what the term nipple meant in this context. Jung In-ji, shocked by the explanation, exclaimed, scandalous! Unlike before, Jung-cho looked particularly interested in the explanation. Jung-cho spoke up, so we just move the hammer here and hit the cap? Hyang confirmed, once it hits, boom, an explosion. Then General Choi raised a serious concern. But Your Highness, there's one major problem, our gunpowder supply. If the ingredients are mixed too coarsely, friction alone can trigger an explosion. And if it's not stored properly, the components can separate again. He paused for a moment, then added, also, the main ingredient in our gunpowder is highly moisture absorbent. That's why our soldiers mix it with sand to reduce how much water it takes in. So even if we wanted to use the cap system you mentioned, I'm afraid it wouldn't work well, especially since our materials are so vulnerable to humidity. Hearing that, Crown Prince Hyang nodded. What General Choi said was absolutely true. These were major problems. But Hyang gave a faint smile and said, I have something that can solve that. He pulled out a small pouch filled with a fine, silvery powder. The ministers exchanged glances. None of them had any idea what it was. This is gunpowder I made myself, Hyang explained. In his heart, he thought, honestly, I still want to improve it further. But for now, this will do. I call it silver powder. Minister Zhang frowned, still confused. Silver powder? Does that mean it actually contains real silver? The Crown Prince let out a small laugh. He picked up a pinch of the powder, and like a modern chef sprinkling salt with flair, dropped it dramatically. Smiling, he said, no, there's no silver in it. I used potassium nitrate, mercury, and alcohol. Jung In-ji, who had been wide-eyed the whole time, looked even more curious. Seeing his expression, Hyang handed him a hammer. Judging by your face, you're curious. Want to try it out? Jung In-ji hesitated, then took the hammer, grumbling inwardly, why do I have to do this useless task? But as soon as he struck the paper with the hammer, what the... He jumped back in shock. A small explosion burst out, followed by a wisp of smoke. Hyang turned to General Choi and Minister Yi. So, what do you think? He asked casually. General Choi, who had been skeptical earlier, now lit up with excitement. With this, we can actually make it work, he exclaimed. Your Highness, how did you come up with something like this? Hyang laughed heartily and, without thinking, gave the general a hug. Ha ha, of course I did, because I'm a genius, he said jokingly. But just moments later, he turned serious again. This is only a prototype. What do you think? General Choi was still unsure. I'm not certain yet, Your Highness, he said quietly. May I try holding it? Hyang nodded. General Choi picked up the weapon and slowly raised it. He carefully pointed it forward and asked, Is this the correct position, Your Highness? The ministers watching couldn't help but whisper in awe. Wow, the general looks so cool, so stylish, they murmured. Hyang stifled a laugh. These old men, he thought. Then Yi Cheon nodded and shared his opinion. If we use this weapon, the multi-shot system won't be suitable anymore. A single-shot system would be much more effective. The Minister of Public Works raised his hand and asked, But, Your Highness, I still don't fully understand the strategy. If it only fires one shot, wouldn't it be difficult to hit the target? Minister Zhang picked up the gun and studied its design closely. It looks like this raised part here works as a sight. Also, the length of the barrel helps stabilize the shot, making it easier to hit the target. Hyang smiled, pleased that his staff's thinking was heading in the right direction. After a while, Minister Jiang nodded in understanding, but then his expression turned curious. There's something interesting about this design. This weapon doesn't seem to be made with standard casting methods, does it? Jiang Yongsil asked. The Crown Prince gave a slight smile. You're absolutely right. This weapon will be forged, not cast like the usual ones. He looked seriously at Minister Jiang. That's why I need you to inform the military logistics department early, so they can begin preparations. A few weeks later, in the royal palace hall, King Sejong sat in deep thought on his throne. One hand supported his chin, his mind filled with unanswered questions. He let out a slow sigh and muttered, I haven't seen the Crown Prince much lately. Even yesterday afternoon, he was nowhere to be found. What could he be up to? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A eunuch entered and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has arrived. Oh, let him in, King Sejong commanded. The ministers began grumbling among themselves. So much for our days of peace. The Crown Prince bowed and greeted his father. I hope you've been well, father. King Sejong stared intently at his son. His voice was calm, but carried weight. I rarely see you these days. What have you been working on? The Crown Prince smiled. I was just about to report the results of my recent research, father. A eunuch stepped forward and handed the Crown Prince a thick book. This is the report on the achievements of the Institute for Scientific and Technological Development, Your Majesty. The king opened the book and began reading carefully. His brows furrowed as he examined the contents. After a while, he looked up and asked cautiously, Is everything in this report true? The Crown Prince replied calmly, Yes, father. The king continued reading. His eyes widened in shock. He repeated his question, this time with a more serious tone. So, you've really figured out how to adjust the Ming Dynasty calendar to better fit our nation's needs? The Crown Prince remained composed and nodded. Yes, father. Do you remember the incorrect timing of the solar eclipse ritual a few years ago? The prediction was off, and the ritual ended up starting 15 minutes late. As a result, the official responsible for the forecast was punished. The king slowly nodded. Yes, I remember it well. The Crown Prince continued explaining. The main reason that happened was because the Ming Dynasty calendar doesn't fully align with our own time system. That's why we needed to develop a formula that better suits our country. Resting his chin on his hand, the king read through the report more carefully. After a moment, he nodded. This could be very useful. But there's something I'm curious about. What is this astronomical observation device you mentioned? The Crown Prince explained. As the name suggests, it's a device used to observe astronomical phenomena. The Minister of Finance, who had been listening in, mumbled under his breath, That doesn't explain anything at all. The Crown Prince looked slightly disappointed but still smiled and said, I'll submit a more detailed report later, Your Majesty. The king remained silent for a moment, then replied, Very well then. He wanted to ask something else, but ultimately held back. In his heart, he thought, This child. He's even considering our diplomatic ties with the Ming Dynasty. Finally, the king said, Once this matter is settled, we'll discuss it further. Understood, father, Hyang replied. A few days earlier, Hyang had already been thinking about this matter. He fully understood that observing celestial bodies could become a serious diplomatic issue between the Ming Dynasty and their own kingdom. That's why, in the report he submitted, he proposed not to create an independent calendar system. Instead, he suggested adjusting Joseon's lunar calendar based on the Ming Dynasty's methods. However, there was another important achievement included in the report, one that the Crown Prince deliberately chose not to mention out loud. King Sejong took notice of this and grew increasingly curious. He reopened the report his son had handed over, scanning the pages carefully. After a while, he looked up with a serious expression. Crown Prince, I don't see any mention of military affairs in this report. Hyang paused for a moment before replying. Research in the military field is being conducted under extremely strict confidentiality, Your Majesty. That's why we need a bit more time, the ministers whispered among themselves. What exactly are they working on? But before anyone could ask further, the Crown Prince added something that made the king flare up. Although we're a little behind schedule, we'd like to request additional funding, Your Majesty. King Sejong's face turned bright red. He clenched his fists, trying to contain his anger. You insolent brat! You should show results first before asking for more money. Even as the king scolded him, Hyang remained silent, choosing to keep the matter secret. General Choi Hai-san and Yi Cheon, who were also present, didn't say a single word. Everyone stayed quiet, despite the king and ministers pressuring them for answers. That night, King Sejong was still restless. He sat on his throne, staring blankly out the window. Should I wait until that boy submits his report? Or should I just go see him now? While he was still torn, a eunuch entered and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has arrived. The king immediately gave the order. Let him in. As Hyang stepped inside, the king leaned forward slightly. This time, his voice was gentler. Why are you visiting so late at night? The Crown Prince lowered his head respectfully. My apologies for coming at this hour, father. I don't have much to report right now, but I do have a request. The king raised an eyebrow. A request? Hyang nodded. I need access to the officers and soldiers from the military training center. King Sejong replied, Very well, permission granted. Hyang exclaimed, Your generosity is boundless. Oh, by the way, father, we're starting to run out of funds, so if you could... Before Hyang could even finish his sentence, King Sejong cut him off and snapped, You little rascal, get out of here. A few days later, a number of officers and soldiers from the training unit were dispatched to the Science Research Institute. But what stood out was that even though they were there, none of them spoke a word about what was happening. Even more suspicious, the soldiers sent to the institute were soon relocated to a different, heavily guarded site. The area was surrounded by tall fences and secured to the highest degree. One thing, however, couldn't be hidden. Explosions could be heard every single day from within. At the entrance, the Crown Prince posted a sign. It read, Area 51. Upon hearing the name Area 51, King Sejong grew curious and asked his ministers, Area 51? What does that mean? One minister shook his head. I don't know either, Your Majesty. But after the name was introduced, a new term began circulating among palace officials. Game changer. King Sejong squinted. Game changer? What does that mean? I'm not entirely sure either, Your Majesty, but I heard it's a term from the West. The king let out a long sigh. This child, he becomes harder to understand each day. Since Area 51 was established, the Crown Prince had become even busier. He woke up every morning at 6 or 7, completed his royal duties, and immediately headed to the Military Research Institute inside Area 51. His schedule was so packed that he began riding a horse just to save travel time. The sight of Hyang galloping through the city streets became a spectacle in itself. Two officials, watching from the roadside, whispered to each other, What exactly is the Crown Prince working on? Meanwhile, back in the palace, a minister bowed and said, Your Majesty, we can't wait any longer. We must investigate what the Crown Prince is doing. Another minister chimed in, He's right. We need to ensure the royal budget is being used properly. The king let out a quiet sigh. He lifted his gaze and asked, Do all the ministers feel this way? The ministers exchanged glances and nodded. King Sejong paused in thought before finally saying, I feel the same. Then, in a firm voice, he gave the order. Summon the Crown Prince. Immediately. One high-ranking official quickly responded, Yes, Your Majesty. A short while later, Hyang arrived before the king and bowed respectfully. You called for me, father? The king stared at him sharply. I know you've produced great results since last spring, but the ministers and I haven't received a single report since then. We want an update right away. Hyang remained composed. With a steady voice, he replied, Father, my apologies. But what I'm working on is tied directly to Joseon's national security. Because of that, I have no choice but to keep everything confidential until the results are ready. It's highly classified. The king narrowed his eyes at the Crown Prince. I understand this is a secret project, but without a proper report, I can't approve any more funding. Two ministers standing nearby glanced at each other. Is His Majesty really going to launch an investigation? King Sejong continued. That's why I'll be conducting an inspection of your work myself. Hyang swallowed hard. He knew time was running out. Seeing the nervous look on his son's face, the king finally said, Very well. I'll give you time to prepare. How long do you need? Hyang took a deep breath. He knew there was no choice but to face this head on. Please give me just 5 days. The king gave a firm nod. Fine. In 5 days, we'll inspect the Research Institute. 5 days later, all the ministers and palace officials gathered outside the Research Institute. When the king arrived, they all bowed in unison. The Crown Prince greeted him with enthusiasm. Father, you're here. The king nodded, his eyes scanning the area. It seems research here has progressed rapidly. I see there are more and more officials involved. But then he squinted suspiciously as something caught his eye. King Sejong asked, Why do they all look unwell? Or is that just my imagination? Hyang quickly replied, It's just your imagination, father. Now then, shall we head inside? Inside the building, the king looked over the various items on display. Isn't that something Minister Jang created? Why is it so small? The Crown Prince smiled faintly. That's just a miniature model for display, father. The actual items aren't functional yet. The king frowned. That's all? This doesn't match the budget that's already been spent. But Hyang let out a small chuckle and quickly walked toward a door at the side of the room. Before opening it, he turned back and said, Father, that was just the beginning. The real results are inside this room. King Sejong looked stunned. His curiosity was plain on his face, as his eyes swept across a series of strange-looking objects neatly arranged on long shelves. The king stepped deeper into the room and asked, What are all these? He was so eager that he couldn't wait to explore further, but Hyang gently tugged at his father's sleeve. Father, everything you're about to see is highly confidential. Aside from you and the ministers, no other officials are allowed inside. The king nodded and immediately gave the order. All other officials must remain outside. Yes, Your Majesty, they replied in unison. Only the king and the ministers were allowed in. The rest had to wait outside. Once inside, the king turned to the Crown Prince. So, you and the people at this institute created all of this? Hyang nodded eagerly. Yes, father. Everyone here has worked incredibly hard. The king gave a faint smile. I can see that. You've done remarkable work. He then picked up a long, unusual-looking tool. What is this long stick for? Hyang responded with enthusiasm. That's called an inclinometer. It's used to measure the balance between horizontal and vertical alignment. He added, if the iron ball inside rests right in the center, it means the surface is perfectly level. The king observed the tool carefully. I see. But why is such precision necessary? The crown prince smiled. For construction, father. King Sejong looked surprised. Construction? Explain further. Hyang nodded. When building astronomical instruments, the surface must be completely level to ensure accurate calculations. Without this tool, the measurements will always be off. King Sejong said, I understand. So we can use this for constructing walls and government offices too, right? I'm sorry, father, but it's still too early for that, Hyang replied. The king asked again, why is that? This inclinometer is still in its demonstration phase. We'll submit a report once it's ready for practical, everyday use. The king nodded in understanding. I see. I'll wait. As the king walked further into the room, a model ship caught his attention. He picked it up and examined it closely. Is this a warship? The crown prince beamed with pride. Yes, father. This is a scale model of the largest warship we're currently designing. King Sejong narrowed his eyes, carefully studying every detail of the model. So, you're not just working on measurement tools, you're designing warships too? The crown prince nodded. Yes, father, and this is just the beginning. The king looked at his son with an unreadable expression, but inside, he was beginning to feel that his son might truly be creating something extraordinary, and even more surprising. This was only the beginning. He turned his eyes back to the model in his hands, examining it with great interest. But this ship looks strange. It's not a Joseon design. The crown prince smiled. That's right, father. It's a Western-style ship. This model is built to scale based on their largest warships. The king's eyes widened. So Westerners have built ships this big? He then added, but where are the oars? How does it move? Hyang chuckled. This ship doesn't need oars, father. It moves entirely by wind power. The king slowly nodded, starting to grasp the concept. He picked up another model and asked, what about its weaponry? The crown prince responded with excitement. This ship uses cannons. If our calculations are correct, it can carry around 80 cannons. The ministers nearby looked shocked. 80 cannons? The king exclaimed. Incredible! Hyang looked at his father with pride. I promise I'll show it to you in action someday, father. The ministers were still in disbelief over what they had just heard. But then, the king's attention shifted to a simple-looking model placed next to the warship. He frowned. What is this? Why is there a bowl of noodles here? The crown prince couldn't hold back his laughter. No, father. That's not a noodle bowl. It's meant to represent a ship made of iron. Suddenly, the room went silent. The ministers were stunned. Then, all at once, they shouted, a ship made of iron? A few months earlier, the crown prince had expressed his desire to build an iron ship. At the time, the ministers responded with skepticism. Your Highness, that's impossible. Even a child knows that iron sinks in water. But Hyang simply smiled and replied, it's not impossible. We just haven't found the way yet. He then gave an order. Eunuch, bring me a bronze noodle bowl and a basin filled with water from the kitchen. The eunuch bowed respectfully and quickly carried out the order. Once everything was prepared, Hyang casually took the bronze bowl and placed it on the surface of the water. See? Even iron can float. The ministers were stunned, now curious to hear Hyang's explanation. He calmly continued. If an object is solid and has a small surface area in contact with the water, it will sink. But if we make it hollow and increase the surface area that touches the water, it can float. He added, the key is density. If we build an iron object with a large enough volume and make sure it's hollow inside, its density will be lower than water, and the iron ship will float. Jang Yongsil stroked his beard and nodded, showing he understood Hyang's point. Meanwhile, Yi Cheon looked confused by the term density. Before Hyang could explain, Minister Jung Cho cut in. I've heard of this at the Engineering Institute. If we use thin but strong iron plates and assemble them, we can build an iron ship. The crown prince nodded. Exactly, it's that simple. But how can we bind those iron plates together tightly without letting water leak in? Hyang gave a mysterious smile and said, that's your task. I'll leave that part of the research to all of you. The ministers nearly cried internally and thought, maybe it's time we retire. And that's the reason why there was a noodle bowl here. After the demonstration, the left state councilor finally spoke up in a worried tone. Your Majesty, I'm not so sure building an iron ship will be easy. Will we really be able to figure it out? The king turned to the crown prince. What do you think? Do you believe we can? Without hesitation, Hyang replied, absolutely. We already understand the principles. We just have to find a way to apply them. But, Your Majesty, the problem is, we don't know how long it will take. The king fell silent for a moment, then finally asked, will I be able to see this iron ship completed during my reign? Hyang paused before giving an honest answer. Perhaps not even I will see it completed during mine. The king was taken aback. Then why continue with this research, even when we have no idea how much time or money it will take? But the crown prince stood firm. With full conviction, he said, For the future of Joseon, we have to do this. Please trust me, father. The room fell silent again. The ministers and the king stared at the crown prince, speechless at his boldness. King Sejong murmured, "This boy, he's reckless. But everything strange he's done so far has led to something amazing." The king let out a long sigh, then spoke with authority. "Very well. Continue the research." The crown prince smiled broadly. A major new step for Joseon's future had just begun. But we can't keep investing time and money blindly. You must prepare and submit detailed plans on a regular basis. Hyang replied, "As you command." The king was still examining the iron ship model when something odd caught his eye in the corner of the room. "I'm curious. What's that strange-looking object over there?" The crown prince turned and answered, "Oh, that's Heron's steam engine, father." The king frowned. "A steam engine? Like this?" Hyang nodded and explained, "It's a device invented long ago by a Western scholar." Suddenly, Jang Yongsil spoke up. "Even if we succeed in building an iron ship, there's another issue. The heavier the ship is, the harder it'll be to move using only sails and oars, right?" Minister Jung Cho added, "He's right, Your Majesty. That's another challenge we'll need to solve." But Hyang simply smiled with excitement. "Of course, I've already thought about that, and that's exactly why I want to begin a new research project with all of you." He then gave another order. "Eunuch, bring me the tool I requested from the armory, and also fetch a charcoal stove and a kettle of water." The eunuch bowed. "Yes, Your Highness." Not long after, the eunuch returned with the tools the crown prince had requested. Hyang quickly prepared the steam engine experiment, filling Heron's ball with water, setting it up, then heating it with charcoal. Seeing this, the ministers murmured in curiosity, "Water and fire? How could that possibly work?" Hyang responded calmly, "You'll find out soon enough." A few moments later, the iron ball began to spin. The ministers were astonished. "This thing spins like a wheel," said Jung Cho. "And it's gradually picking up speed," added Jang Yongsil. Hyang looked at them and asked, "Have you ever seen a pot lid move while rice is being cooked?" The ministers nodded. "The energy from steam and fire is strong enough to lift even a heavy lid. That's where this concept comes from. I call it a steam engine." The steam engine continued spinning, faster and faster, like a whirlwind. Jung Cho, the Minister of Public Works, observed it with deep interest. "Who would have thought, with just a bit of water and fire, this machine can spin like that? I think it's worth studying further." Jang Yongsil added, "If we can perfect it, I believe we could use it on ships. It'd be very practical. We wouldn't need to rely on the wind or large crews to row anymore." But Hyang waved his hand and said, "Not just for ships." Minister Yi Cheon's eyes widened. "What do you mean? What else would you use it for?" The crown prince smiled. "What if we used it to replace horses and pulling carts?" The ministers looked stunned. This machine, replacing horses? The Minister of Public Works and the Minister of Finance exchanged glances, then looked back at Hyang, clearly in disbelief. "But is that even possible?" King Sejong looked unsure. "You want to use this machine to pull carts?" Hyang nodded. "Yes, father." King Sejong sighed and shook his head. "I don't understand. How would that even work?" The crown prince smiled calmly. "Which part doesn't make sense, father?" The king explained. "To run this machine, you'd need to constantly supply it with water and fire, right? That means you'd have to carry a lot of water and firewood. If that's the case, there wouldn't be enough room for cargo or passengers." Hearing that, Hyang thought to himself, as expected of father, always sharp. Still, he kept a composed expression and answered, "I understand your concern, father, but this steam engine can generate far more power than its size suggests." He continued, "This machine isn't limited to pulling just one cart. It could pull many at the same time." The king still looked doubtful. "Multiple carts at once? Is that even possible?" But Hyang gave a confident smile. "Allow me to show you?" With great enthusiasm, Hyang headed to another room and opened a cabinet. As the king and his ministers stepped inside, they were all stunned. Hyang smiled with satisfaction at their reactions and murmured, "This is my dream, born from the spirit of the 21st century that I carry within me." In front of them stood a detailed model of a railway system. He then announced, "Allow me to demonstrate the power of this steam engine." With full confidence, the crown prince gave an order to the eunuch, "Prepare the locomotive." The king, growing increasingly curious, asked in confusion, "You attached the steam engine to wheels?" But before he could finish his question, Hyang had already lit the fire. Within seconds, the miniature locomotive let out a hiss. White steam billowed, and the wheels slowly began to turn, then faster and faster. The ministers held their breath. "It's moving on its own." The king could only watch wide-eyed as the tiny steam train moved steadily along the rails. The crown prince beamed and said, "This is still just a model, but we'll do everything we can to bring it to life. With this, we can connect the entire nation faster than ever before. If the research succeeds, we could reach destinations that once took days, in a single day." Then Hyang paused, shook his head slightly, and corrected himself. "No, we'll be able to travel from the southernmost point of Joseon to the farthest north in just one day. When that day comes, the frozen heartbeat of Joseon will begin to beat again." King Sejong whispered softly, The frozen heartbeat of Joseon will beat again? Hyang continued. Looking at our current reality, the pulse of Joseon is frozen. Because of the high mountains, people remain bound to the land where they were born. They can't leave. They can't see the outside world. And in the end, they live stagnant lives until the day they die. That's why they've grown deaf to what's happening beyond their borders. Their lives flow on, unchanged. But if this locomotive can reach every corner of the land, then Joseon will finally understand the true meaning of bringing great benefit to the world of mankind. The right state councilor murmured, "This feels like a dream." The left state councilor could only stand speechless, stunned by the crown prince's vision. But King Sejong looked uncertain, his brow furrowed in thought. He muttered under his breath, nearly lost in his own mind. "There's no doubt this will cost a fortune." His sharp gaze shifted to Crown Prince Hyang, his eyes filled with serious contemplation. After a long pause, he finally spoke firmly. "I'll help you resolve the labor issue. But what about the funding? Have you considered how to finance this research?" Crown Prince Hyang nodded confidently. "Yes, Your Majesty. I've prepared an economic plan that can support the research without placing too much burden on the royal treasury." With conviction, he gave an order. "Minister of Public Works, please present the funding plan we've prepared." Minister Young Cho moved immediately. With practiced hands, he retrieved and laid out several thick books filled with financial documents. King Sejong eyed the growing stack with a frown. His eyes widened at the sheer volume before him. "What is this? A full-scale national development plan?" He let out a heavy sigh and grumbled. "At times like this, I truly despise the golden brush." But Hyang remained composed. With a voice full of determination, he explained, "This is a long-term strategy. This plan is designed to strengthen Joseon's economy by considering geography, economic conditions, population distribution, and the resources available to us." But King Sejong didn't respond right away. His eyes remained fixed on the stack of thick books, 42 of them in total. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and finally spoke in a calmer tone. "Still, this is worth a deeper look." He turned to the left state councilor and gave a command. "Review everything with the other ministers." "Yes, Your Majesty," the councilor replied respectfully. Suddenly, Hyang spoke again, but this time his voice was more serious. "Your Majesty, I have one very important request." King Sejong turned to his son, giving him his full attention. "What is it?" he asked. Hyang took a deep breath and spoke with concern. "At the moment, the research center is severely understaffed. Including myself, many officials are working without enough rest." The king turned his gaze to Young Cho, examining him closely. "Minister of Public Works, is this true?" Young Cho fell silent. His tired face grew even more somber, and before he could stop himself, tears began to fall down his cheeks. Choked with emotion, he finally spoke in a near-broken voice. "Your Majesty, we're working on more than one project at the same time. With so many tasks and so few people, we barely have time to rest." King Sejong narrowed his eyes. "Can't you recruit more officials to help?" Young Cho slowly shook his head. "Rumors about the overwhelming workload have already spread, Your Majesty. At first, some people applied after hearing there'd be promotions, but..." He paused to take a deep breath. "Every time a new official joins, the Crown Prince starts a new project." The room fell silent. Young Cho continued, his voice even softer now. "As Your Majesty knows, it's been over half a year since this research center was established, and in that time, we've accomplished more than anyone would think possible." King Sejong let out a long sigh, then gave a short snort. He looked at his son and muttered, "You little rascal." But then, unexpectedly, his expression brightened. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "Seems like you've been working pretty hard, huh?" he teased. Hyang gave a small, polite smile. "Your kindness is immeasurable, Your Majesty." The ministers, who had hoped to gain the king's sympathy, could only stay quiet. They had expected the king to take their side, but clearly that wasn't the case. And now, it seemed their workload might only get worse. King Sejong let out a soft sigh before speaking firmly. "All right, I'll support this project. We'll begin by allocating an initial budget and recruiting more skilled scientists and technicians." Hearing that, Crown Prince Hyang smiled brightly, his eyes shining with excitement. But before the euphoria could last, the king added, "This research will likely require a massive budget. That's why I believe this matter must be decided carefully, after thorough discussion." "I understand, Your Majesty." But before Hyang could finish, King Sejong quickly cut him off. "But it seems you haven't shown me everything yet." The smile on Hyang's face slowly faded, replaced by a creeping sense of unease. "I've already allocated a substantial budget for the research center. Surely, this can't be all you've achieved, right?" Beads of sweat began to form on Hyang's temple. Inwardly, he muttered, "As expected from father." With a faint, unreadable smile and a darkened expression, King Sejong asked, "Shouldn't we be taking a look at that place too?" His voice carried the weight of a command. "I'm talking about Area 51. There was no way to avoid it now. With a heavy heart, Hyang answered in a restrained voice, "As you command, Your Majesty." As they enjoyed the ride, the king said, "Riding together like this is quite pleasant, isn't it?" Hyang smiled brightly. I think so too, father. The king then asked with curiosity, by the way, what does Area 51 actually mean? Hyang paused for a moment, realizing he hadn't explained that part yet. With a slightly nervous chuckle, he replied, Ah, it doesn't really mean anything. It just sounds cool. The king looked at him with a puzzled expression but chose not to press the question further. They continued on their way toward Area 51. Upon reaching the gate, the king glanced around and said, Looks like we've arrived. Hyang nodded. Yes, your majesty. As they approached the entrance, two guards immediately stepped forward and firmly commanded, Halt! Only authorized personnel may enter this area. Please present your identification. The king's expression shifted in surprise. How dare they speak like that to their monarch? Hyang quickly explained, Father, even I can't get in without proper ID. Security here is extremely strict, so please don't take offense. He then pulled out an ID badge engraved with the yin and yang symbol. Upon seeing it, the two guards instantly straightened up and saluted with disciplined precision. Salute! They shouted. Witnessing this ritual, King Sejong grew even more confused. What kind of strange salute is that? He thought. After passing the checkpoint, they continued deeper into the facility, glancing around as they walked. The king remarked, Hyang, it seems you've taken security here very seriously. Hyang nodded solemnly. It's to prevent any leakage of secrets, father. Growing more curious, King Sejong asked, What exactly are you working on here that requires such heavy protection? When they arrived at the entrance to the main area, they were greeted by General Choi Haesan and the head administrator. Both stood tall and saluted with a dignified presence. The king observed their posture, different from the guards earlier, but equally formal. King Sejong commented, You've worked hard. The soldiers' uniforms look different, but they're quite unique. General Choi bowed respectfully. Your kindness is too great, your majesty. It's all thanks to your generosity. Still curious, the king asked, What is the main work being done in this place? With utmost respect, General Choi replied, Our focus is on the development and refinement of gunpowder, your majesty. In addition, we're also working on cannons, firearms, and designing new military strategies. In short, all military-related research is conducted here. The king slowly nodded. I see. Growing more intrigued, he said, I'd like to see what you've been working on. Then he turned to the general. Can you give us a tour? General Choi immediately gestured. Right this way, your majesty. He pointed toward a specific path and added, However, from this point on, we can no longer continue on horseback. After ordering the guards to open the gate for the king, General Choi turned and led them inside. The king gazed at the massive gate ahead with eyes full of curiosity. What lies beyond this gate that demands such tight security? As the gates opened, they were led into a vast area filled with various military defense equipment. The king's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't hide his shock. What is that? Isn't that gunpowder? General Choi nodded. Yes, your majesty. We've developed a new type of gunpowder, far more powerful than what other nations are using today. The king stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes as he sank into thought. General Choi Haesan requested permission to explain further, and brought the king closer to observe the weapons under development. First, this powder, which looks like soil, is the original gunpowder we've been using. For convenience, we refer to it as the standard formula. The general picked up a bowl filled with the powder and continued. And this is the enhanced version. It's twice as powerful as the original. We developed it by refining the initial formula. The king took the bowl of enhanced gunpowder and examined it carefully. Its color was noticeably darker than the regular kind. What makes it different? He asked. General Choi explained. Allow me to clarify, your majesty. Like regular gunpowder, we mix the raw materials together, then add a bit of water to bind them. After that, the mixture is dried, similar to the fermentation process of tofu. Then it's ground and sifted. Up to this point, the process is identical to that of conventional gunpowder, but there's one additional step that sets it apart, he continued. After sifting, we mix the gunpowder with graphite. The king was stunned. He was beginning to understand. So, that's why Hyang asked the miners to search for graphite. General Choi nodded, as if reading the king's thoughts. That's correct, your majesty. The king furrowed his brows. What is the graphite used for? General Choi replied. It serves several purposes. When added to gunpowder, graphite helps prevent moisture absorption, making accidental ignition less likely. On top of that, thanks to the graphite, we're able to eliminate the need for sulfur altogether. The king was shocked. Without sulfur, can the powder still ignite? General Choi confidently nodded. Yes, your majesty. Still skeptical, the king narrowed his eyes. But sulfur has been a component of gunpowder for centuries. Are you absolutely certain this is safe? General Choi gave a faint smile. Of course, your majesty. In fact, removing sulfur gives this gunpowder a unique property. While it can be both a strength and a weakness, it can't be ignited with a regular fuse. The king was even more surprised. Then how do you ignite it? General Choi held up a small bowl containing several unfamiliar objects and presented them to the king. We use these, your majesty. The king looked at them with curiosity. The objects were strange and unfamiliar. He couldn't immediately grasp how they worked. The general then introduced them. These are called copper caps, or percussion caps. They're designed to hold a special type of gunpowder created by the Crown Prince himself. Using a completely different type of gunpowder just for ignition? Isn't that overly complicated? General Choi didn't answer right away. Instead, he spoke with confident conviction. Rather than explain it at length, Your Majesty, we've prepared a demonstration. I believe you'll understand much better once you see it in action. He then gestured politely. Please follow me to the testing grounds. When the king and his ministers arrived at the test site, they were immediately awestruck by the sheer scale of the area. The king scanned his surroundings, then pointed into the distance. I see straw dummies over there. Those must be the targets, right? General Choi nodded and began preparing the demonstration. All right, let's begin the test. With authority, General Choi commanded, bring in the firearm soldiers. 2 soldiers, already armed with the new rifles, stepped forward and took their positions. The ministers, unfamiliar with these strange-looking weapons, looked confused. What are those? They look odd, one of them muttered. Yang let out a small chuckle. That's the newest weapon we've created, he said. Meanwhile, the soldiers began loading gunpowder and bullets into their weapons. General Choi explained each step to the king. They're using copper percussion caps to ignite the powder, he said. The soldiers then raised their rifles and carefully took aim at the target. General Choi gave the order. Fire! With the pull of the trigger, bullets tore through the air with incredible force, striking the target with pinpoint accuracy. The explosive sound of the gunfire echoed across the field, leaving the king and his ministers stunned. They stared at the target, now pierced clean through, unable to hide their amazement. Incredible! The power is astonishing, one of the ministers exclaimed. Even from such a distance, the impact of the bullets remained strong, showing no sign of weakening. Everyone present was in awe. The crown prince nodded in satisfaction. King Sejong beamed with joy. Compared to arrows, firearms may be slower to reload, but this weapon overcomes that flaw with devastating power. Truly, this is the ultimate weapon. Hearing the praise, Yang felt proud, but remained humble. You flatter me, father. This is all thanks to the hard work of our officials and craftsmen, he replied. We've named this the long-barreled firearm. The king turned to General Choi and said, Long-barreled firearm is quite fitting. Bring one over. I want to examine it up close. But General Choi hesitated for a moment before responding. Your Majesty, before that, allow me to introduce another type of gunpowder. The king raised an eyebrow. Another type? What do you mean? General Choi nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. On the left here is the standard gunpowder we've always used. On the far right is the double-strength powder we just demonstrated. Next to it is the silver powder, developed by the Crown Prince himself, used as a primer to ignite the main charge. Then we have cotton powder, which is made from fabric, and to the far left, virtuous powder, a more advanced version of cotton powder. Lastly, there's one more special explosive, blasting oil, also created by the Crown Prince. Intrigued, the king asked, Silver powder? Don't tell me it's made from real silver. Yang quickly clarified. No, Your Majesty, we use mercury. It's true that mercury is valuable too, but it's much easier to obtain than silver. Besides, only a small amount is needed, just enough to ignite the explosion. The king nodded in relief. I see. That's good to know. But what exactly is blasting oil? General Choi turned to a nearby soldier and ordered, Bring the blasting oil. Soon after, a soldier arrived carrying a wooden box. Open the box. Show His Majesty what's inside. The soldier carefully opened it, and General Choi warned, Your Majesty, please take a step back. This substance can be dangerous. After making sure everyone was at a safe distance, he carefully opened the bottle inside the box. He then poured out a single drop of the liquid onto the ground, and a small explosion erupted. It wasn't massive, but it was enough to startle the king and his ministers. King Sejong exclaimed, Amazing! Truly shocking. So the name blasting oil is no exaggeration. General Choi responded, Its explosive force is twice that of the gunpowder currently used in Joseon. You've really created something incredible, Crown Prince. The king praised his son, and Hyang replied with a bright smile. You flatter me, father. But, with the way things are in Joseon right now, this weapon can't be used yet. The king asked, Why can't it be used? Hyang explained, This explosive is extremely sensitive to impact. If the barrel collides with anything, or experiences strong vibrations during transport, it could detonate instantly. Also, during spring or summer, it's nearly impossible to produce due to high temperatures. The heat worsens the reaction of the concentrated acid used in the manufacturing process, making it dangerously unstable. Hearing this, King Sejong looked even more concerned. This truly is a cursed substance. General Choi then spoke up. That's why we've improved it and developed a new compound, virtuous powder. It's an explosive made by mixing cotton powder, blasting oil, and glycerin in precise proportions. The king, surprised, asked, You mixed it with blasting oil? But didn't you just say that oil is difficult to handle? General Choi explained, The cotton powder and glycerin neutralize the instability of the oil, Your Majesty. The king now understood, but still had one question. Then why did you name it virtuous powder? General Choi paused for a moment, then replied, To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Hyang quickly cut in. It's thanks to Father's virtuous leadership that our soldiers can now use such explosives with ease. That's why we gave it that name. Overjoyed, King Sejong continued to praise Hyang. You've made a great contribution, my son. These new weapons and explosives will become powerful assets for Joseon. With them, our nation will grow stronger and more prosperous. He then turned to the left state councilor and asked, how shall we proceed with mass production? The left state councilor replied, Your Majesty, first we need to determine the production costs. Hyang responded, the cost is about 30% higher than producing the same amount of standard gunpowder. However, we only need half the quantity to achieve the same explosive power. The left councilor seemed enthusiastic. In that case, even though it costs more, we can offset it with reduced usage. I believe it's a great idea to proceed with mass production. King Sejong, equally enthusiastic, agreed with the proposal. I agree. There's no need to hesitate. Let's move forward with it. But Hyang, wearing a troubled expression, interrupted. About that, I'm sorry, but given Joseon's current situation, it's impossible. What? Why not? What's the reason? Hyang was immediately bombarded with questions from the king and his ministers. I'm sorry, he began, but to produce virtuous powder, we need acetic acid of extremely high purity, as well as sulfuric acid. And with Joseon's current situation, it's difficult to obtain enough cornerstone and sulfur in large quantities. On top of that, the main ingredient, cotton, must be of high quality and completely free of fibers. But above all, the biggest issue lies in the main component of blasting oil, glycerin, which is extracted from pig and cow fat. Yet, pigs only contain at most about 15% fat. In other words, even if everyone in Joseon ate pork 3 times a day, we still wouldn't be able to extract enough fat. The king was stunned. His eyes widened, then slowly dimmed with disappointment. His voice lowered to a whisper. Dear heavens, if there's truly no solution, perhaps I was better off never knowing that gunpowder this powerful could even exist. The king slumped in defeat, his thoughts consumed by hopelessness. Seeing his father so shaken, Hyang stepped forward, his eyes sharp and filled with determination. Father, don't give up. Neglecting the nation's defense is a direct path to ruin. King Sejong responded, Do you think I don't know that? But right now, Joseon doesn't offer us a clear path forward. Hyang then reminded him firmly, Father, why did you begin reforming this country in the first place? Wasn't it to prepare for exactly these kinds of hard times? He continued, Right now, I'm working with General Choi Hae-sun, Officer Yi Cheon, many other officials, including Officer Zhang, and skilled craftsmen. We're all doing our best to find a solution. I believe survival is a challenge, and giving up means death. Hearing those words, King Sejong found his resolve once again. Confidence returned to his eyes, and his voice grew firm. With all my heart, he declared, since the day I ascended the throne, I've sworn to devote everything I have to Joseon's prosperity. Then, turning to the gathered officials, the king proclaimed, My loyal subjects, focus your minds and dedicate yourselves to the success of this reform. The ministers and officials were moved to tears, deeply stirred by their king's command. With one voice, they responded, We swear to give our utmost effort. King Sejong smiled in satisfaction and said, Good. We stand united as one nation. Time passed, weeks turned into months, and amidst the never-ending demands of reform, exhausted officials sighed and muttered, If only we hadn't investigated Area 51 back then, we wouldn't be this worn out. A fist slammed onto the table in frustration. The left state councilor, realizing his mistake, slapped his own mouth and muttered, This mouth of mine keeps getting us into trouble. Trouble really does start with a careless tongue. After touring the facilities, King Sejong offered high praise. You've done an outstanding job, he said. I won't hold back any resources to support this effort. Find a way to mass-produce this gunpowder. I want to see the entire Joseon army equipped with these cutting-edge weapons as soon as possible. The crown prince smiled and replied, I'll do my best, father. However, as the king looked at the pale faces and emaciated bodies of the craftsmen, his heart filled with concern. All of this is the result of their tireless labor, he thought. How much suffering must they have endured to become so thin? King Sejong then turned to General Choi and asked, General Choi, can you explain the process of how these rifles are made? With teary eyes and a passionate voice, General Choi responded, Yes, Your Majesty. To forge these rifles, every single tool must first be tempered. Then, we flash back to an earlier time, when the Crown Prince had just begun the rifle production process. 2 craftsmen were seen discussing his orders. One of them said, He wants us to make everything starting with an anvil made from steel. The second craftsman replied, So we can't use the regular anvil we always use? The first shook his head. I'm not sure, but that's his command. We don't have a choice. Suddenly, a third craftsman shouted from the back, The materials ordered by His Highness have arrived. What's this, iron rods? Without delay, the Crown Prince issued his instructions. Mr. Yoon, you'll be in charge of rolling the steel plates into shape. Mr. Sao, you'll insert the iron rod into the center of the hardened steel plate. Mr. Kim, you'll strike the object with another iron bar on top of the special anvil. If the gaps are fully filled, you'll need to sand them down until smooth. Please make sure the gaps are sealed properly. All the craftsmen responded in unison. Yes, we understand. With a serious look, the Crown Prince took a megaphone and ordered, "Start the inspection now and make sure everything is going perfectly. Move quickly and get it done." The craftsman, working in a rush while constantly being scolded, felt like crying inside. "How are we supposed to finish this?" one of them whispered. But thanks to their relentless effort, 5 prototype rifles were finally completed. The Crown Prince smiled with satisfaction and said, "This is a masterpiece, born from your blood and sweat." We now shift to Area 51. With a calm yet commanding tone, the Crown Prince gave his instructions. "Let's begin the actual performance test. First, make sure this rifle can withstand the gunpowder." He continued, "The old rifle used 1 nyang of gunpowder. We'll start with half that amount." The craftsman nodded in agreement, fully aware of how critical each step in the process was. No one dared to be careless. Everyone was laser-focused. General Choi then gave a sharp command. "Fire!" 2 bullets burst from the barrel, cutting through the air. All eyes followed the bullet's path. The Crown Prince couldn't hide his curiosity. "How did it go, General Choi?" With a mix of tension and excitement on his face, General Choi immediately reported, "No issues with either the original gunpowder or the double-strength powder up to 1.5 nyang, but considering the rifle's primary function, I don't think we need to go up to 2 nyang." The Crown Prince nodded, clearly satisfied. "Good. Now let's reduce the powder gradually to find the most optimal amount. The effective range of the old rifle was 72 meters. Let's use that as our benchmark." Multiple rifle tests were conducted under the Crown Prince's direct supervision, as he carefully calculated the best formula for the future of Joseon's military. Suddenly, Yi Cheon cheered as the results became clear. His bullet had struck the target dead-on at a distance of 72 meters. Judging by the power, it looked like it could go even farther. Though pleased, Hyang kept his composure. Of course, that was expected. Getting more excited, Yi Cheon quickly suggested, "Then let's try 91 meters. This is getting exciting." As the order was given, 2 more bullets fired with a thunderous bang, slicing through the air. A thin cloud of smoke slowly drifted upward, a faint trace of the deadly force just unleashed. Unable to contain his excitement, Yi Cheon shouted, "Your Highness!" With just 7.5 grams of double-strength powder, the bullet hit the target at 126 meters. That's incredible! But the moment of joy quickly turned to concern. "But this is only half a success," General Choi said hesitantly. "We've fired more than 20 rounds, but most missed. It seems the bullet's trajectory isn't stable. The accuracy is very low," he added with sharp observation. "As expected from General Choi," Hyang thought to himself. Then, in a firm voice, Hyang asked, "But is that the only problem? Cleaning and reloading the rifle seems to take too much time. Why don't we try firing it without those 2 steps?" A bit startled, Yi Cheon asked, "But if we do that, won't the bullet just fall out?" With a heavy atmosphere settling in, Hyang replied sternly, "Then we simply need to craft bullets that fit perfectly into the barrel. Just try it." "Yes, Your Highness," Yi Cheon responded, though inwardly muttering in annoyance. "If you already knew the answer, why ask in the first place?" While the officials and craftsmen looked confused, the Crown Prince offered only a faint smile. "It's better they discover it on their own, rather than me giving them the answer outright. Let them experience firsthand what I've already learned." After some time testing the method suggested by the Crown Prince, General Choi reported, "We've followed Your Highness's instructions, but the gunpowder residue is blocking the next shot." The Crown Prince let out a soft sigh. "So, cleaning is still necessary after all." Hyang then tested General Choi with a question. "Think carefully. On the battlefield, enemy cavalry will charge in fast. Will there be enough time to clean the barrel before firing again?" General Choi fell silent. He searched for an answer, but could only give a small nod, quietly acknowledging the Crown Prince's point, his expression filled with shame. Next to him, Yi Cheon scratched his head in confusion, even though it wasn't itchy. The Crown Prince remained silent, disappointment creeping in. "Should I step in again?" Just as Hyang was about to speak, General Choi suddenly had an idea. His eyes lit up as he shouted, "What if we carve grooves inside the barrel?" "Grooves?" Yi Cheon asked. General Choi nodded and pointed to a small stream nearby. "Look at the flow of that stream. Water follows the curves of the land. The fire from gunpowder must also follow a path, right? If we carve grooves into the barrel, maybe the residue can follow the flow of the fire and be pushed out." Yi Cheon paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "That actually makes sense." Hyang, listening to their conversation, smiled with satisfaction. "Looks like I don't need to step in this time." But then, a craftsman suddenly interrupted them. "But General, how exactly are we supposed to carve grooves inside the barrel?" The excitement that had just begun instantly faded. With a frustrated look, General Choi muttered, "We're back to square one." Hyang gave a wry smile. This journey is still far from over. The craftsmen worked tirelessly for days, experimenting until they finally succeeded in developing a tool to carve grooves inside the barrels. They began producing rifles with different groove counts, ranging from 3 to 15. However, in the next round of testing, General Choi and Jang Yong-sil encountered a new problem. Yi Cheon sighed and said to the other officials, "So, in the end, we still have to clean the barrel?" Jung In-ji, looking concerned, asked, "So, how did the tests go?" Yi Cheon paused before answering, Each groove count has its pros and cons. With 6 grooves or fewer, the firepower remains high, but residue builds up. With 9 or more, the residue is reduced, but the firepower drops significantly. Jung In-ji let out a sigh and asked, then, is 9 grooves the best option? Yi Cheon shook his head and added, the problem is, with 9 grooves, the explosive force drops way too much. What about 6 grooves? Jung In-ji asked. Yi Cheon replied, with 6, the residue problem still persists. He shook his head in frustration. If only there were a better way. Amid the confusion, the Crown Prince remained calm, quietly observing them. Will they be able to find the answer on their own this time? Suddenly, Jang Yong-sil stepped forward and said, what if we made the grooves spiral-shaped? His words stunned everyone. Upon hearing that, the Crown Prince smiled in satisfaction. That's the solution I was hoping for, he thought to himself. He then stepped forward and asked, Advisor Jang Yong-sil, could you explain in more detail? Yes, Your Highness. If the gunpowder's path is made spiral-shaped, the length of the passage inside the barrel increases. That way, even with just 6 grooves, the path is long enough to allow the residue to be expelled. And because the grooves are spiral, the explosive force won't be wasted. That's it! This could actually work, Your Highness! Yi Cheon exclaimed enthusiastically. The Crown Prince gave a faint smile. His eyes glowed with pride. They finally figured it out on their own. I believe carving the grooves in a spiral shape is the key, Your Highness. Upon hearing that, the Crown Prince immediately gave a firm order. Then begin testing right away. A series of trials commenced. Days passed, filled with experimentation, until they finally discovered the optimal design that delivered the best performance. This wasn't just a weapons test, it was a lesson in understanding maximum range and effective range. Unable to hide his excitement, Yi Cheon shouted, Quick, record all the results and start grouping the data. Seeing everyone working so hard, filled with passion and dedication, the Crown Prince nodded with satisfaction. They truly get it. With the right environment, these people could outshine even Nobel Prize winners. He smiled faintly, his mind already racing with future plans. Hyang, with a sly grin, murmured to himself, My little minions. Grow up quickly. At the same time, both Yi Cheon and Jang Yong-sil felt a sudden chill run down their spines. Why do I suddenly feel goosebumps? They murmured. Yi Cheon furrowed his brow as something caught his attention. He stared at the report in his hand and mumbled, What does this mean? Just then, General Choi Hae-sin happened to be passing by. Noticing the puzzled look on Yi Cheon's face, he stopped. Is something wrong, sir? He asked. It's probably nothing serious, General Choi, Yi Cheon replied hesitantly. But according to Advisor Jang Yong-sil's instructions, we didn't carve spiral grooves inside the musket barrels. And yet, somehow, the accuracy has improved dramatically. Isn't that strange? What do you think? General Choi thought for a moment. It is strange. Improved performance is great, but it's troubling if we don't understand why it's happening. Both men fell silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, a nearby craftsman spoke up, hesitantly. Maybe the spiral grooves cause the bullet to spin as it's fired? Yi Cheon and General Choi instantly turned toward him, surprised. What do you mean? Explain, General Choi said. The craftsman swallowed nervously before continuing. I used to make arrows. When I attached feathers to the shafts, I'd always tilt them slightly. That way, the arrow would spin in flight, making it fly straighter and resist the wind better. Yi Cheon's eyes widened. General Choi stood silent for a moment, before quickly grabbing pen and paper. They immediately began taking notes, making sure every detail was recorded. This discovery had to be reported to King Sejong. As King Sejong flipped through the pages of the report, his eyes lit up with interest. After reading it all, he couldn't help but exclaim, Now I understand why the Crown Prince and his officials kept this secret. If the performance of this rifle were to leak, its techniques would surely be stolen. With unwavering resolve, the king gave an order. Attendant, bring the furnace here, immediately. In that case, I suppose I should follow your lead as well. Without hesitation, he tossed the stack of classified documents into the roaring flames, burning them to ashes in order to protect the dynasty's secrets. The king then walked up to the Crown Prince and placed a proud hand on his shoulder. You've worked hard, my son. This is a remarkable achievement. With deep respect, the Crown Prince bowed low. This was only possible thanks to your generosity and wisdom, father. But then, the king's eyes shifted to the soldiers standing nearby. His gaze fell upon their clothing, so unfamiliar, so unlike anything he'd seen before. His mind slowly began to fill with questions. Now that I think about it, I should ask about their clothing. Isn't this something we often see at Area 51? Finally, King Sejong spoke up. Is there anything else you wish to show me? If not, explain these outfits. General Choi quickly responded with respect. There's one more thing we'd like to present, Your Majesty. He gave a signal. Soldier, show it to His Majesty. With enthusiasm, General Choi continued. Your Majesty, we'd like to introduce a new weapon. This time, a horseback firearm. A pistol. King Sejong was stunned. A pistol? Bring it here. I want to see it up close. When the weapon was handed over, the king weighed it in his hands, carefully inspecting every detail. His eyes landed on the 6 chambers. Can this fire 6 shots in a row? he asked, intrigued. The Crown Prince nodded. That's right, father. Really? The king's eyes sparkled with excitement. Around him, the officials began murmuring in awe. How did they create this without proper equipment? One whispered. Feeling proud of this groundbreaking innovation, the Crown Prince explained, this is one of the masterpieces from Area 51. The king's eyes sparkled even more at those words. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he gave a direct command. I want to see how it's used. Yes, Your Majesty. General Choi stepped forward, standing tall and confident, like a trained cowboy. In one swift motion, he drew the pistol from its holster. He raised it, aimed with precision, and pulled the trigger. 6 shots rang out in rapid succession. Each bullet tore through the air, striking its target with perfect accuracy. The officials watching were left in awe. General Choi is truly the best of the best, one of them whispered in admiration. Meanwhile, Hyang could only offer a bitter smile. This achievement, which should have been credited to him, now seemed to be stolen by the general. The left minister stepped forward and asked, May I inspect the target, Your Majesty? General Choi nodded politely. Of course. With permission granted, the left minister quickly ran to the target for a closer look. After carefully examining the impact points, each bullet hitting vital areas, he turned and reported to King Sejong, Your Majesty, with this kind of power, any enemy within 73 meters would be sent straight to hell. The king was stunned. Are you certain? I'm absolutely certain, Your Majesty. Unable to contain his excitement, the king was amazed by his followers' achievements. You've truly accomplished something remarkable, he said enthusiastically. Now I understand why the ministers keep praising you. You've worked incredibly hard. The Crown Prince bowed and replied humbly, Your Majesty gives me too much credit. Still, the king's curiosity wasn't fully satisfied. But Crown Prince, what about the armor? The Crown Prince bowed slightly and replied, Forgive me, father, but there's still one more weapon I haven't introduced yet. Once again, King Sejong's curiosity would have to wait. He said, Crown Prince, the sun is about to set. But before he could finish, Hyang cut him off. What I'm about to show you now is a firebomb. As if he had completely forgotten what he was just saying, King Sejong responded, So, what if the sun is setting? Let's see it. Hyang chuckled softly. Anyone can see. He's a true military weapons enthusiast. As they continued walking, the king began to notice just how far they'd traveled from the palace. This place is quite far from the royal grounds, he commented. The Crown Prince quickly explained, We needed a wide open space to test the firebomb, father. What kind of firebomb requires an area this large? Did you cut down all the trees here? The Crown Prince nodded. Yes, father. We cleared the area completely to prevent any risk of fire. The Crown Prince then introduced the new weapon. This is the firebomb we've recently developed. We propose calling it the sky-piercing thunderous strike. Immediately, the officials began whispering among themselves, discussing the name with great interest. Thunderous strike? Isn't that Jinshinro from the Jin Dynasty? The right minister added. It seems so. I recall hearing that it resembles General Choi Museon's explosive cannon. Maybe they added thunderous because it uses a bowl-shaped rim. The Crown Prince stood on the edge of the field, observing with satisfaction. In his mind, he thought, even in another life, there's no way I'd miss moments this iconic. This is a true masterpiece. We shift to a moment earlier, during the design phase of the thunderous strike bomb. Which one should we go with? Mark 1, Mark 2, or Mark 2A? The officials looked around in confusion. What's a mark? One of them asked. They glanced at one another, some of them sighing internally, already expecting strange terms like this to pop up again. One of them muttered under his breath, Looks like we're not going home tonight. Yi Cheon finally stood up to clarify. What the Crown Prince is referring to are arbitrary names I came up with, based on the function of the thunderous strike bomb. Mark 1 kills enemies with shrapnel flying in all directions when the gunpowder explodes. Mark 2, on the other hand, releases fire from the gunpowder chamber when ignited, causing flames to spin outward and scatter both fire and caltrops in every direction. Mark 2, A uses an iron plate to seal the gunpowder chamber before releasing fire and caltrops in a more concentrated burst. The Crown Prince immediately cut in with a sharp tone. Then which one is the most effective? Jung Cho began to reply. Your Highness, in my opinion. But before he could finish, Jang Young-sil quickly covered his mouth. Forgive me, sir, but please, let's wait just a moment. The Crown Prince suddenly slammed the table, his anger boiling over. Why are we still debating this? I've decided. We're going with Mark 2A. This military meeting is over. Everyone, take a break. The shocked officials quickly asked. But what about you, Your Highness? The Crown Prince grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I just had a brilliant idea. There's no way I can sit still now. You're only getting in my way. Dismissed. Jang Young-sil, pleased that his plan had worked, smiled and said, Come on, gentlemen. The Crown Prince already has everything under control. The scene transitions. In the open field, King Sejong stared intently at the firebomb lying on the table. His eyes narrowed, clearly filled with doubt. Did you really develop this yourselves? He asked. General Choi respectfully replied, Yes, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince personally designed it, from concept to final form. King Sejong's curiosity grew. Is that so? I'd like to understand how it works. But General Choi hesitated to respond. The Crown Prince, Hyang, quickly interjected. Please allow us to explain everything after the demonstration, Father. Two soldiers rushed forward, pulling a large cannon into the field. With a serious tone, General Choi warned the king and his officials, "This is dangerous. Please take cover behind the wall." The soldiers carefully loaded the firebomb into the cannon's barrel, then quickly took shelter behind a barricade, waiting for the signal. From a distance, a soldier shouted, "Fire!" The cannon was ignited, and with a deafening roar, the projectile shot out like a rocket, packed with immense destructive power. The king watched anxiously. But after a few moments, nothing happened. He frowned and turned to General Choi. "Why hasn't anything exploded?" Remaining calm, General Choi replied, "It'll detonate soon, Your Majesty." Just as the projectile reached the center of the target area, it began to slow down. Then suddenly, boom! A massive explosion shook the entire area. The officials watching were left speechless, their jaws dropping at the overwhelming force. As the blinding light faded, thick black smoke slowly cleared, revealing nothing left of the target dummies but scattered, shattered remains. A concerned official quickly asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Still shaken, King Sejong coughed lightly and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit startled." The official bowed respectfully. "You may stand now, Your Majesty." Another official, still in shock, muttered, "How is it possible for the blast to be that strong?" That was terrifying. The explosion had utterly obliterated the entire set of target dummies, leaving no trace behind. King Sejong, still trying to process what he had just witnessed, finally exclaimed, "How is this possible? Is this really the power of a single firebomb?" The left minister added, "If this were a real battlefield, this place would have turned into hell." Driven by curiosity, the king turned to General Choi and ordered, "Tell me, how does the thunderous strike actually work?" General Choi responded, "Yes, Your Majesty. First, we crafted the bomb's outer shell to be as thin as possible, just strong enough to survive being fired and landing, but weak enough to explode with maximum impact. Inside, we filled it with small iron balls to increase the number of deadly fragments, boosting its lethality. Finally, we removed clay from the gunpowder mix to ensure a cleaner, more powerful explosion." "Incredible," the king said. "Your efforts deserve high praise. But tell me, can this kind of bomb be mass-produced?" Pleased by the question, General Choi answered immediately, "If we have a steady supply of gunpowder, then yes, mass production is absolutely possible, Your Majesty." However, another official, still skeptical, asked, "General, are you sure? To produce such powerful bombs on a large scale, we'll need a lot of skilled craftsmen. Isn't Area 51 already short on manpower?" General Choi nodded in agreement. "You're right. That is a very accurate concern." General Choi recounted a discussion that had taken place a few days earlier. It turned out the Crown Prince had already addressed the issue during the design phase. Back then, Jang Yongsil had presented a blueprint and said, "This is the sky-piercing thunderous strike design, drawn by the Crown Prince himself." Two officials stared at the blueprint in confusion. "We don't get it. The design looks so strange. What does it mean by male and female threads?" The Crown Prince then explained, "If we want to load gunpowder into the ball, making a single solid piece from the start is very inefficient. Instead, the ball is split into two parts. The upper half has male threads, while the bottom has female threads. By twisting them together, they'll form a perfect seal. When the projectile hits the target, the resulting explosion will be far more powerful." The two officials were stunned. General Choi added, "This kind of power is terrifying. With a weapon like this, our army would gain a massive advantage." General Choi then asked the Crown Prince, "Should we report this to His Majesty right away?" The Crown Prince calmly replied, "There's still a lot we need to test. The thinner the outer layer, the greater the destructive power. So, first, let's try gradually reducing the thickness." After countless tests and non-stop production by the craftsmen, Yi Cheon rushed over with a beaming face. The Crown Prince could tell. This had to be good news. Excitedly, Yi Cheon reported, "Your Highness, we've discovered that the minimum thickness that can still survive being fired and landing is a 30% reduction." The Crown Prince responded, "Really? Then let's load it with gunpowder and see what kind of difference it makes." Once again, the craftsmen worked day and night to create a new prototype for the next series of tests, even though their bodies were already exhausted. The next morning, another test was conducted. Yi Cheon nervously reported the results to the Crown Prince. "Your Highness, this time, the minimum thickness was reduced by another 30%. Seeing the results, Yi Cheon couldn't wait to report it to King Sejong, but Hyang hesitated, then said seriously, "However, there's one problem. The blast radius is too wide. There's a risk of our own troops getting caught in the explosion. We need to find a way to narrow the blast radius without weakening the power." That statement left both officials feeling even more hopeless. They gathered with two craftsmen and began discussing the problem. "How can we increase the explosive power while reducing the blast radius?" One of the craftsmen, his face worn and tired, kept going over the documents, sighing heavily. "I give up. What His Highness is asking for? It's just too difficult." From a distance, Crown Prince Hyang quietly observed them. He thought to himself, Looks like I'll have to step in a little. He approached them and asked, "So, any progress?" While straightening his messy robe, one of the craftsmen respectfully replied, "Your Highness, we're still trying to find a solution." At that moment, the Crown Prince made a suggestion. "What if we line the inside of the bomb with a thick layer of clay and embed small cast iron pellets into it? Once the clay dries, the pellets will be locked in place. What do you think?" The officials were stunned, and so were the craftsmen. "That's it! What a brilliant idea, Your Highness. We never would have thought of that," one of the craftsmen exclaimed. The Crown Prince gave a slight smile and turned to leave. But before walking away, he encouraged them. "I'm counting on you. Keep up the good work." Once the Crown Prince was out of sight, Yi Cheon and General Choi remained frozen in awe. "It's like His Highness knew the answer from the start," General Choi whispered. Yi Cheon nodded with a bitter smile. "The more I think about it, the more I think you're right. So what now? Damn it, then all our hard work was for nothing?" One of the craftsmen slammed his robe to the floor in frustration. "That guy's like a goblin in human form," he grumbled. Everyone was upset. After spending days working non-stop and sleeping at the workshop, they realized the Crown Prince had already figured it all out from the beginning. In the end, the tactic worked. The Crown Prince had successfully pushed the craftsmen to think for themselves and conduct research. They weren't just following orders anymore. They had begun to truly understand the principles behind weapon making. Thanks to this process, they grew into skilled craftsmen capable of mass-producing the bombs without any issues. With confidence, General Choi declared, "Mass production is no longer a problem." At this point, the king could no longer hide his astonishment. In his mind, he could only think, "This child." I'm at a loss for words. But then, a question popped into King Sejong's mind. "Wait, there's one thing that's been bothering me since the test. Why didn't the bomb explode immediately? I'm curious about the mechanism." General Choi frowned slightly and answered cautiously, "Because, Your Majesty, inside the sky-piercing, thunderous strike, there's a little secret." King Sejong flinched. "A little secret? What do you mean?" After a brief pause, General Choi finally explained, "It has to do with the ability to control the timing of the explosion, Your Majesty." The king was taken aback. "Is that true?" General Choi nodded. "Yes. By coiling the fuse around a bamboo tube, we're able to delay the detonation." The king's eyes lit up with excitement. He was beginning to grasp the concept. "So, the length of the fuse determines when it explodes?" he asked. General Choi respectfully replied, "Exactly, Your Majesty." The king gazed at the bomb in awe, as if he had just discovered a treasure. "So, only we know the exact moment it will explode. This little secret is absolutely brilliant." Meanwhile, the Crown Prince simply smiled while watching the conversation and thought to himself, "Actually, this technique has existed since King Moonjong's time." He then approached his father and respectfully said, "Father, I've shown you all the weapons. It's time for you to return to the palace." The king nodded and said, "Very well." But before that, just as the Crown Prince was about to respond, his father placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "Isn't there still something else you want to show me?" A wave of nervousness swept over him. Cold sweat formed on his face. With a slightly trembling voice, he answered, "Of course, father. Please follow me." When they arrived, King Sejong's eyes sparkled. The curiosity that had been building inside him was finally about to be satisfied. At last. I can see it with my own eyes. His attention shifted to the soldiers' uniforms. Something about them was different. They weren't the typical uniforms worn by Joseon soldiers. With a firm voice, he turned to his son. "Explain these uniforms to me." The Crown Prince immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes, father. First of all, regarding the soldiers' uniforms, we've made a few adjustments to make them more suitable for musket warfare. We also chose to dye them green and earthy brown." The king raised an eyebrow, his eyes sharp. "Why those colors?" The Crown Prince, having anticipated the question, responded without hesitation. "These colors were chosen to make our troops harder to spot on the battlefield. Green blends in with forest trees, while brown matches the soil and dust of the battlefield." The king stroked his chin, thinking deeply, then said, "But aren't soldiers supposed to wear bright colors on the battlefield to intimidate the enemy? And how will they recognize each other easily?" The Crown Prince remained calm. "We're still refining our military strategies to address those concerns, father. These uniforms are still in the testing phase and need more time before they are used in actual battle." King Sejong slowly nodded, seemingly accepting the explanation. But the Crown Prince wasn't done yet. "That's not the only innovation we're working on, father. We're also trying to improve the soldiers' armor." With that, Hyang invited everyone inside. As they entered the room, the king's eyes immediately landed on a familiar display of armor. It was the same type of armor used by the Joseon military. The Crown Prince looked at his father before speaking again, his tone turning slightly more serious. But in reality, outfitting all soldiers with this kind of armor is no easy task. As you know, many soldiers have to find their own armor. Because of that, the quality varies greatly. Those who are wealthy can afford better protection, while the less fortunate have to make do with weak, easily pierced armor. King Sejong listened closely. The officials standing behind him remained silent, but it was clear they were waiting to hear more. The Crown Prince took a deep breath before continuing. This is brigandine armor, which has been used since the end of the previous dynasty. Its silk outer layer is reinforced with small metal plates, offering decent protection. He paused for a moment, then looked at the king with conviction. But there are some major flaws that we can't ignore. King Sejong looked at him with interest. First, the manufacturing process is extremely complex. It takes a long time to create the small metal plates, and each one must be carefully riveted into place, requiring a large amount of labor. Second, the cost. From silk to feathers, the materials are expensive and hard to come by. Third, the protection. While it does fairly well against arrows, there's a fatal weakness. The underarms and sides are left exposed, making soldiers vulnerable in close combat. And finally, the weight. The armor is so heavy that it restricts movement. Since it's worn like a robe, the entire weight rests on the shoulders. After hours of wearing it, even the strongest soldiers feel the strain. The king looked at his son and said, "You're right, Crown Prince." For a moment, silence filled the room, until the king finally asked, "So then, do you have a solution for all this?" A faint smile appeared on Hyang's face. He stepped forward and, with a dramatic gesture, pulled back a curtain to reveal a metal figure dressed like a royal guard. Gasps of amazement filled the room. All eyes turned to the object on display, a suit of armor unlike anything they had ever seen before. "What is this?" King Sejong asked, his voice filled with surprise. With respectful pride, the Crown Prince answered, "This is a new type of armor we've designed, armor that addresses all the previous weaknesses and will lead the Joseon army into a new era. As you all know, brigandine armor is extremely expensive. If we stick with it, only the nobility will be able to afford proper protection. At first, I plan to disregard armor altogether, but I can't ignore the safety of the soldiers fighting in close quarters. So by combining Western-style steel plates with the Korean-style brigandine, we've made several key improvements. First, we replaced the small embedded iron plates with a single solid steel plate. This allows both the front and back of the torso to be protected by 2 layers of steel, ensuring full coverage of the upper body. Also, the armor is now split into 2 parts, an upper body protector and a lower body protector, which helps distribute the weight more evenly. The lower protector is specifically designed to shield the thighs. Everyone listening to the Crown Prince fell silent. First, the cavalry and frontline close combat soldiers will be equipped with full-body armor that protects from neck to knee. Meanwhile, musket and artillery troops will wear a lighter version. King Sejong interrupted. "What do the soldiers who've worn it have to say?" General Choi answered. "They say it's a bit heavier, but since the weight is distributed more evenly across the body, it actually feels more comfortable. Plus, the areas that used to be exposed are now protected, which makes them feel much safer." This was the first time the king had ever seen armor like this. King Sejong stared intently at the armor. It wasn't just the design that was unique. The structure itself was remarkable. Hyang gave a small smile as he thought to himself, "Even though I designed it myself, I still find it surprising." Then he spoke aloud. "This armor will drastically reduce production costs and manufacturing time, making it far more efficient." The more he explained, the more captivated the audience became. Suddenly, the left minister, who had been deep in thought, stepped forward and asked, "Your Highness, may I ask a question?" Hyang replied, "Of course. As far as I can tell, both the helmet and the armor plates are made entirely of iron, correct?" Hyang's eyes narrowed slightly, impressed by the minister's attention to detail. He crouched down to examine the armor more closely. Then the minister continued, "So, does that mean the blacksmiths will have to forge every single plate by hand? Wouldn't that be incredibly labor-intensive? I'm concerned the production costs might even exceed that of brigandine armor." Hyang nodded slightly, acknowledging the concern. After a brief moment of thought, he responded, "That's a great question. I had the same concern, which is why I plan to use the stamping method." The crowd looked confused at the Crown Prince's answer. "Stamping?" they asked hesitantly. Hyang answered firmly, "Yes, stamping." He thought to himself, "The main reason I adopted the Western-style steel plate concept was because mass production requires stamping machines." King Sejong, who had been quietly listening all along, was surprised by the idea. "Stamping? What exactly does that mean?" he asked curiously. "As the name suggests, Father, but rather than explain it, it's better if you see it for yourself. We'll prepare a demonstration for you shortly." King Sejong asked again, "Can't you show it to me now?" With calm confidence, Hyang turned and replied, "There are still a few things we haven't shown you. We'll get everything ready as quickly as possible, but for now, I ask that you first review the results of our work." An hour passed. The royal officials returned with their reports. "There are no issues in the records, Your Majesty." King Sejong nodded in approval. "Good. Well done." He then turned to General Choi and said, "You've worked hard as well. Thanks to all of your efforts, our kingdom will become stronger." General Choi bowed respectfully. "Your kindness is beyond measure." Everyone's faces lit up. They imagined they could finally go home. But the day wasn't over yet. Suddenly, King Sejong said, "I want to visit the weapons warehouse now. I'd like to see firsthand how the muskets and iron armor are being made." The room fell silent in an instant. Everyone froze. They thought today's tasks were finished, that they could go home and finally rest. But clearly that wasn't the case. Now they had to accompany King Sejong on his unexpected plan. One official gently tried to object. Your Majesty, the sun is beginning to set. There may not be enough time to tour the warehouse, and if you're away from the palace too long, government affairs might be delayed. King Sejong considered this for a moment, then nodded. That's exactly why I want to go now while I'm still here. It's not because I'm impatient. Don't misunderstand me. The general bowed once again. I understand, Your Majesty. When King Sejong arrived at the weapons warehouse, a loud voice rang out. The king has arrived! Beside him, Hyang smiled brightly. Father, I'll start by showing you the cannon-making process. Everyone looked eager as they gathered to watch the demonstration. In front of them, two blacksmiths were hard at work, forging red-hot iron into intricate shapes. Every detail was hammered with extraordinary precision, turning the metal into a work of art, something far beyond a simple weapon. King Sejong began to understand just how complex and well-coordinated the entire process was. Each person played a clear role in creating something truly remarkable. I tried assigning people to different roles, Father, Hyang said proudly. And it turns out, this method is incredibly effective. King Sejong nodded, acknowledging his son's ingenuity. You're right, it really is effective. Now, I want to see how the stamping process works. Hyang responded respectfully. Thank you, Father. I'll prepare the next demonstration right away. Deep down, he already knew. King Sejong was curious about how the iron armor was forged. Hyang then gave the order to the craftsman. Begin iron armor production immediately. Upon hearing the command, the craftsman sprang into action. King Sejong watched closely as his son efficiently coordinated everything, and he began to realize his son truly had a gift for leadership. But something was puzzling him. Why are you moving the cannon makers over here? He asked. Hyang answered calmly. Because we don't have enough craftsmen, Father. Oh, so that's the reason, the king muttered. King Sejong crossed his arms and tried to keep his emotions in check, occasionally letting out a deep sigh. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing this, the ministers began whispering among themselves. This situation is getting out of hand, don't you think? Said the left minister. The right minister replied, Sooner or later, the crown prince will demand a solution. Hyang then raised a megaphone and made an announcement. We will now begin the production process. Above them, a heavy object hung in the air, swaying slightly, ready to strike. A craftsman carefully placed a heated iron plate onto a prepared mold. On the other side, another worker operated the pulley, positioning the upper half of the mold. In a matter of seconds, the rope was released. The massive metal weight came crashing down onto the hot iron plate. Gradually, a shape began to take form, a solid piece of armor, perfectly molded by the cast. Seeing the results, King Sejong's eyes lit up with wonder. This method is incredible. With this, mass-producing armor is no longer just a dream. You've come up with yet another brilliant solution, Crown Prince. Hyang chuckled softly, scratching his head out of habit. But wasn't this place also used to make gunpowder? The king asked. I'd like to see that too. Hyang looked a little awkward and hesitant. I'm sorry, Father, but we can't demonstrate that right now. The king frowned. Why not? Hyang explained. Because the process is extremely complicated, and the materials are dangerous. We need to choose the right time and conditions to handle it safely. Hearing this, the king finally nodded, though a hint of disappointment remained in his expression. The left minister cautiously suggested, Your Majesty, for the sake of your health, perhaps it's time we return to the palace. King Sejong replied, Very well. Let's head back together. The moment those words were spoken, the ministers looked visibly relieved. Finally, it's over, one of them sighed. I've seen the weapons in Area 51, and they are truly astonishing. What do you all think? The king asked. The left minister answered confidently, I agree, Your Majesty, especially the cannons and firearms designed by the Crown Prince. Their power is unmatched anywhere in the world. The king stroked his chin thoughtfully and gave a slow nod. So, all of you feel the same way? The officials nodded in unison. At last, King Sejong gave a small smile and declared, In that case, we'll move forward with mass-producing these weapons. What do you all think? Hyang, sitting nearby, gave a faint smile. He had expected his father to say that. Everything was going according to plan. But then, the left minister spoke in a serious tone. Your Majesty, I must report that mass-producing these weapons will be extremely difficult. He took a deep breath before continuing. First, the labor force. Out of all our craftsmen, only a handful possess the necessary skills. Second, the supply of raw materials poses a major challenge. Even the explosive ingredients we examined, especially lard and tallow, which are essential components, are incredibly hard to obtain in large quantities. The king nodded in agreement, then asked, What if we recruit skilled craftsmen from all over Joseon to help supply the gun components? The crown prince responded, I'm afraid that might increase the risk of leaking our secrets. One of the ministers offered a suggestion. We can solve this by only allowing them to handle the initial stages of production. The final assembly will remain under our direct control. Besides, if our weapons rely solely on tribute, the quality can't be guaranteed. The king raised his hand to silence the room. We will not accept tribute. Instead, we'll purchase everything we need through the newly established trade office. Not only will this improve the people's welfare, it will also ensure that our craftsmen take their work more seriously. The officials exchanged glances. The plan made sense, but one lingering issue remained. The king began scratching his head, deep in thought. Yet all that came out of his mouth were unintelligible mutterings, leaving everyone confused by his behavior. Later that night, as Hyang tried to sleep, he tossed and turned in bed. Though his eyes were closed, his mind was racing. His mouth murmured nonstop. Nitroglycerin, potassium nitrate, potassium chlorate, trinitrotoluene. No one knew how many chemical compounds he listed. Naturally, the nearby eunuch overheard the strange whispers and was puzzled. He's muttering weird words again, the eunuch thought. Suddenly, Hyang's eyes flew open. "That's it! I've got it!" he exclaimed with excitement. The next morning, General Choi Hae-san was already waiting at the palace gates. When he saw the crown prince, he immediately greeted him. "Your Highness, I've been waiting for you." With a bright, enthusiastic smile, Hyang replied, "General Choi, I think I've found a way to solve our problem." "Funny you say that," Choi responded eagerly. "I think I may have found something too." The two of them, both eager to speak, kept insisting the other go first. Eventually, General Choi spoke up, this time more seriously. "What if we use soybean oil?" Hyang's eyes lit up, as if their thoughts had collided in the perfect synchrony. With excitement, they gave each other a high five. "Let's test it right now," they said in unison. For centuries, the kingdom had used various types of vegetable oils. If soybean oil could produce glycerin, this would be a major breakthrough. A deep voice echoed from within the palace. "Is that true? That's incredible news. So, we can start mass production soon, right?" "Yes, Father, but there's one important thing we need to consider." His expression turned serious, sparking King Sejong's curiosity. "The soybeans we're using come from the Neobal region. The current supply won't be enough because the people rely on it for their daily lives. Even the leftover pulp is used as animal feed," Hyang explained. King Sejong nodded slowly. "National defense is important, but we must never ignore the people's well-being." The king took a deep breath before speaking again. "You've worked hard, Crown Prince." Hyang bowed deeply. "Thank you, Father. I ask for your leave." As Hyang walked away, King Sejong remained seated on his throne, deep in thought. His face showed hesitation. The best solution still wasn't clear. Meanwhile, out in the palace courtyard, Hyang stood restlessly. He glanced back and noticed that the audience chamber doors had closed. He didn't even realize when. In his heart, he muttered, "Father, I believe you'll find the answer." The sky stretched out clear and bright, with the sun now at its peak. Inside the palace, officials had gathered for an emergency meeting. King Sejong began the session, his voice full of authority. "That boy has proposed a plan to supply glycerin." He then turned to his son. "Crown Prince, explain your plan to everyone." With a firm nod, Hyang stepped forward. "My proposal is to use soybean oil." The officials were stunned. They exchanged glances, clearly surprised by such an unexpected idea. "I will encourage farmers to migrate to the northern borders to cultivate soybeans. The palace will purchase their entire harvest. This way, the people's livelihoods will become more stable." The king continued in a firm voice. "With this plan, all our problems will be resolved," Hyang thought to himself. "In addition," King Sejong said, "we'll also buy pork fat and beef tallow at a fair price." The officials bowed respectfully. "We will carry out your majesty's orders." With burning determination, the king clenched his knee and declared, "I will treat this as the first step in strengthening Joseon's defenses. Carry it out carefully. Not a single mistake is allowed." In unison, the officials responded, "We will obey your majesty's command." Hyang thought to himself, "When it comes to the northern borders, there's an old legend. The names of two rivers there are said to mean soybeans. That place would be perfect. In that case, I must contribute to the northern region as well." Elsewhere, a soldier reported to an official, "Some new settlers have arrived. They want to work as farmers." The official nodded. "All right, follow the usual procedures and give them a place to live." Without delay, the soldier gave a signal. "Come with me." Because of this initiative, Hyang gave golden pens to the local officials. But instead of easing their workload, it only made things busier. "Hold the jar steady and collect the oil," someone shouted. "Be careful, don't spill any of it." The large stove was a gift from the crown prince. As everyone joyfully enjoyed grilled ribs, someone asked, "Are officials really allowed to eat meat like this?" A man beside him replied, "For now, the supplies are prioritized for the military, but if you take good care of the soybean fields, one day, you'll get to eat like this too." However, there was one condition. He continued, "When the time comes, you must collect the oil carefully and deliver it to the military workshop, just like they do at the royal palace." "We're still short on gunpowder," Hyang muttered quietly. He let out a soft sigh. "Even if we exploit the northern lands, it still won't be enough." Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. His eyes widened as he murmured, "Ah, that's right. What about the southern region?" Time passed. On a summer day when Hyang was 10 years old, King Sejong gathered his officials. "It's time to find a husband for Princess Jongso," King Sejong announced with a firm voice. One of the officials nodded. "I believe the timing is just right, Your Majesty." Hyang turned his head in surprise. "Jongso is getting married?" King Sejong smiled. "Then let's discuss it." "As you command, Your Majesty," the officials replied in unison. But in the original timeline, Princess Jongso had already passed away. Now, in this life, she was going to get married. This feels strange, Yang thought to himself. I don't want to, Jongso whined. She sat in front of her father, her eyes full of pleading. I just want to stay with you and mother forever. King Sejong looked at her lovingly, but remained firm. I understand how you feel, but when the time comes, you'll need to meet your partner and start your own life. Still, I just want to stay with you a little longer, she said. Tears began to stream down her cheeks. King Sejong let out a deep sigh and murmured, She's such a stubborn child. I hate you, father, she shouted before running out of the room, ignoring King Sejong's attempts to calm her down. The next morning, as Hyang strolled through the palace courtyard, he noticed several palace maids rushing around in a panic. Curious, he asked one of the eunuchs, What's gotten the maids so worked up this early? The eunuch bowed. It seems the princess has been refusing to eat since yesterday. Hyang frowned. Refusing to eat? The eunuch pulled out a letter and said, A maid from the princess's quarters asked me to give this to you. Startled, Hyang quickly took the letter and read it. After finishing, he folded it carefully and nodded. All right, I need to go on a secret mission. Get ready, immediately. The two eunuchs nearby exchanged glances. A secret mission? Hyang winked. We have to do this without father knowing. The faster and more discreet, the better. Without hesitation, the eunuchs rushed off. Understood, Your Highness. Soon after, Hyang arrived at his sister's residence. Two maids bowed as soon as they saw the crown prince. The crown prince has arrived, they announced. From inside the room came Jongso's soft voice. Let him in. Hyang stepped inside and waved a hand, signaling the maids to leave. Jongso was still curled up under her blanket. Hyang sat at the edge of the bed and sighed. You've been through a lot, sis. Suddenly, Jongso threw off her blanket, revealing her tear-streaked face. She sat up and fixed her hair. Though her eyes still held traces of tears, her expression showed she was ready to talk. You brought it, didn't you? Hurry, give it to me. Hyang sighed deeply. From his sleeve, he pulled out a small bundle and placed it in front of her. Do you know how hard it was to get this? He grumbled. I had to go on a covert mission just to keep father from finding out. Jongso grinned widely as she took out a rice ball from the package. But this is really from the store I asked for, right? She asked suspiciously. Hyang rested his chin on one hand. Yes, it is. Anyway, just find some average guy and marry him already. If you don't, people will start calling you an old maid. That comment made Jongso furious. She bit into her rice ball aggressively and pointed at Hyang, clearly upset. Shut it! This is all your fault! Hyang raised an eyebrow, confused. Huh? What does your marriage have to do with me? Jongso clenched the rice ball tightly in her hand until it crumbled. Her body trembled with frustration. Before I get married, I have to teach that brat a lesson, she said with burning resolve. Hyang just shook his head. I've got nothing to say to that, he muttered as he stood up. I'll be going now. Thanks for the rice balls, Jongso replied. As Hyang walked away with his hands behind his back, he thought to himself, is she really serious about that? Then he looked up at the sky and smiled faintly. I might as well go see Yi Yu. I've still got one rice ball left. In a small gazebo at the center of the garden, two people sat side by side. When Hyang arrived, both of them looked startled. Oh, Crown Prince, the teacher greeted. They stood and bowed respectfully. Hyang returned the gesture politely. Sorry to interrupt. I was just passing by and thought I'd say hello. How's your lesson going? Yi Yu lowered his head, then replied in a provocative tone. It's going well. I've been working hard to at least reach the soles of your feet. But it seems you still have plenty of free time, brother. Hyang smiled, though he was boiling inside. Why is this kid so irritating? Even if I don't know how busy you are, your unworthy little brother here is doing his best to follow in your footsteps through diligent study. If there's nothing else, before Yi Yu could finish, Hyang cut him off. All right, excuse me, please continue your lesson. Hyang ended the conversation abruptly and thought to himself, but he acts completely different in front of Jongso, like a mouse trembling before a cat. On the other hand, Yi Yu was determined to rise and conquer the world once his sister, Jongso, was married. As the sun began to set, golden light bathed the corners of the royal palace. Inside the council chamber, the sound of heated arguments echoed. None of the officials were willing to back down. Meanwhile, the king sat in silence. His anger was growing more visible, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his hands. But the officials continued bickering, arguing over which merchant should receive trade rights. Enough! That's enough! The king's voice was sharp and piercing. Has anyone here actually listened to a word I've said? How many days has it been since I ordered you to come up with a solution and create a proper plan? His gaze swept across the room. I asked for concrete steps to resolve the sugar trade monopoly, but all you've done is fight over which merchant deserves the rights. And now, you're shamelessly admitting who bribed you and how much you were paid. The officials instantly dropped to their knees, drenched in cold sweat. Your Majesty, we deserve to be executed. Please punish us. You want to die? The king replied coldly. I'll consider that after I reevaluate this entire policy. We'll give it our all, Your Majesty, they cried in unison. I placed you in these positions because I trusted my judgment. Don't make me regret that decision. Trembling, the ministers answered, "We won't forget, Your Majesty." King Sejong let out a long breath and sat back down, trying to contain his anger. Later that night, the king lay awake, troubled by thoughts of his ministers. Can I really entrust important responsibilities to people who aren't even as capable as an 11-year-old child? At the princess's residence, two eunuchs walked through the courtyard. Inside, Jungso was reading a book while enjoying some snacks. Suddenly, a eunuch's voice called out, "His Majesty has arrived." Jungso raised an eyebrow in confusion. Then it hit her. Her expression froze, and her face turned pale. She quickly dove under her blanket just as the door opened. King Sejong entered. "Jungso, are you not feeling well?" Without thinking, Jungso jumped into bed and pulled the covers over her entire body. "I greet Your Majesty," she said, her voice muffled under the blanket. Her chubby cheeks puffed up in a childish pout. The king was taken aback. His heart melted for a moment, but he quickly regained composure. Clearing his throat, his eyes caught something. In the corner of the room, he noticed several snack bags piled up. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "So, this little rascal's been sneaking around for the past 2 days because of her sister." But, with a serious tone, the king said, "First of all, I'm canceling your engagement." Jungso was stunned, but almost instantly her face lit up with joy. She jumped into her father's arms. The king gently stroked her hair. "You silly girl, you need to take care of your health, especially as a princess." After leaving the princess's residence, the king walked alongside the queen. "Was that really the right decision?" she asked. The king glanced at her. "What do you mean?" "About Jungso's marriage," the queen clarified. "The ministers will probably be happy," King Sejong replied. "It means less work for them." He paused, thoughtful. "Actually, last night I dozed off and had a strange dream. In it, Jungso died from an illness. I was devastated when I woke up. The fear still lingered. It took me a while to convince myself it was just a dream." He took a deep breath. Maybe I'm just not ready to let my daughter get married." The next morning at the palace, King Sejong sat with a furrowed brow as he read through a stack of proposals. Below the throne, officials stood in neat rows on either side, waiting in silence. After a while, he set the documents down and spoke slowly. "I've reviewed all your proposals. They're better than before, but still not enough. The Ministry of Taxation's proposal completely misses the core of the policy. The Ministry of Rights' proposal is outdated, and the Personnel Ministry's plan, all flash, no substance. You all need to go back and review everything again." A few days later, the ministers gathered once more. Everyone looked exhausted. The chief advisor muttered to himself. The right state counselor, with dark circles under his eyes, sighed. "Since that day, we've stayed up every night, thinking and planning everything down to the last detail, and yet, our efforts were still rejected." The chief advisor replied, "Honestly, we all know what His Majesty really wants, don't we? This special trade policy was meant to prevent monopolies in the production and sale of certain goods. But instead, the nobles and local officials are exploiting it." The debate among the ministers continued. The issue of powerful merchants monopolizing the trade had sparked serious discontent in the king. One proposal after another was rejected, and still the arguments dragged on. Meanwhile, in a corner of the palace, Yi Yu stood frozen. His eyes were vacant, but behind them burned a deep, quiet rage. "My name is Yi Yu, Prince of the Joseon Dynasty," he thought. His hands trembled, fists clenched tightly. "It's been 3 years since I came to the palace, and this is the most dangerous moment I've ever faced." Suddenly, a cheerful voice broke through his thoughts. "My dear brother, did you sleep well?" Yi Yu remained silent, unmoving. From another direction, Jungso approached and stared at him sharply. "Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Aren't you going to greet your Hyungnim and Nunanim?" Yi Yu finally snapped out of it and bowed quickly. "Greetings, Hyungnim, Nunanim. Did you both sleep well last night? By the way, Hyang, has he been bothering you lately?" he asked with a hint of sharpness. Hyang paused briefly, then smiled and patted Yi Yu on the shoulder. "Not at all. He's actually been doing much better in his studies lately. Just the other day I saw him studying with great focus." Then, with a playful tone, he added, "Make sure you teach me some sword techniques later, all right?" To everyone's surprise, Yi Yu answered obediently, "Yes, Hyung, I will." Jungso seemed pleased and changed the subject. "Hyang, don't you have a royal court session to attend today? You should hurry or you'll be late." Hyang smiled. "Since your engagement was canceled, I'll be visiting more often, but for now, I have to go." With that, he walked off, leaving Yi Yu and Jungso alone. Jungso immediately slung an arm over Yi Yu's shoulder, causing the prince to shudder in fear. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Come, spend a little time with me," he said with a mysterious smile. Back in the royal court, the king's voice echoed through the chamber. "If the Ministry of Finance manages the monopolized trade directly, they'll run out of manpower." The left state counselor, looking half asleep, replied with his eyes barely open. "That's correct, Your Majesty. To solve the manpower issue, we propose holding a recruitment examination." He raised his head with a smug look, thinking his answer would surely please the king. But King Sejong simply rested his chin on his hand, lost in deep thought. "This isn't enough, still lacking." His gaze shifted to Hyang. "What are your thoughts, Crown Prince?" Hyang replied carefully. I believe it's a good proposal, but it would take a lot of time and resources. However, if we recruit scholars from the Royal Academy, I believe we can solve this more efficiently. The king nodded slowly. Interesting. I'll take it into consideration. The court buzzed with whispers. A major reform was on the horizon, and not everyone welcomed the change. King Sejong asked again, "Scholars from the Royal Academy?" The left state counselor looked surprised and responded, "Your Majesty, while the Crown Prince's idea makes sense, those scholars have yet to pass the general exams. They're still novices. If we appoint them to official positions, it would be the same as handing out government roles to the inexperienced." Hyang firmly stood by his opinion. "The scholars at the Royal Academy take monthly exams, don't they? Their scores are ranked clearly. If we select those who've consistently scored well in recent months, there's a high chance they'll pass the National Civil Service exam later. Those who pass will become outstanding officials with hands-on experience. Even if some fail, they'll still be capable civil servants, well prepared to manage state finances efficiently." Hearing this, His Majesty smiled to himself and thought, "Well said, my son." Then, in a more serious tone, King Sejong turned to the left state counselor. "What do you think?" Cornered and unable to object, the left state counselor finally replied, "I believe the Crown Prince's words make perfect sense, Your Majesty." With that, the king raised his voice and gave a firm command. "Send a royal order to the Royal Academy to provide personnel for the Ministry of Finance. Also, establish a trade bureau under the ministry's supervision, down to the district level." The ministers all responded in unison. "As you command." The next morning at the palace, many officials were visibly anxious, pacing back and forth with this uneasy expressions. The left state counselor approached the right state counselor with a confused look. "Today isn't a royal assembly, just a routine meeting. Why are so many officials gathered here?" The right state counselor let out a sigh. "There's a royal decree today. All officials ranked level 2 or higher must attend. Something urgent must have come up." Just then, King Sejong opened the session. "The reason I've summoned you all so suddenly is this. Last night, I received an emergency message from the Ming Empire." Hyang's eyes widened. "The Ming Empire? What happened around this time in history?" he wondered. The king continued, his voice heavy. "The third emperor of the Ming Dynasty, Emperor Yongle, has passed away." The entire room fell silent. His Majesty sighed and asked, "Does anyone here know anything about the prince who's next in line for the throne?" No one dared to speak. The king massaged his forehead, clearly frustrated. "Good grief, how could all of you be so clueless?" The officials could only lower their heads in silence. "Fine then," the king said. "Assemble a delegation immediately to attend the emperor's funeral. Find someone well-versed in fortune-telling and a physiognomy expert, quickly." "We obey, Your Majesty," the ministers replied in unison. In the corner of the hall, Hyang rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Suddenly, a court eunuch leaned in and whispered, "His Majesty is in the next room." Hyang was taken aback. "Really?" He immediately opened the door with a smile and asked, "What brings you to such a humble place like this?" "You rascal. Am I not allowed to come here?" "It's not that. It's just that your sudden visit surprised me a little," Hyang replied. The two of them went inside, sat down, and began to talk. "Hyang, you're planning to search for books during this diplomatic mission, aren't you?" the king asked. "Yes, father. Even though the purpose of this trip isn't exactly ideal, I don't want to waste the opportunity. Besides, once the Joseon Embassy Hall is completed, it won't be difficult to find books," Hyang answered. The king pulled something out from his sleeve and said, "In that case, try to find books related to this topic as well." Hyang looked at his father with a confused expression. "Father, if it's just books, wouldn't it be easier to order the officials in the delegation to find them?" King Sejong let out a sigh and clicked his tongue. "If I did that, they'd probably cry and beg me not to." Hyang unfolded the paper completely, and his eyes widened as he saw the contents. He quickly turned to his father and asked in shock, "Father, these are—" The king nodded and confirmed, "Yes, these are all books about phonology." Hyang's cheeks flushed. "Phonology?" He hesitated, then nervously asked, "Father, may I ask why you're looking for books like these?" The king sighed and responded calmly, "I'm disappointed. Everyone in this palace is ignorant. Even when we need to replace them, it's not easy. Civil service exams in Joseon also have their limits. Even though there are many intelligent people out there, there will always be one or two who, even until their death, never fully understand Chinese characters. If we could create a writing system that people like them could actually read, wouldn't we be able to discover even more talented individuals?" Still confused, Hyang asked again, "But why phonology?" The king explained, "Every letter in Western books represents a sound. I believe that a writing system based on sound would be much easier for people to learn." Hearing this, Hyang thought to himself, This could change the course of history. Then, with a firm voice, he said, "Father, I'll do as you wish. I'll make sure the envoys prioritize this list of books." A few days later, during the morning court session at the palace, the king spoke. 103 people? I was told the Royal Academy had 150. What about the rest? Did they not register? The Minister of Personnel nervously responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." "That is correct." The king asked, "Why not?" The minister hesitated before finally answering. Some students only enrolled at the Royal Academy to take the civil service exam. Hearing this, His Majesty grew furious. What is the meaning of this? The terrified minister bowed deeply and respectfully said, Your Majesty. But the king cut him off angrily. They want to serve in the court, yet their thinking is so narrow-minded. How can that be? The left state councillor tried to defend them. They're just lacking in experience? Before he could finish, the king slammed the table and shouted, Nonsense! This has nothing to do with experience. It's about competence. How can the royal court be filled with people like this? The left state councillor immediately bowed low and pleaded, Your Majesty, I misspoke. Please forgive me. King Sejong was still visibly upset. After taking a deep breath, he turned to the Minister of Taxation and asked, What's your plan moving forward? The confused minister answered, First, the Royal Academy students will study mathematics and commerce for 3 months. In the meantime, I'll secure a stockpile of sugar and establish direct sales shops. The king continued, A sound plan, but it seems like each level will face a manpower shortage. Based on your staffing strategy, how do you intend to solve this? Sweating in fear, the minister replied, I'll select officials who've been evaluated with high performance. After reviewing their work over a set period, I'll decide whether they deserve a promotion or demotion. The king stroked his chin and said, Very well. When you announced this policy, did you state that they must serve for at least a year? Yes, Your Majesty, the minister replied. To prevent corruption, I won't allow them to serve in the same region for more than 2 years. In his heart, King Sejong praised him. This minister thinks well. Then he spoke loudly. All right, the students from the Royal Academy will fill the vacancies left by other officials. The Minister of Personnel quickly responded, Yes, Your Majesty. First, we'll fill the gaps by promoting existing officials. Then, the Royal Academy students will be assigned tasks based on their exam scores during training. The king asked, What's your plan for promoting these students? Feeling helpless, the Minister of Personnel carefully replied, We'll start them at level 9 and gradually raise them to level 7. The king paused for a moment, then said, From level 7, promote them to level 6. The minister was startled and quickly responded, Understood, Your Majesty. But then he asked, But Your Majesty, is that truly feasible? The civil service exam doesn't recruit that many scholars. Do you really intend to implement this in such a short time? The king tapped his fingers on the report. After thinking deeply, he ordered, Promote them to level 6. The rest of your plan may proceed as intended. The ministers all responded in unison. We accept your command. And thus, the recruitment process at the Ministry of Taxation began. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Palace, Hyang stared at the teacup in his hand and thought, This feels like being an intern. If they keep trying hard, these interns will become full-time officials. His Majesty laughed and said, They'll be paid according to their rank and rewarded based on their abilities. Hyang smiled proudly and said, Thanks to Father's generosity, the students are even more eager to learn. Hearing this, the king burst into hearty laughter. You cunning boy, you sure know how to flatter me. Hyang looked at his father and said sincerely, I'm being honest, Father. I'm truly happy that you came here to tell me this in person. The king smiled warmly and replied, This policy wouldn't have been possible without your efforts. This is the least I can do. Then, with a gentle tone, he asked, How much longer until you turn 15, Hyang? 4 more years, Father, Hyang replied. The king let out a long sigh. I still have time, but I wish it would pass more quickly. At the palace, King Sejong received the latest census report from the Ministry of Taxation. As he reviewed the figures, he froze. He tried recalling the previous data, but something didn't add up. With a firm voice, the king called out, Crown Prince, check Joseon's population before this census. Hyang quickly responded, Yes, Your Majesty. In the previous census, the population was recorded at 1.9 million, but before he could finish, King Sejong cut in. Yet, according to this report, it has now jumped to over 4.3 million. King Sejong's expression darkened. With a heavy tone, he asked, Ministers, answer me. Have I lost my mind, or have my people been breeding that rapidly? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Silence fell, thick and stifling, as if even the wind hesitated to pass through. The king scanned the hall, seeing his officials with their heads lowered. Gritting his teeth, he barked, Have you all gone mute after drinking honey? Crown Prince, tell me the reason. Calmly, Hyang replied, Most likely the previous census was inaccurate. As he continued reviewing the report, King Sejong said, That makes sense, but censuses are conducted every 3 years. This kind of oversight shouldn't happen. How could there be such a massive discrepancy? Hyang continued, Local officials may have collected taxes and tributes based on the actual population, but underreported the numbers in the household census to lower their tax liabilities. In short, corruption. When Joseon was founded, the population was small. Yet even that small number was worn out from the exploitation of the aristocrats. So I lowered taxes. Naturally, with reduced tax revenue, I had to cut back on spending, even the royal family's stipends and the officials' salaries. Suddenly, King Sejong stood up and roared, Look at this! The real population is far larger than the official numbers. So why is tax revenue still so low? Why is the royal treasury receiving so little while the people remain trapped in poverty? His rage grew. He crushed the report in his hands and tore it apart. Why are you all silent? Isn't it obvious who's responsible? If not the corrupt officials you've been protecting, then who? The entire room was frozen in fear. Some of the ministers trembled. I took your past service into account. That's why I raised your allowances in the new policies. And this is how you repay my kindness? The officials lowered their heads even further. We deserve punishment, Your Majesty, they said in unison. Conduct a more accurate census immediately, and compile a clear record of land ownership. The king's fury finally subsided. The Minister of Taxation shakily scribbled down the numbers in his ledger. Just remembering this moment still gives me chills, he thought. From that day on, the battle with numbers began. Inside the ministry, officials were busy discussing the new findings. The population in this region increased eightfold. Did you read that right? Who's in charge of this area? Find out who the magistrate is. Suddenly, someone rushed in and reported, Sir, the new recruits have arrived. Excited, he rushed out to welcome them. I'm so glad you're finally here. The new recruits were stunned. The Minister of Taxation himself is welcoming us, they thought. They bowed respectfully. We are scholars sent from the Royal Academy to assist the ministry. We're ready to carry out our duties, the minister whispered. Did you hear that? You heard it too, right? Yes, sir, his aide replied. Give those 2 special promotions and hire them immediately, the minister said cheerfully. Then 2 overworked officials appeared, dark circles under their eyes, carrying stacks of documents up to their chests. Welcome, juniors. Sorry to greet you like this, but here's today's workload for you. The new recruits finally understood why the Minister of Taxation had been so thrilled to see them. That night, the voice of the head steward echoed through the palace halls. Your Majesty, the Minister of Taxation requests an audience. Let him in, the king replied. When asked what brought him there, the minister immediately knelt and reported, The census is nearly complete, Your Majesty. But there are a few matters I'd like to discuss before submitting the final report. The king scanned the document, his jaw clenched and teeth grinding. 5 times, 8 times more. This is a serious matter. He turned around and gave an immediate order. Chief Eunuch, summon the Inspector General at once. Yes, Your Majesty. The Chief Eunuch hurried off. When the Inspector General arrived, the king gave a firm command. Listen carefully. Mobilize the Inspection Bureau and military officers right away. Investigate these regions thoroughly. If local officials refuse to cooperate, you are authorized to use force. In a remote region surrounded by dense forest, the sound of galloping horses echoed as the royal envoys sped through the trees. Someone stirred, half awake, then suddenly sat up in shock, eyes wide and mouth agape. I'm late! Startled, the nearby officials turned toward him. The man sitting directly across nearly fell backward. A senior officer chuckled with a cold expression and said, Relax, Junior. As long as you haven't gone home yet, you're technically not late. Still groggy, the junior muttered weakly. Right, makes sense. Night once again blanketed the city. Kim, In-sun, dragged his tired body home and collapsed onto the floor the moment he stepped inside. Exhaustion washed over him. 4 more days left on this assignment. I'm completely drained, he thought. Meanwhile, in one of the provinces, an official whispered to a magistrate. Do you remember the smallpox case that was uncovered in Hanyang? The magistrate nodded. Yes, I remember. The official continued. During that investigation, they found inconsistencies in the population numbers. The magistrate frowned. And what does that have to do with us? The official's eyes widened and he raised his voice. Not related. This has everything to do with us. Suddenly, Chief Secretary Choi rushed over, calling out urgently. Magistrate! As he approached, he asked, I saw members of the Federal Bureau there. Have they reported to you? We need to find a solution immediately. The magistrate waved him inside. Come in. Tell me about the Bureau. Don't let anyone else hear. Yes, sir, Choi replied. Once inside, Chief Secretary Choi began. I heard that many people from Chungcheong Province have moved to Hanyang. Looking irritated, the magistrate asked, Do you have any other suggestions? He paused, then rephrased. Do you have a good plan? Choi offered his idea. First of all, the number of slaves disguising themselves as commoners keeps rising. And on top of that, the smallpox outbreak has reached our district. Thanks to the treatments I've provided, the population has increased. The magistrate smiled and clapped his hands with satisfaction. Ah, that's a great idea. I'll also send a message to Chief State Councilor Ryu Jung-hyun. He happens to be a distant relative of mine. He burst into laughter. My connections are impressive, aren't they? But Chief Secretary Choi didn't have the heart to say that Ryu Jung-hyun had already passed away. Elsewhere, a group of junior officials were gathered in discussion. Brother Kim, how are your preparations for the kickoff ceremony going? Someone asked. Kim replied, I still need to get the drinks, the food, and a bunch of other stuff. It's going to take time. And with payday still far off, money's a huge problem too. Kim and Yoon stroked their chins in thought. People say if you don't hold a proper kickoff ceremony, your life in government service becomes much harder. Suddenly, someone rushed over shouting, Hey! There's still a ton of work to do. What are you all just standing around for? Right, we're on it, they all answered in unison. 5 days later, in a valley in Suseongdong near Mount Inwang, the atmosphere was filled with joy. Everyone had gathered, singing and dancing cheerfully. Laughter echoed through the air, creating a festive mood full of happiness. But in one corner, Kim was caught in the middle of chaos. Several people held his arms down and scribbled all over his face. Meanwhile, Yoon and a few others had it even worse. Not only were their faces completely marked up, but they were also being ridden like horses. Others were forced to drink water from foul-smelling shoes, then tossed into a pond. The next morning, word reached the Minister of Taxation. His hand trembled, and the pen he was holding slipped from his grip. "What did you say? They actually held a kickoff ceremony?" His voice shook. "How many people were involved?" The subordinate bowed and answered, "It's reported that over 20 people participated, sir." The minister's face turned red with fury. Slamming the table, he shouted, "Have they lost their minds? Gather every single one of them in the courtyard now." Outside, his furious eyes scanned the crowd. "Have you all gone insane? Even if this is tradition, a royal decree takes priority. Did you forget the king himself banned all forms of celebration? Are you all deaf?" Silence fell. Faces turned pale. No one dared say a word. A man in a purple robe leaned toward Kim and Yoon, whispering mockingly, "Relax! He's just bluffing. Worst case, a few days of punishment, and it'll blow over." But elsewhere, the king's anger had already reached its peak. Clenching his fists, his expression turned grim. "How dare they?" The Minister of Taxation now trembled in fear. He knew all too well how terrifying King Sejong's wrath could be. With a shaky voice, he warned those around him, "No matter how busy the Inspector General is, he won't let this slide. A report has probably already been sent to His Majesty." At the palace, King Sejong furrowed his brows deeply and gave a stern order. "Summon the Inspector General at once." The eunuch bowed low. "Yes, Your Majesty." Back in the courtyard, the Minister of Taxation continued his outburst. "From now on, you're all under strict surveillance. Don't cause any more trouble. Dismissed." But before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the air. All eyes turned to a group of soldiers approaching with fierce expressions. "That's the Investigation Bureau," one official whispered, his face pale. The commander raised his staff and declared loudly, "This is a royal order! Arrest everyone involved in the kickoff ceremony." One by one, they were dragged to prison. Cries and pleas filled the air. One man trembled in fear and whispered, "I heard, once the Royal Bureau takes you in, you'll never walk out again." Kim, in sun, tears streaming down his face, cried out in desperation, "I'm innocent. Please listen to me. I just joined. I didn't know anything." Others also broke down in tears, trying to defend themselves. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, all the ministers knelt before King Sejong, begging for mercy. A senior official, his voice shaking, pleaded, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Yes, they've made a serious mistake, but the punishments from the Investigation Bureau are far too harsh." King Sejong glared coldly at them. "Last year, I already banned this tradition. I even issued punishments to those who broke the rule. Was that not enough?" Another high-ranking official stepped forward to try and reason with him. "However, Your Majesty, this time, far more officials were dispatched to the provinces than before. Those who took part in the ceremony were scholars from the Royal Academy." Instead of calming down, King Sejong's fury exploded even further. "That's exactly why I'm even more furious," he thundered. "These newcomers had the audacity to openly ignore my orders." The left state councilor stepped forward to offer counsel. "Forgive my boldness, Your Majesty, but the purpose of a kickoff ceremony is to keep new officials from growing arrogant and to help build relationships between superiors and subordinates. While the tradition has both benefits and drawbacks, it's not something that can be erased overnight. That's why I humbly ask Your Majesty for leniency, just this once." King Sejong seemed to be calming down. In a cold tone, he asked, "You're talking about building a relationship between superiors and subordinates? Fine then, tell me, who exactly are their superiors?" The left state councilor fell silent for a moment before carefully replying. "Above them are the junior officials, and then the deputy left director." But upon hearing that, King Sejong's anger flared up once more. He shouted, "Exactly! They're only afraid of officials ranked 5 or 6, aren't they? That's all you have to say. And you dare to ask for mercy from the court like this?" The left royal advisor immediately bowed deeply, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, I have made a grave mistake. I only ask that Your Majesty show mercy to these foolish newly appointed officials." But King Sejong rose to his feet in fury. "I don't want to hear it. All of these newly appointed officials have disobeyed my orders. This is the perfect chance to uproot the rot and overhaul our entire government system." Suddenly, another voice rang out. "Chief Eunuch, I'll go in myself." Standing outside the door, Hyang spoke respectfully. "Father, it's your son, Hyang. Please allow me to speak regarding the criminal issue that has caused you distress." King Sejong took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Finally, he sat back down. "Come in. Speak before the ministers." Hyang bowed low in gratitude as he was allowed in. With a hopeful look on his face, the king asked, "Tell me, what should I do with these arrogant men?" Hyang casually replied, "Well, father, From what I can tell, the officials of the Ministry of Taxation seem relaxed enough to be holding a kickoff ceremony. The Minister of Taxation looked stunned by the Crown Prince's statement and quickly responded, "Not at all, Your Majesty. We are seriously understaffed." This reckless action was carried out by a small number of staff who had forgotten their duties. Hiang glanced at the minister and said, "In a situation like this, holding a kickoff ceremony means they clearly have time to spare." With a sinister grin, King Sejong remarked, "So, those people must be quite capable then?" "Indeed, father, they're extremely capable," Hyang replied. Hearing the words exchanged between the king and crown prince, the entire room froze, as if a cold winter wind had swept through. The Minister of Taxation trembled in fear. Hyang continued, "Moreover, in many regions where there are discrepancies in the household registers, numerous letters of justification are being submitted. So, why not assign this task to the highly capable individuals who had the time for a kickoff ceremony?" King Sejong nodded, visibly pleased. "That's a good suggestion, Hyang. The last task I assigned you took 5 years to complete, didn't it?" He then turned to the entire room and declared, "You all have 1 year. Everyone involved in this incident is to be reassigned immediately. If the task isn't completed within a year, you'll be exiled. The duration of exile will match the number of incomplete tasks." The Minister of Taxation looked in disbelief. Exile for years just because of this? 3 unfinished tasks mean 3 years in exile. 1 task, 1 year. And 5 tasks, 5 years. King Sejong continued firmly. "Furthermore, while carrying out this assignment, 80% of their salary will be withheld." Hyang then knelt down, his voice soft but confident. What if they were placed in isolation, but their sentence reduced to 1 month? King Sejong glared at him. "You still want to let them off that easily?" Hyang smiled. "Most of them weren't even aware of the ban. If you pardon them this time, they could become the front line in eliminating these kickoff ceremony practices." Finally, King Sejong's anger subsided, and a small smile appeared on his face. "A good idea, but 1 month is too short. I ordered their sentence to be 3 months. Now, what are you waiting for? Carry out my orders immediately." The next day, everyone involved in the incident was tied up in a line. Their heads were covered with cloth, and they were escorted away. "Walk slowly, don't rush, keep the pace," a voice commanded. Behind the cloth covering their heads, Kim and Yoon grew uneasy. "Where are they taking me? Does the state councilor know about my situation?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "New official from the Ministry of Taxation." "Sit here." Kim's heart pounded wildly. "Did I hear that right? Sit." Images of torture flashed through his mind. "A chair! Am I about to be interrogated and tortured?" Fear consumed him. With a trembling voice, he shouted, "I confess! I can't live crippled for the rest of my life. I'll admit everything. I colluded with the merchants. I was supposed to provide 3 sacks of rice and 1 roll of cotton cloth to every group participating in the initiation ceremony. I'll accept any punishment. Just please let me go unharmed." When the cloth was finally removed, cold sweat drenched Kim. His breath came in short gasps as he realized he was sitting inside the Ministry of Taxation. Everyone stared at him in shock. Hyang, who seemed surprised, grinned. "Well now, that was an unexpected confession." The Minister of Taxation's face flushed red with fury. Pointing at Kim, he roared, "You bastard! I overlooked your arrogance because you're a distant relative of the state councilor, and this is how you repay me?" Watching the heated exchange, Hyang quietly slipped aside and muttered under his breath, "Hit him harder, Minister. Don't let up." A few days later, at Gyeongbok Palace, His Majesty stood in place enjoying his meal. With a calm tone, he said, "I know you've all worked hard, so I've prepared something to lift your spirits." The ministers glanced at each other with suspicious looks, wondering what he meant. Just days ago, they had been scolded harshly. Meanwhile, someone sitting beside him beamed with a wide smile. "Thank you so much, Your Majesty." With a stern face, the king lifted his bowl and glanced at the Minister of Taxation below. Inwardly, he thought, "Minister of Taxation, could you at least control your expression? Can't you read the room?" Realizing quickly, the Minister of Taxation bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know how to repay your generosity, which rivals the vastness of heaven." The king smiled and said, "For the people to live in peace and prosperity, the court must first provide strong support. So, I hope you can set aside the stress of your work and enjoy this meal." The officials bowed their heads and expressed their gratitude. The next day, the Minister of Taxation was stunned by the king's new order. The mountain of assigned tasks left him in shock. "I knew something like this was coming. I feel like retiring already." Elsewhere in the palace, the king and crown prince were strolling, when suddenly a eunuch came running in a panic. "Your Majesty, they've entered the city." Calmly, the king replied, "All right, I know. Relax." The king and crown prince exchanged sly smiles. "They must be here already." As he hurried off, Hyang turned back to the king and said, "I'll go ahead to meet the delegation and the interpreters." "Very well, see you later," replied King Sejong. Inside the main hall of the palace, the king gazed at the officials before him. His voice was warm, yet firm. "The long journey must have been exhausting. I truly apologize for summoning you here right after your return. But this matter is far too important. I couldn't delay it any longer. The envoy immediately bowed. It's no trouble at all, Your Majesty. As your servant, this is my duty. King Sejong gave a faint smile before continuing. So, what do you think of the new emperor? The envoy thought for a moment before answering. He seems to be a man of gentle character. His voice is calm and steady, and his every gesture radiates elegance and dignity. The king nodded. And how is he regarded by the officials of his court? The envoy replied. Most of them hold him in high esteem, Your Majesty. While the late emperor was occupied with conquests, he managed state affairs with remarkable skill. After ascending the throne, he quickly concluded the remaining campaigns left behind by his predecessor. Beyond that, he has declared that there will be no further major conquests, unless there is an absolutely just cause. The king let out a sigh of relief. Covering one eye, he said, That is good news. Now, where are the royal physician and the physiognomist who accompanied you? Bring them in. The royal physician and physiognomist entered at once and knelt respectfully. Physician Lee Hansu greeted him, Your Majesty the King. The physiognomist also bowed deeply in respect, but the king waved his hand, motioning them closer. Yes, Your Majesty, they answered in unison. The king fixed his sharp gaze on them. What are your thoughts on the new emperor? Lee Hansu hesitated briefly before speaking. First, he had a very imposing presence. His flesh looked as though it could spill over at any moment, making even sitting on the throne appear like a struggle. His eyes were pale and bloodshot, most likely from the fatigue of mourning. His complexion was uneven and pale. From a physiognomic perspective, his relationship with his siblings may not be harmonious. However, his lineage itself appears promising. Hansu paused, then spoke more softly. But his line of destiny does not extend past the corner of his lips. This could be a sign that his life will not be long. The hall fell into silence. The king's eyes narrowed. You have done well. You may leave. Hansu bowed deeply. Your Majesty's kindness is immeasurable. As the physician and physiognomist withdrew, the king turned to the envoy, his eyes narrowing in calculation. So, you also believe the new emperor's health is failing? The Minister of Rights responded, Yes, Your Majesty. I, too, noticed his health appeared highly unstable. His excessive weight clearly hinders his breathing. Hearing this, the king fell silent, recalling Hyang's earlier words. His gaze darkened as his thoughts turned. If the emperor were to fall ill or die too soon, the political balance would collapse. If not for Hyang, I might have ended up the same way. Letting out a long sigh, he finally spoke in a calmer tone. If this delegation's observations are correct, the reign of the new emperor may not last long. But his mind quickly shifted to a more pressing concern. If the emperor changes, what will become of Joseon's trade post in Shandong? The envoy's expression grew more cautious as he replied. Your Majesty, much of this journey was spent in discussion over that very matter. The merchants of Joseon and the Ming Dynasty have built a very active trade relationship, and the taxes paid to the Ming court have increased. King Sejong leaned forward with interest at this report. I already know of this. Our treasury has grown significantly as well. So then, what are their plans going forward? The envoy answered firmly. Your Majesty, the new emperor has declared that the trade posts in Shandong will be maintained due to their great value. However, with the rise of pirates in those waters, Ming troops will be stationed around the posts to address the threat. The officials present began whispering among themselves. This is good news. With the Ming soldiers protecting us, there's nothing to worry about. Truly, a blessing from the heavens. But amid their excitement, none of them noticed the king's expression begin to change. As the chatter went on, the left state councilor spoke eagerly. All of this is thanks to the generosity of the Ming emperor. Another official added, Then surely things will only become more secure, right? This is truly a blessing from the great empire. The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere shifted. The smiles on their faces faded away. One by one, their expressions darkened as though they had just realized something dreadful. The king's displeasure was clear. He fixed his sharp gaze on the officials before finally speaking. Sometimes I wonder, are we truly worthy of leading the people? In an instant, their faces went pale. We beg your forgiveness, Your Majesty, they stammered, their voices trembling with fear. But the king's anger only swelled. He stomped his foot against the floor. If you regret it, then stop doing things that you'll come to regret. Left state councilor, do you realize your mistake? The left councilor trembled violently. His reply was barely audible. Forgive me, Your Majesty. But suddenly, something inside him snapped. You think I would just say that? Why is it always me? Why is it always me who has to bear the blame for everything? His face flushed red with suppressed rage, his breathing ragged. My son is the same age as you. I've had enough. I can't take this anymore. His chest heaved, his fists clenched as if ready to explode. I can't take it. I'm done. I quit. But then, he froze. A voice echoed in his mind. In his thoughts, he saw the image of his wife embracing their daughter. You must endure. Think of our children, especially our daughter, who married into the CO family. She still has no child and lives in constant worry. Hold on, for her sake. The fury in his eyes dimmed. What moments ago was boiling rage turned into deep exhaustion. He let out a long breath. In his heart, he whispered, I want nothing more than to resign. But instead of voicing his thoughts, he simply bowed his head and muttered softly, I am guilty, Your Majesty. The king let out a heavy sigh. He no longer wished to hear more. With one motion, he turned and began to walk away. That's enough for today. You may all leave. Without looking back, he exited the chamber. The officials sat frozen in silence, exchanging confused glances. What just happened? One whispered. I don't know either, another replied. The left counselor clutched his chest as the others turned to him with questioning eyes. Suddenly he exploded. You think I know? Go home already and stop bothering me. With heavy steps, he walked out. Under the bright sky, he cursed. Why must the sky be so clear today of all days? Elsewhere, at the back gate of the Joseon Research Institute, a guard called out, Minister of Taxation, what brings you here? Is the Minister of Public Works inside? The tax minister replied. When he entered, the Minister of Public Works turned his head in surprise. My lord, I never expected you to come here. The tax minister gave a brief nod. I came to seek your opinion. Please, have a seat, the Public Works minister said, motioning him over. Thank you. As soon as he sat, the tax minister let out a long sigh. You must have already heard. Just an hour ago, the Ming condolence delegation returned. He leaned forward, his voice weakening. Then, detail by detail, he recounted everyone's reactions, even mimicking their expressions. Falling silent for a moment, he finally spoke bitterly. And then, His Majesty grew furious. He walked out just like that. The room grew heavier than before. At last, with a weary voice, he muttered, With things like this, how can I go on living? What exactly was our mistake? He exhaled deeply and closed his eyes. Lately, all I've wanted to do is hand in my resignation and return home, to live a simple life again. The Public Works Minister stroked his chin, lost in thought. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. He drew in a deep breath, then suddenly stood tall and resolute. If it's come to this, then come with me. The tax minister was taken aback. Where are we going? The Public Works Minister gave him only a brief glance. You'll find out when we get there. At the Eastern Palace, just as Hyang was about to step out to meet an official, he overheard a conversation near the door. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. That man? The Minister of Taxation? What's he doing at the Research Institute? And isn't the Minister of Public Works with him too? Not wanting to dwell on it, Hyang chose to ask directly. Isn't that the Minister of Public Works? What brings you here? The Minister of Taxation looked tense, beads of sweat forming at his temple. We came to seek your highness the Crown Prince's opinion. Hyang gave a faint smirk. Opinion, is it? Very well. Come inside. He let out a quiet sigh before continuing. As I expected, it's only natural father was furious. Then he fixed his gaze on the Minister of Taxation. You're the one responsible for the nation's finances, aren't you? Yes, your highness, the minister replied. Hyang's expression grew cold with disappointment. And yet, you don't even understand the problem? The tax minister lowered his head, bewildered. My apologies, your highness, but could you explain what's really happening? Hyang answered calmly. It's simple. If we build an embassy near the Ming Navy's base, problems will arise. The tax minister lifted his head, stunned. Why? Wouldn't that make it safer? Hyang shook his head. Do you think Ming's finances are overflowing? Leaning back, he stared straight ahead. Even though Japanese pirates have decreased, the threat still remains. Stationing their navy there will cost a fortune. And do you know where that money will come from? The minister thought for a moment. From tax revenue? Exactly. Hyang nodded. Sooner or later, they'll raise taxes. But the question is, will those taxes truly go to the navy, or be diverted elsewhere? The Minister of Taxation's face turned pale. His hands fidgeted, fingers brushing against his beard. If that's the case, Joseon's finances will be affected as well. He shook his head, eyes filled with disbelief. I never imagined the situation could develop this far. Hyang's eyes sharpened. That's why we must send someone to gather more information. There's no reason to oppose the construction of the Ming naval base. Instead, we need to assess how large it will be and estimate the Navy's yearly expenses. That way, we can prepare in advance. The tax minister nodded with understanding. There's no time to waste. We must act quickly. Then stop with the formalities and get it done, Hyang pressed. Yes, your highness. As the tax minister departed, Hyang turned to Lord Jung. Do you think the tax minister and the other high officials will challenge my opinion? Lord Jung answered softly. Yes, most likely. Hyang let out a sigh. Debates aren't about winning. They're about finding the best decision. Young Cho gave a faint smile, inwardly admitting the truth in the Crown Prince's words. Joseon had advanced greatly thanks to his experiments. He couldn't help but think, I truly want to see the Joseon this boy will create. But before he could express his thoughts further, his mind drifted to his wife and children. How long has it been since I last saw them? Oh, Lord Jung, Hyang suddenly said. Since you're here, would you like to see some items brought from Ming? My apologies. What kind of items, your highness? Jung Cho's eyes welled with tears, nearly crying at the thought of having to cancel his plans to finally return home. Elsewhere, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Is anyone here? The Minister of Taxation opened the door, but the room was empty. No one's here. Suddenly, the left state councilor's voice rang out. So, you don't consider me human anymore, just because His Majesty dislikes me? The tax minister flinched in surprise. Oh, left councilor, it's not that. I thought you had already gone home. The left councilor gave a faint smile. Even if I did, I'd only end up drinking wine. The tax minister approached and sat beside him. Good timing, I've found a solution to that problem. But before he could continue, someone else entered the room. Minister of Taxation, left state councilor, why are you still here? Haven't you gone home? With a sigh, the tax minister called out, Chief State Councilor, perfect timing. There's something we need to discuss. The chief councilor looked at them curiously. A solution? What do you mean by that? Why all of a sudden? At that moment, the right state councilor also entered. So, everyone's here, I see. The tax minister stood and gestured for them all to sit. Let's begin our discussion. Drawing a deep breath, he declared, I know why His Majesty was so angry. But before he could finish, yet another person walked in. Yi Cheon. Why are you all still here and not at home? I thought I heard a horse neighing. At last, everyone gathered there that evening. The left state councilor spoke seriously. Let's hear it now. What do you mean by a solution to this problem? The Minister of Taxation fell silent for a moment, glancing at the door to make sure no one else was coming in, then continued. His Majesty was so furious that he left ahead of us. Do you know why? Everyone pretended to be surprised. Ah, so that's the reason. No wonder His Majesty was so angry. The Minister of Taxation stood there, confused. Wait, I haven't said anything yet. You're dragging this out too long. Just tell us already, someone muttered in irritation. As the night wore on, the room was still filled with heated discussion. So, we really didn't consider the financial cost properly? One of them murmured. The left state councilor nodded. Now I understand why the king was so upset. He tapped his finger firmly on the table. We must never let this happen again. If there's anything to be conveyed to His Majesty, leave it to me. I'll deliver it personally. His gaze drifted off, lost in thought. These were the sharp insights of the young crown prince. Meanwhile, at the king's residence, a eunuch reported, Your Majesty, the crown prince has arrived. Send him in. As soon as Hyang entered, the king asked, Did you bring the documents I requested? Hyang raised several scrolls in his hands. Yes, father. I also brought a few other books. Let me see them, the king replied. He began reading carefully, his eyes scanning each word. Sitting across from him, Hyang remained silent, simply watching his father absorbed in the texts. Then, he felt something. An overwhelming aura radiated from the king, filling the room with a heavy presence. Hyang tilted his head. Whenever his father focused on something, it felt as if he absorbed all the energy around him. Hyang smiled faintly to himself. So, this is what they call complete concentration? Time passed. 4 hours later, the king finally looked up, startled by what he saw. Hyang, who had been sitting upright, was now fast asleep, face down on the floor. The king chuckled softly and shook his head. Good grief. He walked over and easily lifted his son. This boy has grown heavier. Hurry and grow up. Then, correcting himself, he muttered, No, don't grow up too quickly. Grow slowly so I can watch over you a little longer. The next morning, outside the palace, 2 men staggered as they walked. Their bodies trembled with exhaustion. Both Kim and Yoon looked utterly worn out. Kim let out a long sigh. Finally, all the documents are done. What a dreadful 3 months. They exchanged weary glances, but smiled with relief. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves drew near. A soldier rushed up, shouting loudly, Emergency report! At King Sejong's residence, the king clutched a letter tightly, reading its contents with deep concentration. His expression hardened. Chief Eunuch, summon the Chief Royal Secretary. Yes, Your Majesty, the eunuch replied. But before he could leave, the king changed his order. No. Deliver my command at once. Call all high officials to meet me immediately. At the testing grounds, Hyang stood before a table full of firearms, discussing with military officers. All officers from the northern provinces believe this new rifle is more practical than the old model, one officer reported. Another countered, In the north, we still have to solve the problem of airflow. And not only that, added another, the reloading time must also be taken into account. In the midst of their debate, a guard rushed in. Your Highness, forgive the interruption. A royal decree has arrived, ordering all third-rank ministers and above to enter the palace immediately. Hyang was startled. Right now? What's going on? After a brief pause, he said, Very well, I understand. We must leave at once. As they headed toward their horses, one of the officials said, We've already made preparations. Allow me to guide you. Without delay, they sped toward the palace at full gallop. Along the way, Hyang pondered his father's emergency decree. What in the world has happened? Upon arrival, Hyang went straight to the main hall. Eunuch Park, what's going on? The eunuch shook his head, still confused. I don't know the details myself, only that it's an urgent report from the north. A chill ran down Hyang's spine. An emergency report from the north? Yi Cheon spoke up. If it comes from the north, it must be no trivial matter. Hyang's eyes narrowed in thought. Where is this scent of blood coming from? A eunuch approached him. Your Highness, I have prepared your official robes. Please change into them. I understand, Hyang replied. Yi Cheon bowed. Your Highness, we will also change into our formal uniforms and head to His Majesty's hall. As they walked away, Hyang watched their retreating backs. For a moment, he sensed something. What made me shiver earlier was their killing intent. Just the thought of war throws them straight into battle mode. I must never forget, Joseon was built upon their blood as its foundation. King Sejong sat on his throne, gazing at all the officials who had gathered. His voice echoed throughout the room. The officials exchanged glances, still not fully grasping the situation. General Choi and Yi Cheon tensed up, clenching their jaws, bracing themselves for the worst possible news. King Sejong then spoke, Royal Chief Secretary, read the contents of the report aloud for everyone here. The Royal Chief Secretary unrolled the scroll and began reading in a clear, firm voice. As you all know, Jeonju experienced major upheaval last year, and recently, another wave of unrest has broken out. The officials listened intently. The main cause of this chaos was a massive migration from the north to the south. Pressure from the Tatar tribes had triggered a large-scale exodus, estimated at nearly 10,000 households. Hyang listened carefully, thinking to himself, a single Jurchen household usually has around 10 to 15 people. That means we're talking about nearly 150,000 individuals. Yi Cheon and General Choi Haesan whispered to one another. At that scale, their cavalry force could easily number between 100,000 and 300,000 soldiers. Their expressions grew more serious as the implications sank in, and from that total, there could be about 10,000 to 30,000 cavalry troops alone. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Hyang paused, recalling the history he had learned in his previous life. The Jurchens were not a force to be taken lightly. After conquering the Central Plains and establishing the Jin Dynasty, they had inflicted great losses on both Goryeo and Song. Their powerful cavalry had allowed them to dominate the region, and every time they advanced, they left a trail of destruction in their wake. The room was now filled with tension. Everyone present knew, whatever decision they made next would determine the fate of the kingdom. According to historical records, the Jin Dynasty eventually collapsed due to the Mongol invasions, which fragmented them into smaller tribes. With their semi-nomadic lifestyle, the Jurchen cavalry had become a formidable military power, and if someone ever managed to unite them again, they could rise as a strong and dangerous nation. But neither the Ming Dynasty nor Joseon wanted that to happen. Until now, the Jurchen tribes had been managed through a combination of intimidation and deception. Suddenly, the left state councilor spoke up. There's no way the Ming Dynasty is unaware of such a large-scale movement. Who is leading them? He asked, his tone laced with concern. The state secretary replied, a man named Li Manju. What's more alarming is that the Ming seems to be allowing these tribes to migrate freely. Gasps filled the room. Some even exclaimed, this is dangerous. The left state councilor continued, Your Majesty, if I may, this could very well be part of a cunning scheme by the Ming. King Sejong fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. Then he nodded. Yes, that does make sense. Given how urgent this situation is, we must act swiftly to find a solution. Suddenly, Hyang remembered something, an old memory from his past life, back when he used to surf the internet. Huh? What's this? He thought. It was about King Yi Seongye's influence on the Jurchen tribes, sourced from King Taejo himself. Was his influence really this extensive? He looked at a map filled with red dots, each representing a Jurchen tribe under Yi Seongye's command. Even the names of all the Jurchen chieftains were listed. After the Joseon Dynasty was established, even the Jurchens were granted official positions. At this rate, they might as well start their own country instead of Joseon. Hyang sighed. If only I had studied history more seriously in school. Still, with the knowledge he had now, it was enough. But who could have guessed he'd end up time-traveling here? He tried searching through historical records to verify what he remembered, but such access was something only a tyrant like Prince Yeonsan could afford. As he dug deeper, he found that Yi Seongye's influence over the Jurchens was fairly accurate. But the real problem was, after King Taejo, that influence gradually weakened with each succeeding king. Judging by the current state of things, the Jurchens still lacked the strength to rise. Damn it, I still can't find a real solution. How is this all going to end? With his mind racing, Hyang finally spoke. Father, may I say something? King Sejong turned to him and nodded. Of course. Have you found a solution? Hyang answered, in this situation, rather than trying to come up with some grand strategy, I think it's better to stick to the basics. King Sejong narrowed his eyes. The basics? Hyang continued. Our nation needs to first strengthen its military capabilities and overall strategy. We must ensure internal stability before we can even think of controlling the Jurchens. King Sejong leaned back in his chair. Do you truly think that's the best approach? Hyang nodded. Given our current condition, it would be difficult to carry out any major strategy. If we rely solely on tactics for now, everything will come down to luck. The left state councilor silently thought to himself, his theory is flawless, standard principles over clever schemes, effort over luck. He's avoided the usual traps that smart people often fall into. Hyang continued, No matter how brilliant a plan is, a low-ranking soldier can't defeat a general like Shang Yu, right? Suddenly, someone blurted out, "That's true." Everyone was stunned. Their eyes darted around, searching for the source of the voice. The left state counselor immediately realized his mistake. His face turned pale as he quickly covered his mouth. Seeing this, King Sejong shook his head in frustration at his minister's behavior. The counselor instantly bowed deeply. "Please forgive my rudeness, Your Majesty." "It's fine," King Sejong replied. Then, turning to the other officials, still in silence, he said, "You all heard what the Crown Prince said, didn't you? He's absolutely right. Listen closely. Prepare a military reform plan and report back to me." In unison, the officials responded, "We obey Your Majesty's command." Outside, the sky had begun to darken. Suddenly, King Sejong burst out laughing. Hyang looked at him, puzzled. "What's so funny, father?" Catching his breath between chuckles, King Sejong replied, "I just can't stop laughing whenever I remember the left counselor's face. I never thought I'd see that kind of expression from such a stubborn old man. To be honest, I was thinking of postponing the military reforms. I feared rushing into it would only cause chaos, but I was wrong. We need a strong army if we're to survive the political storm brewing among neighboring nations. It seems the time has come." Hyang looked at his father, both in awe and curiosity. Just how far ahead has he seen? He wondered silently. 5 days later, in the palace's main hall, piles of documents were stacked before King Sejong. Suddenly, he exploded in anger. With a swift motion, he flung the documents into the air. "Get this out of my sight!" The officials shrank in fear, their mouths hanging open in shock. But what came next was even more terrifying. His voice echoed through the hall. "All of you are sentenced to death." Like a sudden storm, fear swept through every corner of the room. But it was all just in his head. King Sejong slowly closed the document in front of him and took a deep breath, regaining control of his thoughts. "I really want to do it, but as a king, I must maintain my dignity." After a moment of silence, he asked, "This is all you've prepared?" The officials bowed low, apologizing deeply, cold sweat dripping down their faces. The left state counselor finally mustered the courage to speak. "Given Joseon's current condition, this is the best we could do, Your Majesty." King Sejong rubbed his forehead, exhausted. Then he let out a small, tired smile and said, "Very well then. Starting today, I will dissolve the royal court and the office of Prime Minister." His words sent shockwaves through the room. The three officials in front of him flinched. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by that?" King Sejong raised his hand, touching his chin, and spoke calmly. "In their place, I will establish a new organization. I've decided to call it the White Hall." A heavy silence filled the room. He continued, "This organization will take over all state judicial responsibilities. Its structure will be completely reformed. It will be known as the Five Pillars." The officials were still stunned, struggling to process what their king had just declared. "We'll abolish the old titles and replace them with new ones." He then listed them one by one: Scholar of the East, Official of the West, Central State Advisor, Southern Secretary, and Northern Minister. Then, standing up and holding back the storm inside him, he declared, "Now that we've established a new structure and new positions, state affairs will proceed more efficiently. Joseon will rise, stronger than ever. Just by restructuring, renaming roles, and reorganizing our officials, everything will change." His words hit the officials like arrows piercing straight through their hearts. No one dared to speak. They all knew. This wasn't just some policy update. This was the beginning of a new era. With a voice as cold as ice, King Sejong continued, "So, this is the military reform plan you've proposed? This is the best solution you could come up with for Joseon's current situation?" His sharp gaze swept across the room. The ministers were now visibly pale. "If the situation worsens, what then? Will you bring an even worse plan and still call it the best? Did you even read the proposal thoroughly?" Without waiting for a response, he turned on his heel, his steps pounding the floor. "Get out! I'll handle this myself." Without looking back, he marched out, leaving behind a room full of trembling officials. The left state counselor began, "Please forgive us. We deserve to die." But before he could finish, the two officials beside him quickly clamped their hands over his mouth. King Sejong paused, then turned around and stared at them with burning intensity. He clenched his teeth, holding back words he wanted to shout. The officials held their breath, their bodies trembling. He looked each of them in the eye, then simply walked away. At that moment, the right state counselor muttered, "If you say stuff like that again, we really will die this time." The left counselor just sighed. "Old habits die hard," he mumbled. Meanwhile, in his study, the king stared at the scattered papers on the floor. His eyes narrowed, his mind racing. He picked up a small sheet of paper, jotted down a note, and stuck it to the wall, murmuring under his breath, "Is this enough? There has to be a better way." Then the chief eunuch announced, "Your Majesty, the scholars have submitted the documents you requested." "Bring them in," the king replied. He let out a long sigh, his fingers gently tapping on the table as he slowly flipped through the reports, hesitation flickering in his eyes. "If we increase the budget, we'll boost our weapons production, along with our naval fleet. That way we can secure control of the seas and strengthen our northern defenses. He paused for a moment. But is this really the best option? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Your Majesty, it's your son, Hyang. May I come in for a moment? The king paused. Hyang, come in. Thank you, father. What happened to your eyes? Hyang asked, looking at his father with concern. King Sejong rubbed his eyes. I haven't been able to sleep these past few days. I've been thinking about the military reforms, he sighed. Do I look that bad? Then he leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. I asked the court officials to come up with strategies, but all they submitted was nonsense, so I decided to handle it myself. Hyang, still standing near the door, said, Your Majesty, your health must come first. Only when you're well can Joseon be at peace. Please take care of yourself. King Sejong gave a faint smile. I understand. Even if you hadn't said it, I was planning to get some rest today. Then, narrowing his eyes, he looked at Hyang with curiosity. But you didn't come all this way just to lecture your father, did you? Hyang hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Actually, I've been thinking about the Jerkin situation. That's why I came to see you. King Sejong raised an eyebrow. I see. I'd like to hear it. Hyang began to explain his strategy. The recent unrest was caused by Li Manju of the Jurchen tribe. He led his people down into the Amnok River Valley. If it's true that Li Manju was provoked by the Ming Dynasty, then there must be chaos surrounding him. This is the perfect time for us to repair our relationship with the Jurchens. I also know Joseon holds significant influence over them. On top of that, the Jianzhou and Haixi Jurchen clans don't seem to be on good terms. So, why don't we invite their tribal leaders to the palace and try to ease the tension? King Sejong fell silent, thinking deeply. Hyang continued. Father, they once pledged loyalty to King Taejo. We are his descendants. I'm sure they still recognize our royal lineage. King Sejong smiled, clearly pleased. Your idea gave me goosebumps, he said. In fact, I've been thinking along the same lines. That's why I've already sent someone to monitor the movements of the Jurchen leaders. Then King Sejong asked, Would you take a look at this? They began reviewing the proposed military reform together. This system was designed by the three pillars when the kingdom was first founded, King Sejong explained. This doctrine has been passed down from generation to generation. After a long discussion, King Sejong finally asked, So, what do you think? Han clapped his hands in admiration. This is truly amazing. But then, King Sejong suddenly fell silent for a moment before speaking in a teasing tone. Seeing such a lack of dedication, I'm thinking of cutting the research institute's budget. Hyang's expression changed instantly. King Sejong continued. However, if your ideas help push forward our military reform, I might consider increasing the budget instead. Hyang's face lit up again. You have to keep that promise, father, he said enthusiastically. King Sejong called out, Summon the head chef. Go to the East Palace and bring the Crown Prince's new ceremonial robes. And send someone to the royal kitchen. I want plenty of tea and sweets brought in here. Hyang turned around, eyes sparkling. This is my time to shine, he thought. He remembered his teacher's lessons from his previous life. Remember this. 1 unified Silla, 2 Balhae, 3 Goryeo, 4 early Joseon, 5 late Joseon. The answer is always hidden in the question. His teacher's voice still echoed in his mind as he changed into his ceremonial robes. I see the early Joseon period refers to the 5 commands, the military system established by King Seijo after he overthrew his nephew Danjong and seized the throne. All males aged 16 and above were required to serve in the military. Armed soldiers were selected from the lower classes, those who passed examinations overseen by veteran generals. Elite troops were composed of nobles and children from influential families. The system evolved over time, but eventually collapsed during the Japanese invasions of Korea. One major reason was the massive military budget cuts imposed by King Seongjong at the time. However, when the military was reformed in the early Joseon era, northern defenses were reinforced, and internal conflicts were kept under control. By following this path, the dynasty managed to avoid the looming threat of war. To survive the Japanese invasions, the defense system had to be strengthened. Hyang reflected to himself, even if it costs me my life, I must find a solution. After the invasions, King Seonjo created a training manual and formed 3 main units, riflemen, archers, and infantry troops. But, wait, what was that again? Was Jang Yong-young the frontier defense officer? Hyang shook his head. Ugh, this is the result of cramming everything in one night. But then a realization hit him. No, he's right here. The source of wisdom and insight, the light of Joseon, King Sejong the Great. If Hyang spoke, his father would surely understand. And so, King Sejong and Hyang spent the entire night discussing their plans for the future. The next morning, the head chef came to summon King Sejong. Your Majesty, it's time for breakfast. Meanwhile, at the Lee family residence, a young man named Lee Sunji sat grinning like a fool. Suddenly, his father burst into the room, startling him. His father shouted angrily, You useless boy! Wasting your time instead of studying again. It's not like that, father. This isn't what you think, Sunji stammered, trying to explain. But his father's anger only grew. I won't say it twice. Show me what you're hiding. Too scared to argue, Sunji's hands trembled as he handed it over. This is, he muttered quietly. His father snatched it away and looked at the contents. Arithmetic again? He held the book up high, revealing the cover with bold Indian numerals. Proudly, Sunji smiled and said, "This is different from the Pythagorean theorem or regular equations. These calculations are hard, yes, but with the Indian calculation method, the time needed to solve problems can be cut down significantly." Isn't that amazing? Instead of being impressed, his father grew even more furious. Foolish boy, how can a Confucian scholar like you get involved in nonsense like this? He kept scolding. You spend your time mixing with lowly people, and now you're wasting it on useless arithmetic tricks, aren't you? Sunji quickly defended himself. They're not lowly people. They're honest and hardworking merchants, recognized by the royal court. They're the ones who taught me this Indian calculation method. You still don't see your mistake, do you? His father's voice echoed through the room. A scholar's duty is to focus on Confucianism, on knowledge and learning. Yet you waste your days mingling with merchants and playing with numbers. Sunji tried to make his father understand. But, father, arithmetic isn't just a game. Merchants are part of our people too. Their taxes fill the nation's treasury. As a scholar, isn't it my duty to help the people? But his words only made his father angrier. His voice rose, sharp and commanding. You talk well. A scholar's duty is to serve in government. If you don't pass the upcoming examination, you will at least take the talent exam. Even if you only get a low-ranking post, you must still fulfill your duty. Understood? Yes, father, Sunji replied softly. Meanwhile, in the royal court, King Sejong sat upon his throne, gazing down at the assembled officials. You are all gathered here today. What is the matter? The chief advisor bowed deeply before speaking. Your Majesty, as you know, there have been major changes in the placement of government officials recently. In addition, with the implementation of the new system of positions and responsibilities, there are now vacancies in various sectors. King Sejong stroked his newly grown beard, pondering for a moment before asking, So, what do you propose? The left state councillor stepped forward and respectfully said, Your Majesty, now would be the perfect time to recruit new talent through the imperial examination. Since this would be outside the official schedule, we could hold an emergency exam to seek out exceptional individuals. Hearing this, King Sejong raised his hand to stop him. Enough. There is no need to discuss this further. The officials looked startled, cold sweat forming on their brows. But, Your Majesty, King Sejong quickly clarified, do not misunderstand. It is not that I oppose the imperial examination. The preliminary tests have already been held, and the evaluation process is currently underway in the provinces. Therefore, I wish to discuss the appointment of positions as well as plans for an additional examination with all of you. At this, their eyes lit up with excitement. King Sejong continued, Given the current urgent situation, I have decided to temporarily suspend the literary scholars exam and replace it with a recruitment examination for classical scholars. The most talented individuals will be chosen, not only based on efficiency, but on their ability to bring significant change. Furthermore, the number of accepted candidates will be increased by 500. The left state councillor was taken aback, eyes widening in disbelief at how far His Majesty had already planned ahead. Seeing his expression, King Sejong gave a faint smile and asked, Councillor, do you find my solution inadequate? Snapping out of his surprise, the left state councillor quickly bowed deeply. Your wisdom knows no bounds, Your Majesty. King Sejong nodded and said, We will discuss the details and the candidates for the additional examination in the next council meeting. Make sure we select individuals who can truly bring change. Since you are all here, I also wish to hear your thoughts on the military reform plan. Who would like to begin? Meanwhile, at the Lee family residence, offering cups were neatly arranged on the altar. A soft voice filled the room. Bless our son, Sunji, that he may achieve the best results in today's preliminary exam. Spirits of heaven and earth, guide him. Behind her, Sunji's father paced nervously, unable to hide his anxiety. Suddenly, his wife hissed sharply, Husband, stop that noisy pacing. You're disturbing my prayer. Startled, he quickly apologized. Oh, forgive me. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached from outside. They both turned quickly to see Sunji had returned. Sunji, you're home, dear? His mother said, her voice full of emotion. You must be exhausted. Breathing heavily, Sunji bowed. Father, mother, I'm home. Seeing his weary son, his father didn't ask questions. Instead, he gently patted his shoulder. All right, it seems you had a hard day. Go and rest. As Sunji trudged toward his room, his parents whispered to each other. This preliminary exam must have been very difficult, his mother said worriedly. Of course, it's a special examination. There wasn't much time to prepare, his father replied with concern. Inside his study, Sunji immediately removed his official robe and sat at his desk. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Not seeing numbers for days has been driving me crazy. I need to finish this problem first. In the grand hall of the palace, King Sejong's voice echoed as he brought the discussion to a close. If there is nothing more to be said about the special examination, we will end it here. But suddenly, Hyang raised his hand. Your Majesty, I wish to speak regarding this special examination. King Sejong turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Oh? Why have you been silent until now? Speak. Hyang stepped forward, his voice firm. For this examination, I would like to add the subject of arithmetic. At the Imperial Research Institute, many fields require a solid grasp of arithmetic, yet there are very few officials skilled in calculation. The left state councillor immediately cut in, his tone sharp. That is impossible, Your Majesty. Even though this is a special examination, it is still only a preliminary test, not an official one. Adding arithmetic to an exam meant to select Confucian scholars is unacceptable. King Sejong closed his eyes, thinking for a moment. Then the Minister of Taxation spoke up. Your Majesty, forgive my boldness, but the Ministry of Taxation is also in great need of individuals proficient in arithmetic. From across the room, the left state councillor asked, How many new staff has your ministry recruited this year? The minister replied, We have hired according to our needs, but most come from literary backgrounds, and their mathematical skills are still severely lacking. The Minister of Public Works nodded in agreement. We face the same problem. The technical skills of our officials are so inadequate that even just preparing a work schedule keeps them up all night. The right state councillor, standing behind Hyang, also spoke. Your Majesty, this is also an issue for the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice requires those skilled in calculation to investigate and manage criminal cases across the nation, while the Ministry of Defense needs people to handle military records and equipment inventories in every region. Every day we must recount arrows, sort them, and classify all equipment. Without proper arithmetic skills, the work is slow and disorganized. King Sejong listened intently, then asked, All of this makes sense, but does it mean we lack truly competent people? How have we managed until now? Visibly uneasy, the left state councillor replied hesitantly. Forgive me, Your Majesty. The issue is not a lack of manpower, but a lack of budget. King Sejong turned to Hyang. How many people does your institute require? At least 20, Your Majesty, Hyang replied. 20? King Sejong raised an eyebrow. Could they not be selected through the talent exam? Hyang paused before answering. The talent level is vastly different, Your Majesty. King Sejong lowered his head, rubbing his temples in thought. It is true. If someone can pass the preliminary exam, it means they have shown promise from a young age. So, this is how you all feel. Left State Councillor, do you still insist on opposing the inclusion of arithmetic in the preliminary exam? Without a moment's hesitation, the Left State Councillor replied, Of course, Your Majesty. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the king's final decision. The Left State Councillor finally spoke again. As a Confucian scholar, my stance is clear. However, for the sake of the nation's peace, I will set aside my personal opinion this time. King Sejong nodded. Indeed, the real issue here is the budget. In his mind, he began calculating the revenue from provincial taxes and the income from various taxation departments. Then he spoke, Crown Prince, 20 people is out of the question. Reduce it to 10. Realizing that asking for more might result in getting nothing, Hyang quickly conceded, I will follow your order, Your Majesty. King Sejong then issued his decision. This time, the number of candidates who pass the preliminary examination will be increased. Furthermore, as many departments require officials skilled in arithmetic, and in accordance with the Crown Prince's proposal, arithmetic will be included in the exam, adjust the manpower requirements for each department, and report back to me. As for the earlier requests, cut them in half. I expect all of you to put aside greed and make compromises for the sake of harmony. In unison, the officials responded, We will obey your command, Your Majesty. In the corner of the room, Hyang's eyes sparkled with determination. He was already drafting plans to discover the brightest talents. There must be a perfect strategy for this. A few days later, at the Lee family residence, Master, there's a government official here to see you. The urgent voice of a servant rang out. Hearing this, Sunji's parents rushed outside, their faces full of hope. A government official? Could it be? And indeed, it was. Sunji's father's eyes lit up with joy, while his mother couldn't hold back her tears. Without wasting a second, his father dashed to the study, flinging the door open so suddenly that Sunji jumped in surprise and hurried to hide what he had been working on. With a trembling, emotional voice, his father exclaimed, Sunji, we just received word. You've passed the preliminary exam. I'm so proud of you. Overcome with excitement, he burst out joyfully, We must celebrate this. Quickly prepare a feast. But Sunji could only stare blankly at the sheets of paper covered in numbers still scattered across his desk. Letting out a deep sigh, he muttered, Now I have to prepare for the final exam. Looks like I'll have to say goodbye to arithmetic for a while. All these unfinished problems will just pile up. Meanwhile, Hyang was in discussion with Scholar Zhang. I've sought you out today for one important reason. The secret competition to choose the best candidates will be fiercer than ever. Scholar Zhang nodded. Indeed, the Ministry of Personnel will be under great pressure, he replied. But Hyang intended to make the competition even more intense. His plan made Scholar Zhang pause and ask, How are we going to handle it? Hyang explained, I intend to appoint you as the chief examiner for the final exam. Your expertise in mathematics is already well recognized thanks to your outstanding achievements. If we work together, nominating you as chief examiner will not be difficult. Scholar Zhong asked again. And you think the other departments won't object? Hyang continued. Along with that, I'll propose that each department nominate one person to serve as a chief examiner for this final exam. That way, all sides will accept the proposal. He then laid out the rest of his plan. All exam papers will be graded in front of the chief examiners. Our goal is to select the 5 scholars with the highest scores in mathematics to join the research institute. Hearing this, Scholar Zhong's confidence grew. With admiration in his voice, he said, I understand, Your Highness. We will make this a success. Not long after, the final exam began. At the exam site, a servant from the Lee family, commonly known as Shorty, rubbed his hands together while thinking to himself, Today, I'm here to carry out an important task for my young master. 100 scholars who had made it to the final stage gathered outside the government office gates. At that moment, the examiners announced that from now on, each scholar would receive a numbered badge, just as previously instructed. Seating would be arranged according to the number on the badge, and every scholar would get one unique badge. Anyone caught with more than one badge would be immediately disqualified. The purpose of these numbered badges was to reduce confusion during participant verification and prevent mistakes. Please collect your badge through your representative, the examiner declared. After that, names would be called in order, and participants would be allowed to enter once inspected. The representatives of the scholars rushed forward with great eagerness, but Shorty found himself trapped between 2 burly men, like a piece of meat squeezed between 2 slices of bread. Then one of the examiners shouted loudly, We will now start distributing the numbered badges! All participants form a line immediately. In an instant, the crowd began pushing and shoving, rushing forward to queue. In another corner, a group of young nobles sat leisurely, chatting among themselves. It's starting. Look at that big guy over there. That's my servant, one of them bragged. Wow, what a massive body, another replied. He's a wrestler I brought after he won a city tournament. If we don't get a low number during this badge scramble, we'll be at a disadvantage when the answer sheets are graded. Exactly. I think sitting between numbers 3 and 7 is far better than being in the very front row. They then glanced at Shorty, who was being shoved around in the chaos, falling over again and again. Laughing, they said, Look at that pitiful Shorty. No way he's getting a small number. Meanwhile, Lee Sunji watched the scene nervously. He bit his nails in worry, silently praying that he wouldn't get caught up in trouble before the exam even began. But he never expected the competition to be this intense. Not far from Shorty, 2 servants were wrestling with each other. Spotting an opening, Shorty quickly slipped between them. Seeing the chaos, the examiners shouted again, Stop! We'll distribute the badges according to the order you're standing in. Lee Sunji let out a sigh of relief. Elsewhere, 2 young nobles spoke happily. We'll definitely get seats at the front. Perfect, one of them said. Soon after, the examiner's voice echoed again. All participants, line up according to the number on your badge. Looking at Shorty, who was covered in bruises, Lee Sunji spoke with sympathy. Thank you, Shorty. You've worked hard. Shorty then handed him a badge. This is your badge, sir. Lee Sunji accepted it with a smile. All right, thank you. Leave the rest to me now. But as he looked at the number, his mind froze as if time had stopped. A number that couldn't be divided by anything else. He sat down, nearly in despair. Number 89 out of 100? From back here, I can't see a thing. The more he thought about it, the more his mind wandered, like a tiny pawn on a giant chessboard. Was this position favorable? Or was he sitting right in the tiger's jaws? The examiners cleared their throats and spoke through the megaphone. Can participants with numbers 80 through 90 at the back hear us? If so, raise your left hand. Both Lee Sunji and the scholar in seat number 90 raised their hands. We can hear you. Lee Sunji was confused. What is this strange thing? No, I need to focus. I just have to do my best. The examiners then began the ceremony by reading out the royal decree. First, we will deliver the words of His Majesty. Welcome to the royal court, my people. Their voices echoed through the hall. Lee Sunji lowered his head, listening intently, though his mind kept running in circles. The voices were so clear, as if spoken right next to him. Oh no, this isn't the time to think about that. After the decree was read, he raised his head and adjusted his hat. One of the examiners continued. This final exam will last for 2 days, today and tomorrow. Today you will be tested on 2 subjects, the 5 classics and the 4 books. Tomorrow will be arithmetic, a special subject in this exam. Hearing that, Lee Sunji was stunned. Arithmetic? The other scholars also looked confused. The examiners who heard the commotion immediately barked in a stern voice. Silence! This is His Majesty's decision and has been approved by the royal ministers. You have no right to question it. If anyone cannot accept this, you are free to leave the exam right now. The hall instantly fell silent. The examiner continued. I'll take that as everyone's agreement. We shall now begin the first day of the second stage of the exam. Soon after, the first participant was called to receive their exam paper. Sitting far in the back, Lee Sunji let out a sigh of relief. It'll still take time before it's my turn. Sitting in the back row makes passing harder, but it's not over yet. There's still tomorrow's arithmetic exam. The first day came to an end, and the second day began. The examiner announced, "For the arithmetic exam, the test papers will be handed out directly. Therefore, all scholars must remain seated in your assigned places." An official began distributing the exam sheets, then gave instructions. "You may only begin after hearing the directions." Lee Sunji received his paper with a pounding heart. "What kind of problems await me? Please don't let it be from the 9 chapters on the mathematical art." But when he looked at the questions, he froze. This branch of mathematics dealt with number principles, but the problems were laid out horizontally, all printed neatly on a single sheet. How innovative. The examiner then announced, "You have 2 hours for this test. All papers have been distributed. Begin!" A smile spread across Sunji's face. So many fascinating arithmetic problems. But this exam could decide his entire future. I need to focus now. With burning determination, he poured all his energy into the paper. By evening, Lee Sunji returned to the Lee family residence. "I'm home," he said. His parents rushed over with eager faces. "Lee Sunji, you're back. How did the exam go?" they asked anxiously. "I did my best," Sunji replied. "My son, you've worked so hard," they said proudly. Then, with a small smile, he added, "There was one surprising thing. Arithmetic was included in the exam. I heard His Majesty himself added it." His father frowned in confusion. "Arithmetic?" But his mother's face lit up. "The gods must be blessing us." 2 days later, at the royal court. "Sir, the grading is complete, and the scores have been ranked from highest to lowest." "Thank you," replied one of the officials. "Were there any problems with supervision or management?" "None at all. At first we worried there might be chaos during the arithmetic exam, but everything went smoothly." Jung In-ji sat in thought, staring at a small slip of paper, even smaller than the arithmetic exam sheet. "I have to seize this opportunity right now." Suddenly he slammed the table and stood up, startling the officials around him. With a determined face, he grabbed the exam results and strode forward. The assistant minister of taxation, seated nearby, immediately stepped in. "Stop! What do you think you're doing?" he barked. "The minister of taxation already instructed us to be prepared for such a situation." "But I didn't expect Scholar Jung to go this far," he said, shaking his head. Jung In-ji thought to himself, "The assistant minister of taxation himself? I never imagined the Ministry of Taxation would send someone of such high rank as the chief supervisor of this exam." A few days before the final exam, the Minister of Taxation had rushed into the council chamber, panting. The officials inside turned their heads toward him. The right state councilor asked, "What brings the Minister of Taxation here?" "Is there a problem?" Still out of breath, he replied, "I've received important news." But before he could finish, the chief state councilor cut in. "If this is about the appointment of the chief examiner, we already know. You've come at the right time. Please sit. This document contains the list of examiners who will participate in drafting the questions, grading, and supervising the final exam." The left state councilor stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Since this exam includes arithmetic, there will be much more work to handle. But I still don't understand why Jung In-ji was appointed as the chief examiner." The chief state councilor nodded in agreement. "Nor do I. Jung Cho, head of the Department of Basic Sciences, and scholar Jung In-ji are the 2 top-ranked experts in arithmetic at court," the left state councilor added. "On top of that, they're practically the crown prince's right hand. It's obvious His Majesty wants to ensure the most talented individuals are chosen. Isn't this an abuse of power?" The Minister of Taxation clenched his fists in frustration. "That's right. This selection is completely unethical." The chief state councilor rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, King Sejong was carefully reading through his documents. Suddenly, the chief eunuch entered to report. "Your Majesty, Chief State Councilor Lee Jik, Left State Councilor Huang He, and Right State Councilor Maeng Saseong request an audience." King Sejong lifted his head and replied, "Let them in." The 3 officials entered, bowed, and greeted him. "Respectful greetings, Your Majesty." King Sejong nodded. "Very well." The Chief State Councilor spoke cautiously. "Your Majesty, as Chief State Councilor, I must present my grievance." King Sejong rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. "I am aware of it. I am reviewing everything carefully." The Chief State Councilor, slightly puzzled, asked, "Then, does that mean Your Majesty opposes their appointments this time?" King Sejong fell silent for a moment before asking, "But if I do not appoint them, then who do you believe is more suitable? Are they not the most qualified? If you have a suggestion, tell me." The 3 officials were speechless, unable to answer. King Sejong gave a faint smile to himself. In truth, this was all Hyang's idea. He recalled his earlier conversation with Hyang. "Crown Prince, I cannot approve this proposal," King Sejong had protested. He explained his reasoning. "I understand that you and the ministers have worked hard to promote arithmetic, but it was you yourself who suggested adding arithmetic to the final exam. Furthermore, appointing someone like scholar Jung In-ji as chief examiner is another issue. Jung In-ji is only a scholar. If he is appointed, it will cause further problems. The ministers will believe you are abusing your status to recruit the best talent, and that will put you in a dangerous position. I advise you to step back." Hyang looked disappointed at first, but soon regained his spirit. "Then, Father, how about this? What if each ministry sends one person as chief examiner? King Sejong paused to consider. Each ministry? How would that work? Back in the royal court hall, the chief state counselor looked bewildered and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, are you suggesting that each ministry nominate one person as chief examiner?" The right state counselor also looked doubtful. "But that would mean 7 chief examiners." The chief state counselor added, "7 people working together on a single exam?" Unexpectedly, the left state counselor voiced his approval, surprising the right state counselor. "In my opinion, this is an excellent idea, Your Majesty," he said firmly. The right state counselor could hardly believe it, but the left state counselor pressed on. "Isn't this the best solution we have?" "That is true," the right state counselor admitted reluctantly. Hearing this, King Sejong gave his order. "Very well, then carry it out at once." "We obey your command," they replied in unison before leaving the court. As they walked out, the chief state counselor turned to the left state counselor, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Why did you make such a rash decision?" "That is unlike you?" The left state counselor smiled faintly. "The schedule is already tight, and isn't this the best option?" The chief state counselor sighed. "You should have pushed for something that put us in a more favorable position, shouldn't you?" The left state counselor shook his head slowly. "No. At this moment, there is no better choice. Besides, we have no strong grounds to oppose King Sejong." The chief state counselor replied, "Still, if we could persuade the Ministry of Personnel and pull them to our side." Before he could finish, the left state counselor cut him off. "If the Minister of Personnel hears this proposal, he'll surely accept it. Can't you see? The Ministry of Personnel is always burdened with staffing issues. And in this situation, who holds the loudest voice among the 6 ministries?" The chief state counselor fell silent. This must be the crown prince's scheme, he thought. Suddenly, Hyang's sly smile flashed in his mind. He turned to the right state counselor and ordered, "Gather the 6 ministers immediately. If we let our guard down, the crown prince will snatch away the finest talents." The right state counselor asked, "What about the Ministry of Public Works?" The left state counselor answered, "No need to bring them in. Their deputy minister also serves at the Research Institute, and this whole matter is essentially a competition between the institute and the other ministries." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hyang was speaking with scholar Jong In-ji. "As you know, my proposal has been accepted. It seems Father understands our intentions," Hyang said with a satisfied tone. But Jong In-ji still looked uncertain. "But, Your Highness, why is it to our advantage if our opponents hold higher ranks? If something goes wrong, wouldn't the entire plan collapse?" Hyang leaned back and explained calmly, "Let me tell you the reason. Since I already informed them that you, Scholar Jong, would be one of the chief examiners, they will surely counter by appointing people of higher rank, perhaps even vice ministers. But because this is only a special exam, not the national civil exam, that is exactly what I want. The higher their rank, the more focused they'll be on the literary exam. Even if they directly review the arithmetic tests, they'll still struggle to properly evaluate the scholar's mathematical ability. That's why, the higher their rank, the more advantageous it is for us." Hyang looked directly at Jong In-ji. "Your task is to identify the participants who truly excel in arithmetic. Not too many, but not too few either. Choose around 10 to 15 of them," Jong In-ji nodded, though his face still showed a trace of doubt. "I understand, Your Highness." The scene then shifted back to the royal court. The assistant minister of taxation tried to block scholar Jong In-ji. Tension filled the room. The research institute needed people skilled in arithmetic, and so did every other ministry present. The assistant minister stood firm, causing an uproar among the representatives of each ministry. "This is outrageous!" someone shouted. Scholar Jong glanced at the score list in his hand and said, "Calm down. Fine then. I'll take the top 5 and the bottom 5. After all, I must follow the Crown Prince's orders, mustn't I?" The room erupted with protests. "No way! We also need people proficient in arithmetic." Seeing the resistance grow stronger, Scholar Jong sighed. "Very well, then I'll take the top 8 in arithmetic. In exchange, I'll select the practically skilled ones after you all finish your picks." The other ministries discussed Jong's proposal, and after a short while, someone finally said, "All right, let's do that." As the sun began to set, Jong In-ji returned to the Research Institute. He immediately went to see the Crown Prince, who was busy at work. The moment their eyes met, Hyang already knew what had happened. No words were needed. With excitement, they high-fived each other, sealing their victory. This video ends here, but the story isn't over yet. Don't forget to like and subscribe so you won't miss the next part.